Greetings and welcome to the latest episode of Yeah, I've Played.
We're back.
It's been a minute.
It has been a minute, yeah.
I guess the first thing I would say is, cups filled to the brim, got our drink up. Roll that stink up. Don't get it twisted, tangled, knotted, and kinked up. We do it big, you do it shrinked up. Doubly Dragons. Anyway, today is a special Patreon request episode of Yeah, I've Played. Coming in hot. A game that's been on my list for a very long time. I should check that out someday. And I actually started playing the sequel on stream. And I got maybe 1 or 3 hours in.
Oh, okay.
And I go,
somewhere around there.
yeah, I think I was like 3 hours in. I go, I think I got to get a little more context on this.
Yeah.
Because I am having a hard time understanding what it is I'm doing at all. And turns out that the game is, I'm having a hard time finding, this person has a different username on different accounts.
Okay. The guy on
YouTube.
Facts.
They're WCR_V.
Okay.
And
Wicker V.
Huh?
Wicker V.
Yes. The Wicker V is probably my favorite Nicolas Cage movie.
The 5th installment in the Wicker Man series.
Wick V.
Wick V.
What does that mean? I want to say their name was Will, but now this is the issue I'm having when I talk to people on multiple platforms. It feels disrespectful to not get this person's name correct.
The one who suggested the game to us?
The one who, well, we have a tier on our Patreon where you can dictate to us what to do.
What we play, yeah.
And they suggested Deadly Premonition. They said they're a big fan of the game. They're a big fan of the series as well. Yeah, I've played. It's a great show, gotta admit.
Hell yeah.
One of the best shows online. Nobody's given it to you like this. Nobody has done 6 hours on MDK2.
Nobody. You can't find it.
I swear to God,
I can promise
that is a Hidden Machine exclusive.
Yeah, we're the only ones. That's groundbreaking work.
Exclusive. We're like the Skloos brothers. It's like the Sklar brothers.
Sklar brothers.
Yes. Yeah, we're doing Deadly Premonition. Had you
I hadn't heard hide or hair of it.
No. Okay.
No, I didn't know anything about this game. It when I first watched the trailer, when I looked it up, I thought it was maybe a Killer 7, kind of like a
okay,
in that series or something that I was just unaware of, because it seemed you had said it was part of a series. I didn't know what was going on with it, but I probably never would have played this game had it not been suggested to us.
The lead dev is also friends with Suda51, who
did Killer 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so that checks out. You can see a lot of inspirations from games like that, Silent Hill.
Silent Hill for sure.
Maybe even. I mean, I guess technically development began before Alan Wake came out, but then the combat
they were in
wasn't
development
added.
Together.
Yeah, so the combat feels a little Alan Wakey at times. You know what I mean?
At times it does. Although you're not getting swarmed as hard. But,
no, not nearly.
Yeah, and actually, Suda51 and Swery, the dev here, they have a game coming out soon that they made together.
Is it also going to look like dog shit, or
all their games look a little bit like dog shit? Okay, they're budget titles.
Which is fine.
All right, that's not where the real charm is.
No, not at all. No, I mean it definitely added to the charm, but I think.
So I looked up the Game Facts walkthrough, and Robert Allen Rusk on Game Facts. He wrote a little intro here that I want to quote because I think this really boils things down nicely for a little background. Normally, I'd steal this from Wikipedia, but today I'm stealing it from Game Facts. Going old school. Were you a big Game Facts guy?
Oh, back in the day, yeah. Anytime I had any questions, I was on Google. Reddit would when I first started playing video games, Reddit was not a reliable source. Now, if I have a question about either why a game's not running or something I need to do, I usually just try to find a Reddit thread about it, and that usually has it in there. But back in the day, it was Game Facts.
Well, this guy is a prolific Game Faxer. He's got a bunch of guides. He's still active today.
Oh,
looked his ass up on YouTube or on Facebook, and I sent him a little thank you.
Just called him on Facebook, cold called him on Facebook Messenger.
Hey.
Hey, hello on your iPad.
Hey, it's me, Robert. No, I'm not Robert, but Robert, it's me.
Hi.
Deadly Premonition, which is also called Red Seeds Profile in Japan, is an open-world horror survival game that was released on the Xbox 360 in North America, Europe, and Japan, and on the PS3 only in Japan in 2010 by Access Games. Now, you might want to say ass sex games if you're making a joke.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It would later be released on the PS3.
Some people might want to.
My wife does all the time. Is it in Fallout 3 they go, access denied? Access denied.
Oh, yeah, the Protectrons will say that to you sometimes. Yes.
Yes, she'll mockingly say, ass sex denied. It would later be released on the PS3 in North America in April 2013 and on the PC in October of that year as the director's cut. In September of 2019, it would be released on the Switch as both a physical release and a digi-download. It was released as a budget title. 20 bones is all this cost.
Oh, hell yeah.
And often has been criticized for its substandard graphics, clunky controls, and inappropriate musical cues. Yet, if you can get past all that, then you will find a quirky gem of a game underneath. Now, this is interesting to me. The game was originally supposed to be released on the PS2 and Xbox. It even had a trailer when it was originally called Rainy Woods. That trailer came out in 2007.
Which
the
you
game
just sent
was
to me yesterday.
I did, and it says for release in 2008.
Yep. And it looks, I mean, like you're watching it and it's clear that like, I mean, it's just like, that's just Emily. You know what I mean? You can see like that's almost George.
York. They changed George's face.
But like otherwise, it's all pretty much you see Harry roll up, you know what I mean, in his little wheelchair. It's all.
From what I understand, much of the game was just ported over to this new project. Yeah. Oh, and to a very large degree, although there's been similarities to Twin Peaks, you know, all throughout this series, but that version was even more similar to Twin Peaks.
Oh, okay.
And I believe it was York's voice actor confirmed in an interview or something that he was like, yeah, Twin Peaks' people reached out and said, you gotta change this a little bit.
You gotta cool it a little.
I also read, I'm not sure if this is in here, but the game was almost canceled, I want to say 4 times.
Yeah, I believe that is in here because I read this before we came over,
So, anyway, the original version was slated for release in 2008. It was in development from 2004 through 2007, but was halted due to, quote, technical issues. In 2008, they began work on Deadly Premonition, which was intended to be a reboot of Rainy Woods, combining the assets with a new scenario and game design. So, in March 2009, the project started, which means this came out in 2010.
Yeah.
So if they started actual development
in March.
So they got maybe a year and some change or less, but they're working from PS2 assets.
Yeah.
And it shows, because you said you were gaming a lot in 2010. This is a time, I've said on the show before, I didn't game a lot around that time.
Yeah, 2010 was probably like peak gaming. I think I had my first real job and I was like buying my own games.
Red Dead Redemption.
Looked great. Still looks great.
Looks pretty good. I watched the launch trailer this morning. I looked up a bunch of games from 2010 to go, how different does this look from a 2010 game? It looks like...
It looks a lot different.
It looks like a PS2 game with like a little up-res.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how I'd put it. When you said it was a PS3 game, I was like, oh, okay. You know? After watching the trailer and stuff. But then playing it, yeah, I mean, it makes sense it was a budget title. I wouldn't have been... It said that people like gave it shit for the graphics and stuff. If I only paid $20 for this, I wouldn't have been too upset.
Yeah.
Especially if when it just came out, you know what I mean? You're buying a brand new game for $20.
Apparently, from looking at Wikipedia, the sales are pretty good initially, even though the game didn't actually make a profit. I think because it was selling for $20.
And maybe because it was faced cancellation 4 times.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure things weren't going so great over there at the studio.
Not super hot.
Like I said, this game has been on my list for a long time, but I've always heard, it's got a terrible PC port. I go, well, that's kind of how I play games most of the time. Like, I do have some consoles, but I don't really use them, especially because I don't really have a great way to capture footage. Yeah. Unless I'm going through my PC anyway. So, found a Reddit thread with a lot of information on there. It goes over all the pros and cons of every version of the game.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah.
The original version, I guess, was kind of crummy. And then it got fixed up. And then because it, like, from what I watched like a little like mini doc and like some interviews and stuff. The game launched around the time that Twitter was blowing up. And so people were sharing clips, and the game kind of caught this like second wind in America. So they were like, okay, we're going to release the game for PS3 in America, but we're going to fix it up a little bit. So that's how we got this director's cut. And then the PC port, I don't know, I've looked at it. It's all the ports are prone to crashes, random bugs and crashes, some specific game-breaking bugs at certain points in the game. Okay. Also, let's say you have like a key item that you need to get to the end of a chapter.
Yeah.
If you get the key item and then you don't finish the chapter, you might not have that item in your inventory when you load your game back up.
Oh, that's lame as hell.
And you can't get it back.
I ran into like we'll get into it when we get to the section, but I ran into a little problem where I thought I had done everything I needed to on that level. I thought I had found everything I needed to find. I searched everywhere I could, and I only had 2 out of 3 key items. And I looked it up, and it was like just telling me I needed to do the thing that I had done. So I just reloaded, thankfully. Like, I just exited out, restarted that chapter, and then I just did the same thing again and got the key item that time, thank God. But, like, I almost got caught in a game-breaking thing where it was a good half hour where I was just, like, doing loops in this one area, trying to redo everything, but I just couldn't get that key item.
Yeah, and I read contemporary reviews, like user reviews from back in the day. People were like, you can get soft locked in this game.
Yeah.
Anyway. It was basically down to emulating the Switch or PS3 version. And I go, I'm going to just go for PS3 emulation.
Yeah.
And RCPS3?
RCPS3, yeah.
RCPS3.
Yes.
Oh, that would make sense. It's like a PS3. It's a remote-controlled PS3.
Yes. Okay, that checks out, yeah. That makes... I don't know. I just never know what any of these...
It's a really cool PS3.
Really cool.
There's 10,000 different builds of the emulator, and PS3 emulation is still pretty rocky. There's more and more games that can run, but it's not great, and you might need a specific build of the emulator to run the game.
To run that game, yeah.
I followed 2 different guides, each suggesting a different build of the emulator. Could not get either one to work. Finally, on Steam, I found a thread from like 3 years ago.
Yeah, that guy was great.
Explained the whole thing, suggested a totally different build of the game. And it worked for the most part. Now, I would have a thing where I'd run the game, and it would just start compiling, building the thing, and then stop.
Oh, okay.
Start, stop. And then sometimes I'd get to the first screen where you kind of confirm that you're using a controller or something. And then every time you boot the game, it does like 15 seconds of just slow logos.
Yes. And then it like eases you into like that opening scene.
The opening cutscene plays every time.
Yeah, and then you can skip it immediately. You're like, Jesus Christ.
Quick start. I would get to that first screen, nothing, black. Wouldn't go to the titles. What I think I realized today, as I was finishing the game yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's because I was recording with Shadowplay on like the NVIDIA, the built-in game recording software.
Yeah.
If I started recording before the game was actually in game fully, it would have trouble loading, which is like a crazy little thing. But I tested it a few times. That seemed to be the only factor that affected things.
Because I never had any issues, and usually I'm the one who runs into way more.
And you have an AMD card.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. Yeah.
So all I'm saying is it took me, and I'm really smart, it took me like a week to figure out how to fucking play this game. I was messaging you like, oh, do this. And I was like, don't do that, actually.
Sometimes I'm glad you'll send me a game and be like, all right, let's set this up. And then sometimes I'll wait like 4 days before I set it up. Because I will get messages of you being like, all right, follow this guide. Ignore that guide. Don't do any of that.
That was a virus.
Yeah, right. Your computer's going to get the blue screen.
The director's cut version that we played, the controls are... This is according to
the game facts,
Robert
Alan Ruck.
Rar. Here are some of the changes I have found in my run-through of this version. 1, the controls are very different, putting most of the important controls on the shoulder buttons. I hate using the shoulder buttons. Well, I like triggers. I don't like...
I
Shoulders.
don't mind the shoulders, but I'd rather have it be that for like, by the important controls, I think he means like the aiming and the shooting and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Hold the L trigger to raise your gun, right trigger to shoot your gun.
Yeah.
Why not?
No, I know, I hear you. That's true.
It's so much more reflexive.
Yeah, I think
And
I think the
even
PS3
like,
controller's a little bit different. Well, not really. No, PS3 controller's built basically the same, where it's R1 and R2.
yeah.
And they're different. Yeah, I don't love using the bumpers instead of the triggers, but I'd prefer that to like the MDK setup, where you're hitting like A to shoot and X to, you know. What I mean,
but
like,
that game was developed before modern controllers were even a thing.
I'm pretty sure Dreamcast had bumpers though.
I don't think Dreamcast had bumpers. I think it only had triggers.
Oh, okay.
I might be wrong about that, but I'm almost positive it did not have bumpers.
It might have just had the triggers. You're right. Either way.
There are some new cutscenes, mostly between new episodes and a new ending. So all that stuff with the old man, which we'll get into, that's all new.
That's what it seemed it was a whole separate animation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The rest of the cutscenes were kind of like in game, more or less. Maybe it was like a
there
little
was like
up-res.
There was like one pre-rendered cutscene, I think.
Yes.
In the clock tower.
Yeah.
I go, that's a striking difference.
It was very clear. But other than that, it is just when you're the old man.
There was a graphics improvement, a slight graphics improvement, and they did stereoscopic 3D on this version of the game, which I don't, I'm not set up for that, but apparently you can play this in 3D.
Hell yeah, dude.
Why? There are no difficulty modes.
Like, it would really only make sense in
the on-foot controls are much better and more intuitive, putting them in line with third-person games such as Grand Theft Auto 5. I can't imagine what the controls would have been.
Like,
maybe tank controls?
I was reading this and I'm like, what do you mean the controls were worse than they were?
An expandable map when outside buildings. I think that's when you hit like select and the map expands. Did you know? You didn't know you could do that?
Expanded the map.
There's a map in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, you can like zoom in and out.
It takes up a full quarter of the screen and it like is the opacity's down a little bit, so you can kind of see, especially when you're driving. It helps. You can see, I don't know, a good ways ahead of you. Not crazy, but it's enough that you're not like.
I never did that.
Oh wow, that's something to put in my tips video then.
Yeah, I never did that once. I never did that one time. I don't think it tells you that at any point, because some of the tips you had for the car, I was like, it technically tells you for half a second, but I don't think it ever tells you the back thing. Or the hitting select. Fuck.
The boss battles are a bit easier in that quick time events you do are 2 buttons instead of 3 or 4.
Thank God, because those quick time events were
I hated them.
Tedious.
And you get hungry more quickly, according to this. And I ate food only after having cigarettes.
Yeah, it was only after I skipped like large swaths of time. Ever. Well, and it's also like there's a couple like forced lunches, you know what I mean, that like you go to that like refresh your hunger.
True.
So it's like there's that. And then other than that, it was only when I slept, which I only ever slept a couple times. Is any sleeping or
rarely slept
when you'd smoke a cigarette for 4 hours straight.
So we'll go into some of these mechanics in a minute here. Lots of stuff to go over. Let's try to keep this clean.
Fuck.
I guess let's talk about the graphics and the overall visual presentation.
Okay.
Lots of like Z fighting with the textures. I'd see stuff like popping and freaking out.
Yeah.
Did your tie go through your chest?
Yeah, it would come out my back all the time. I'd be running around and I'd be like, what the fuck is that coming out of the middle of my back?
Dilbert ass tie.
Yeah. All the time, yes. Oh, I'm trying to think of anything else. It was mostly just like the little textures folding into things. My car would also, I don't know if this was like a graphical thing, but like when I'd like hit certain curves, like maybe it's just like an invisible wall or something.
They had a lot of issues with physics.
Yeah, I would just suddenly like fucking like flip around and go out of control.
I also would sometimes just get stuck on the curb.
Yeah, that would happen to me too sometimes, where it's just like, okay, this isn't really an extreme, like, distance.
It's extremely annoying.
Yeah, it is extremely annoying. And like we said at first, it does just kind of look like a... I could even think of PlayStation 2 games that I think look better than this.
Metal Gear.
Solid
2.
Jack 2, you know what I mean? Jack 3.
Jacking off.
Leisure Suit Larry.
There are some textures that are really rough looking. Mm-hmm. I will say, though, no, it doesn't look that great.
No, I mean, it's like...
It's a little bit like playing Shenmue.
Yeah, or something like that.
Which came out in '99, I think.
Yeah, and so it's like that's what I mean. Is like it feels like a PlayStation 1 game almost to a degree when you look at it. But it is like kind of like it does kind of add to the quirk of it and the charm, I think, a little bit. You know what I mean? Because you're kind of like, what is this fucking game I'm playing for half of it? You know what I mean? For a while, I was kind of like, okay, what is this weird little like town simulator I'm playing? But I don't know.
Yeah, the other issue that is very common that thankfully we avoided because of how we played it is frame rate. The frame rate is crap on a lot of ports, and it looks bad. I was watching some gameplay footage, like checking my notes.
Painful to watch.
It is like really crazy frame rate dips that like consistent. I'm not usually someone who like cares about that kind of thing because
I can put up with quite a bit.
Like even like if it's like dipping around 30, it's like that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. But these are.
If you can't play it at 60 FPS, there's no point in playing the game.
Well, there's no point in playing video games ever. Graphics. I mean, there's not a ton to say. It's just like it's a very dated looking game. Of course, knowing more of the backstory, it makes sense why.
Yeah, it's considering it was only $20. You know what I mean? All these things like the budget title, the small budget of the game, and I don't know.
But it does a lot with what it has.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I still enjoyed the game.
I enjoyed it immensely, and there are a lot of striking scenes and images in it.
They do a good job with that.
Sound is another thing I want to bring up, and of course, if you're not familiar with the show, we do go through all of the different sort of mechanical aspects of the game, and then we talk about the story and our experience with it in depth. So, I gotta say, even Eve noticed this. The main theme that you hear all the time, it sounds just like someone chopped up the Super Mario World theme.
Oh my god, yeah. It's insane. It's like, it just sounds like
They just like broke up the melody a little bit. Like dropped some notes.
Yeah. I love to, there's like something in here about the awkward placement of songs, like song placement and stuff like that. It's early on, and you're like talking to like George and Emily, I think, about the murder. Yeah. Like about a murder, about this young woman dying and how tragic it is. And in the background, it's just like.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. Like, it's like the cheeriest, cheesiest, like shitty music.
They did the music and sound and voice acting in-house. They were like, really, okay, we can focus. They outsourced all sound effects. That's why the sound effects are rough in this game.
Especially the actual roughs, the dog barking and stuff like that.
The classic dog bark.wave that I've heard a million times. So many things in the game make repetitive, annoying sounds. This is a very irritating game.
Even you just like running sometimes gets a little bit annoying. Like just like the plodding of your feet.
I like all the voice acting. The performances are very fun.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's
very campy.
Totally. And it's not done in the even though this is like so David Lynch, it's not done in that like uncanny like David Lynch style where everyone speaks super awkwardly all the time.
No, not at all. It is like people are trying to be. It's where like I described it to you the one time where I was like, it feels like I'm watching a bad TV show. Yeah. You know what I mean? Where like the dialogue's not necessarily like bad. Everybody's doing a pretty good job, but some of the dialogue's just awkward. You know what I mean? The delivery's not bad, but just the dialogue itself is kind of weird. So it comes out strange from these people sometimes. Yeah. And it is just like, it is a little over the top. Like you mentioned, they soy face at one point in the game. You know what I mean? There's
there's a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you can see like the influence from like who is this guy swearing? Is he Japanese?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the influence of the Japanese, Japanese culture.
So I did notice that sometimes there was just like reverb on the dialogue for no reason. Also, there was like reverb on, it took me a while to figure out, on the sound of birds flapping. Like you'd walk out of a building and birds would fly away.
There was a random occasional...
was like, what is that?
There was occasionally things that just, like, certain weapons when you'd hit them.
Yeah.
Like, certain, like, the swingable weapons, like, they would have a bunch of reverb on the hit.
Yeah.
And, like,
yeah.
for no reason. Even if you're, like, hitting a soft, squishy body instead of, like, a metal
That
walker.
happened, like, in my first time using a weapon in the game. I was like, oh, no, it's got this the whole time. It went away. But the other thing that is so fucking annoying about this game, the volume of the dialogue in cutscenes is directly tied to the placement of the camera. So when you're listening for sound in a game, there's like an ear.
Yes.
Normally, it moves with the camera to compensate for
what you're listening to. Yeah.
And that's how they do it in movies. It's like how most media is done.
Yeah.
But here, if two characters are in a room and one's maybe further away, and then the camera pans, like I'm talking, and you're standing on the other side of the room,
it pans
and the camera goes over to you, and you get a close up on your face. It's as if I'm standing on the other side of the room, behind the the microphone, like on the wrong side of the mic.
Yeah, you're talking into the back of the microphone.
Was that happen?
No,
okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
I was like, is this like a
No, because I was worried
bug?
the reverb in the voices and that both of those things made me think that I had set up something wrong.
Yeah.
When I like set the game up, you know what I mean? But then I was just like, I'll ignore that shit too to a degree. But then like I read similar experiences, you know what I mean?
So crazy. Because I mean, I know a little bit about that stuff, and it doesn't seem like it would be that crazy to just tie it to a universal value and not
have it change.
And it changes. I mean, sometimes it's in the climax of a scene, and someone's reacting to something intense, and you're like, "What?
What did they just say?"
Yeah, crazy.
And a small complaint that's more mechanics, but you can't pause any of the cutscenes at all. If you hit any button at all, it just skips the entire cutscene. There's like no pausing of it, and you can't like go back. You know what I mean? Like unless you like quit the game and restart that chapter over.
Yeah.
And that was kind of frustrating. Because it's like some of those cutscenes are pretty long. And I got to pee sometimes. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I would just turn up my computer really loud and like go pee and hope that I'd be able to hear everything. But then those moments would happen where suddenly I'd be like, I can't hear anything now. And it's because they're in the room, but like a few feet from each other.
Speaking of mechanics... Movement. Pretty good.
Not bad. No.
No real complaints.
No, not the worst game I played at all.
Better stamina than Alan Wake.
Yes, for sure.
However, you would often come to a thing where there'd be maybe like 6 inches of a raised surface in front of you. And you'd have to walk up to it. You could observe it or climb over it.
There's a third option on a lot of those. When they're wooden, you can destroy them.
Oh, I don't think I realized that.
That's mostly in like the combat areas when they're like almost like coffin-looking things you're running across. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can destroy those.
Interesting.
Not in the actual like QTE thing, obviously.
The QTE thing we'll get to eventually.
Yeah,
I
but
don't like that.
No, not at all. No,
did not like that at all.
Because you don't even. Yep, we'll get into that after.
But
I agree. That's a frustrating.
You step up. It's pretty much like stepping onto a curb.
Yeah.
Sometimes less than that. And then you take 2 steps in the game.
You got to.
And then you have to step down from it.
You have to hit the X button to step down. Yeah.
There are so many, and I love the game. I will never play it again. But I'm glad I played it. And I took in a lot of it. I did a lot of side quests. I did a lot of exploring.
I did not do as much as you. Just based on like a few of the questions you asked, I'm going to say.
Well, just because I asked the question doesn't mean I did it.
Yeah. I did a lot of exploring. I didn't do a ton of side quests.
Okay. Well, the game just... My biggest complaint, I think, would be the fact that there are so many things that are needlessly tedious and repetitive that I don't understand at all why they go, let's put a tiny raised surface here that you have to step over.
You have to click on to step
Now,
over.
sometimes it's an obstacle in a QTE section, and I get that. It's just something to break up the action, but often it's not.
No, oftentimes it's just you walking around. Sometimes you're just exploring. Sometimes you're not even in like a combat zone. It happened occasionally, I think, when you're just exploring.
Yep. In the woods near where the first
there's
crime
regularly
scene.
times where you will step over something larger than that, like a curb, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Or like go up steps. It's no bigger than a step.
Yeah.
Half the time, you know what I mean?
And the other thing is, like, when you're opening a door, we'll say, the animation, very slow, you open the door, you go through, it's like a 5 or 6 second animation.
Oh,
it feels
easily,
like. And you're opening doors a lot.
Yeah, and luckily I told you if you just sprint into the door.
If you're just even holding...
Left trigger.
Yeah, you could be stopped and then hold the trigger and you open the door. You'll burst through the door and it's much faster.
Yeah,
by like half.
Yes, but still 2-3 seconds.
But if you go to one of these, the slight incline.
Yeah.
And if you're running, you come to a full stop.
Yep.
Get up. Take your 2 steps. And I'm not exaggerating. It's 2, maybe 3 literal step. 1, 2, done. It's never more than like.
It is
like
literally
3 feet in the game space, maybe
it's
2,
nothing
3
at all.
feet.
Yeah, it's nothing. It makes no sense.
It's one of the craziest things to me, and it happens so much in the game. It's a very baffling decision.
It's like you didn't even have to. It's not even like you need to add like a jump mechanic. You know what I mean? You just need to not just have me step up on it. Have me just walk over it,
or put a ramp there.
Yeah. If it was actually a graphical issue and like a mechanical thing, just put a little ramp. Yeah.
Driving. I want to talk about some of these various mechanics.
Yes.
Driving in the game. Cars. This is just reading my notes here. Cars are slow as hell at first, and you can go faster. Now you're using police cars because in the beginning of the game, your car crashes, so you're borrowing the cars from the sheriff's department.
Yeah, and that's your only option. You can use like the regular sedan, or they have like the little SUV guy.
Yeah. So you can go faster if you put the siren on.
Yes.
You gain like a 10 mile per hour
like
boost.
Yeah, to like
which everything is in a realistic distance.
Yeah.
The game is very much to scale. And so you might spend 5 minutes in game driving somewhere.
And then you're like, fuck, I need gas.
That's the other, yes. And there's one gas station.
It is.
And it's like kind of in the middle of the map.
It's off of like the main road. It's on the main road. You know what I mean? Like January Way or whatever. I remember some of the street names because I had to look at them so much. You know what I mean? But like, oh God.
So it's kind of like, all right, well, driving kind of sucks.
Because that siren is one of those sounds that is not like grating isn't the word for it. It'll like drive you mad. You know what I mean? It's so loud. It's so all-encompassing.
You have like a little stamina meter that you like use when you're running.
Yeah.
Using the siren raises your stamina meter, so you can like basically like overheat if you use it
I
for
think
too
it's
long.
also driving you insane in game. I think you're like you're gonna break soon. Stop the siren.
And that's just like another thing where I go, this is how the game is like super trying on you, because it's like, do you want to like have to deal with kind of shitty car controls that I got used to eventually, but the camera is tied to the turns in such a way that jerks around, similar to, they fixed this in Alan Wake Remastered, but in Alan Wake, the camera like swings around crazy. It's not that extreme, but it's like,
no, but it's all driving in Alan Wake was like clearly an afterthought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in this game, it's weird, and like the handbrake works kind of weird. You can sometimes use it to like flip around a corner, but sometimes it's hyper realistic where it'll like fully spin your car around and you'll lose control.
Totally. And like you de-accelerate pretty slowly. So if you reach max speed, you can kind of just let go of the gas and just cruise for a while.
Yeah. Which is pretty realistic, you know what I mean, if you're not going uphill or anything. And you could it gets to the point where like you can use your windshield wipers if you want to. You can use your turn signals. You know what I mean? You can follow all, because George in one of the first missions is like, you better none of that fancy driving around here, you know what I mean? Like keep it safe. And I like half thought, oh, do I need to fucking use my turn signals? I thought
it was going to be one of those games.
Yeah, I was like, it
does not matter.
No, it doesn't. He doesn't even say anything.
There's a first-person view in the cars, and all the cars are super detailed. Some of them have like a little, you can see the rear view mirror, and it's like, it's not animated, but like as you go around, it's like changing perspective. There's like a fake scene in the rear view mirror.
Yes.
there's a little GPS sometimes that's
Depending
showing
on the
stuff.
car that you have, yeah.
But the angle is sometimes awkward. It's like they don't compensate for the different size vehicles.
You can change the perspective.
No, but I'm talking strictly first person.
Strictly first person. Okay, yeah.
They don't change the height of the camera for different types of cars. So some cars you can drive first person and it works.
Yeah.
Other cars you can hardly see.
Yes. It's like maybe they were trying to be like, this is York's height, and so that's how he fits into each car, you know what I mean? And they just have his perspective.
Could be.
But also it's like you would kind of, if you couldn't really see out, you'd stoop down a little bit in the car, you know, like you'd
yes, thankfully there
put a
are
phone book under you.
I think 2 other third person angles that you can kind of go, like there's one behind the car and then one right above the car kinda,
further.
which I did that above.
I did the
most
second
time.
one, the one where it's kind of like just behind the car.
Pretty rough stuff.
Yeah, not a ton of fun driving, but incredibly necessary to drive in this game.
Like you can upgrade your car at the scrapyard. We'll talk about that during some of the side mission
missions,
stuff.
Yep.
Did you ever use a flare?
No.
So if you do crash out, you
run out of
gas,
gas,
whatever, you can send out a signal flare and a new car will come to you.
Yeah, because you have a gas meter and a damage meter on your car.
Yes.
Which I got both pretty close to maxing out. You know what I mean? I almost ran out of gas and was at like 80% or like 10%, you know what I mean, damage left. But we made it every time.
I blew up my car twice. And there's no penalty. Like I think you get charged for it or something, but like you don't die.
Right, yeah.
Even though your car explodes with you in it. The fishing mini game, I guess we'll discuss that later when we get to the forced fishing scenario. Did you ever get to play the darts mini game?
Yeah, I did real quick. I didn't finish it though. It's too fucking long.
It's like 24 rounds.
Yeah, it was too long. I got like 3 rounds in and I was like, I am not doing this. I was like, I cannot.
I did it and I got a thing that expands your weapon inventory size.
Oh, fuck off. Damn it.
Which was like
That would have been
pretty
kinda,
good.
That would have been kind of handy. Because once you get like a few guns later in the game, you can't carry anything else.
Yeah.
Really. Fuck, that would have been helpful.
Yeah, and so the darts game is weird. You use a gun.
Yeah, you use
to
a dart
shoot
gun.
the dart.
And it's like it you can focus in your aim to actually hit something accurately, but that takes away your stamina.
And your stamina normally when you like let go of your trigger, L trigger is for stamina stuff like sprinting or whatever. Normally your meter replenishes. Your meter doesn't replenish.
No.
However, I got a little worried about it. I cranked that thing the whole time, and I got the full bullseye thing. I didn't miss a fucking shot.
Oh, okay.
The thing, it was so easy for me. And I was like, there's just no actual challenge there. But I did go, I'm still doing this?
Yeah, that's how I felt after like 3 or 4 rounds, and I was like, I am not wasting my time. Because it also, anything you're doing in the game, if you're not in a combat section, takes real time.
No.
No?
Nope.
Though the darts don't take up real time?
A lot of things don't, even though you think they would.
Okay.
Is it when you're in the buildings? I read this.
So when you're in the buildings or something, time doesn't work?
I can't remember now, but I read a thing where somebody was like, here's the things that you think might take time that don't.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense that it's not.
Which also kind of sucks. So sometimes it's like, I need to be at this place at midnight. Oh, it's 10 a.m. Oh, well, I could just go play darts and kick...
Yeah, and then you get back out and it's still 10 a.m.
So that brings me to another thing I want to talk about is time. The game does occur in real time pretty much. Like,
yeah, more or less.
I think it is like a minute to a minute, isn't it? Or is it slightly accelerated?
I don't know if it's slightly accelerated. I think you're right, because it moved slow as hell. Was like my thought when playing it. So it probably is real time.
Time doesn't really matter though.
No,
if you miss an appointment, you just do it again the next day.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And then like anything, there's only the occasional thing. Like not every mission requires a specific time, and a lot of the times it's like the window is like an 8-hour window.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So you're like,
often,
I'm not gonna miss that. You know what I mean. There's a few that are like a 3-hour window or a 1-hour window, but for the most part, it's like you have from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do this, and I'm like, all right.
Am I like hiding behind the mic? I can't see myself.
No. It's like in front of you.
You're good.
Okay. It's blocking your shoulder.
All right, good.
So now you're.
Wait, now I am?
Yeah, now you are.
Fuck. So another thing that we touched on briefly, but hunger and sleep are 2 meters you have. When you pause your game, you can see your almost never had to worry about that. Crazy how it was like such a robust system.
Yeah.
There's like places you can nap all over the place.
You have coffee and like sodas that you can drink to like fix your tiredness, and then you have different foods you can eat that restore like different amounts of hunger. I would also just like kind of eat semi-regularly. Anytime I notice it wasn't full, you know what I mean? I'd just be like, jar of pickles.
I almost never ate anything, and it never mattered.
Yeah. I was curious what would happen. I've noticed that like it would just tell you at a certain point, like after I'd sleep or something, because like that end of the game, I slept a few days just to like kind of try to get shit done. You know what I mean? See if I can do anything else. You can't do a lot of side missions once you've beaten the game.
No.
Which sucks.
And I think in the menu, when you're looking at your quest list, it tells you which chapters you can achieve them in.
Oh, what?
There's like little numbers next to the names. I was like, I think I put that together. I could be wrong about what that is, but I think that's what that means.
Once I go home, I might actually have some fun with that then.
There's also a great guide on Steam.
Yeah. I was trying to avoid any sort of guides for anything. You know what I mean? Like I checked out a few things after I beat it.
If you do want to do all the missions, you're going to need a guide for sure.
That's what it
there's some
like,
stuff that's just like, it's not intuitive at all. And the game is too excruciating to figure it out. It's not, but you know, we're not that hardcore.
But it will just tell you need to eat. It'll go like, if your hunger gets low enough, it'll be like, ooh, you should eat something. It's been a while.
Now, was it GTA San Andreas that introduced like you could gain weight and stuff?
I think that's one of the only ones you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was originally going to be part of the concept of this game, is that you could, you know, your hair length would change, you could get haircuts, or you could gain weight or lose weight depending on your eating habits.
Okay.
That didn't make it in. This was supposed to be very life sim freedom kind of thing where you could play the way you wanted to play. But two things that did hold over from that, in addition to the hunger and sleep, was shaving and changing your clothes.
Yes.
Did you ever not change your clothes and get stinky?
I never made it that far. I got a couple, like the first time I changed my clothes was because I was like, oh, I can look at my stuff. And I went back to read the description of the suit I was wearing just to see what it said, because they all have like a semi-unique description, you know what I mean? And I went back to the one I was wearing, and it was like, this has seen, you know what I mean? This has seen better days, not looking great, looking dingy, you know what I mean? I was like, oh shit, okay. And I saw like the clean option. I was like, okay, get that cleaned, switch my suit. But I did push it on shaving a couple times just to see what would happen.
You don't really get like a beard.
No, you just kind of
like
get more and more. It's more, you get like this. Like this is the most you get. You know what I mean?
It looks kind of good. Yeah. And the shaving, you can do in so many places where you can
I know. It's just about anywhere you can save.
Yeah.
And like access your like safe. You know what I mean?
But also, if you don't change your clothes and you get smelly, a big circle of flies surrounds you, and it's there.
Did you do that?
I didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, okay. You just didn't realize.
And I'm watching this cutscene. At first, I noticed in the car, I go, oh, wow, did like a bee follow me into the car or something? That's so weird. I'm driving, I see these bugs. I go, that's so weird. It's almost like, looks like I'm like smelly or something. It looks like, it's like cartoon, it looks like
pig
language. Pig, yes, totally. Peanuts.
Peanut Arbuckle.
He's not in this game. No. He is in another game I'm going to be reviewing soon, though. He really is. So I'm going into this next scene. It's a very intense cutscene. And the flies are still there. I go, oh my god. Then they don't go away. They stay there the whole time.
Oh god. Thank Christ.
Until you change your clothes.
Yeah.
But it's very funny.
It seemed like there was going to be like, you can like, because you can interact with a couple toilets, kind of. You know what I mean? Like not to do anything with them, but just to flush them.
You can flush some of the toilets that have like disgusting, weird shit in them.
But then also, it's like, it seems like they had like full showers built. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. It seemed like maybe at one point all of that was kind of like a mechanic. You know what I mean? Potentially. Yeah,
we had to wait until Death Stranding for meaningful fecal mechanics. Yeah. So
turned into shit grenades, baby.
So cool. So yeah, I wanted to point that out, that I did get real stinky, and you can just choose the game to play the game as a stinky man.
Yeah, which is great. You can just be the stinky, socially inept Agent York.
Yeah. So before we get into the actual story, a couple other things I want to ask you about. Did you ever use the weather doll?
I didn't get that at any point.
I didn't either.
Yeah. I read about it online afterwards, And I was like, I didn't even check how you get it or anything like that, but I just didn't. I was like, never came across that. You know what I mean?
So the weather dial, it like gives you like boosts depending on like how like the weather is and
Whether
the
it's
orientation of the
raining
dial. Did you ever get the radio?
No, never got
Do
the
you know
radio.
about the radio?
Nope.
The radio. So, and you know, obviously, we're just getting into some mechanical stuff before we get into the story. But I feel like this is going to be confusing for anyone who's not familiar with the game.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
But also, don't watch an episode of Yeah, I Played if you haven't played it.
It's called Yeah, I Played because, yeah, I played that.
Yeah. Not, yeah, I watched two white guys talk about it, which is what a lot of you fucking idiots do. Yeah, I watched that movie.
No, you didn't.
Come here. Come within kicking distance. This is gonna freak your bean. Did you ever go driving on a rainy day and see a flower on the side of the road?
Yeah, I thought they were memorials to someone dead.
The flower with no name?
Oh, I did. I stopped at one flower, and I observed them, and I was like, "Oh wow, beautiful flowers."
Did you
I should
pick it up?
One of these, yeah.
Did you ever do anything with it?
Nope.
Okay. I couldn't ever get it to happen, but you can bring that flower to George, and he helps identify it. And eventually, through these side quests with George, you get a radio
Okay.
that unlocks fast travel.
I did a side quest for George.
You found his weights.
Yeah, I found Arnold.
That's the first one. And you do the flower one later.
And then you got to go talk to him later again.
At his house. But you can only go to his house after a certain hour at night. And sometimes, depending on the chapter, you can't do it.
Yeah.
So I could never get it done. But yeah, the radio allows you to fast travel. You know, that would have made the game so much more tolerable in so many ways.
So many ways. Because so often it was just me being like, fuck, how do I get there again? Fuck, let me pause and go to the map. And then exit back out.
Incredibly unintuitive map.
Yeah, and you can't... we
also,
didn't cover it, but you can't, on the pause menu map, you can't zoom in or out on it.
You can zoom in. You just can't zoom out very much.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, you can zoom in, but it doesn't...
which is totally useless.
Yeah, because you can't go out to, like, actually see, like, the full map.
No.
You know what I mean? In any meaningful way.
I had to download a map.
Yeah, you sent that to me finally, but I'd already beaten the game a week before you sent me that map.
A little piece of trivia about the map. Did you notice anything about the map did you look at the full map?
I didn't look at it, like, closely.
Did I send it to you?
Yes.
Do you have it in our messages?
Yeah,
here?
I can get it up pretty quick, probably.
Tell me if you look at the map and you see anything. It's Willy.
The dog?
The roads make out.
Oh, I see his head.
The shape of the dog.
I see his head. And his tail. Fuck off.
Apparently, much like the diver in Alan Wake, Willy is also a powerful interdimensional being who had a much larger backstory that couldn't be included in the game. But he is extremely important to the lore.
And highly powerful.
According to the creator.
He's the Aughty of this game.
He is.
There was a couple things that, like, hinted at Willy being more than meets the eye, you know what I mean? Transformers. But I just kind of, like, took it as being like, oh, that's a smart dog, you know?
Well, we'll get into some of that stuff. Last thing I want to mention, we should have talked about this during the cars, but did you notice the novelty license plates?
Oh, yeah, and if you buy that person's car, too, it has the license plate on the car as you drive it around.
Did you see the one that said Sperm Mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sperm Mom.
Another thing I want to bring up real quick. When this game was released, the scores ranged from maybe a 2 to a full 10 out of 10. Destructoid gave this game a full 10 out of 10. And I noticed in a couple videos are like, wow, and Destructoid even gave it a 10 out of 10.
Is this another one where it's going to be like, never finished the game, but...
No, they just got it. But then I go, okay, what did IGN say? Awful in nearly every way.
Jesus.
2 out of 10. Terrible controls, terrible pacing, terrible sound effects, terrible visuals. Maybe you can convince yourself that these things don't matter as you work through this surreal and quirky storyline. The rest of us will be better off playing better video games.
I was, in fact, able to convince myself that those things didn't really matter as I made my way through a fun, quirky storyline with good characters.
Review by Eric Brudvig. So if anybody wants to not dock him.
I mean,
that's
he
just
could be
between
cut
him
or,
and his...
yeah, he could be cut or uncut. Who knows?
Yeah.
But,
but if anybody wants to dox him, don't. Okay, it's not worth it. It's just a video game score. But I always do like to see, like, sometimes I see somebody give a review, and I go, oh, that's harsh. And then I go, well, what else did they do?
Oh, you like to look at their other reviews?
To go...
Do you actually have a fair opinion, or
what do you think he gave to Alan Wake?
Well, what did he give Deadly Premonition?
2.
He gave it a 2 out of 10?
Yeah.
He gave Alan Wake 3 out of 10.
8.
Really?
Yeah. At launch.
Launch?
Yeah. Which is a little rougher at launch, too, even.
What else? What else do you have in there?
Oh, I just closed it.
Oh, okay.
Fable 3.
Oh, he probably gave Fable 3 like 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lame.
Fable
3 was the worst one in the Fable series.
I never liked the Fable games. I tried to get into them.
They were okay. It was probably because, I mean, I played Fable like 2 when it came out.
The humor's not right for me.
Yes, agreed. I was younger. You know what I mean? And the humor didn't quite hit me, but it was like, some of the mechanics are fun. Yeah,
How young were you?
13, probably.
I never had the luxury. I was born 30 years old. So there's a lot we could say about the game. Anything else you want to get into before we get into the story?
No, because we're going to touch anything else I want to say.
We're going to touch so much stuff.
I'll touch so many things.
And you will get touched. Mob Deep. Right? Is that what I'm thinking of?
I think so, yeah.
It's the wrong move, and you will get touched. And he's not talking about molesting. He's talking about shooting him. Killing him dead. Damn. Where'd you find this? Opening cutscene. All right, let's get into the story full on. Full on, hard on.
Full Monty.
2 boys, Isaac, and this is, I actually wrote my own recap here.
Oh, there you go. Hell yeah.
The last time we did, I took it from the Halo Wiki because I didn't feel like doing it. Opening cutscene. I think I also took from the wiki for Spec Ops The Line.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. You can't get that game anymore.
Which is a big bummer.
Yeah.
And I thought it was maybe because it was like controversial, but it is just entirely because of the music license.
Which, that's something that we commended the game for.
Yeah, it had great music in it, yeah.
It's like, you never hear that kind of rock all throughout a game.
No, not at all, no. But we digress.
I digest. The opening cutscene. 2 boys, Isaac and Isaiah, are with their grandfather, walking around in the woods. Wario's woods, actually. They come across a dead body in a tree. It's a lady. She's naked. Cut open. The boys seem unfazed.
Yeah. There's like a snake crawling up her.
Yeah,
and the
a
boys
white
are just
snake. I was thinking... White snake.
I was thinking, here I go again on my own, baby.
That song rips.
That's a great song.
The guitar line's so much fun. There's another version of it too from earlier. It's not as good, I don't think. I think they knew it was a hit and they like kept it and did it again later.
Right, just like
really tried to nail it. George and Emily arrive on the scene. Of course, we don't really know them yet, but clearly they're local law enforcement. Zooms out. We see a few shots of town and some of the women in it. You go, of course, this is influenced by David Lynch because he loves hot, young, white ladies.
Yes. It's a fact. I don't know if you've ever seen Twin Peaks, but goddamn.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen David Lynch do anything. If he doesn't have a gorgeous 19-year-old near him, I think he will die.
I've seen the clip of him like receiving that girl's panties.
Yes, my understanding is that was like a big bit.
Yes,
I had to like look it up. I go, like, what is this?
But yeah, I'm sure it was like a big.
He has to like put them in his mouth while he says the alphabet or something.
Yeah. It is just like the look in his eyes. You're like, this man is excited.
We see a few shots of the town, some of the women in it, and then we see a little girl humming Amazing Grace. Mm-hmm. We see an unidentified old man, and she goes, Grampy, tell me a story. He goes, okay, I'm going to tell you a special story. It's very strange and somewhat nasty, but also it's very nostalgic. It might be scary, but it's also very important.
And then it cuts to Nostalgia Critic.
You kind of look exactly like him.
I fucking swear to God.
No, like you both have like a shirt on.
We both wear clothes and have glasses.
Yeah.
Correct. We have facial hair of varying degrees.
The girl agrees to hear the story, and he goes, all right, but turn the TV on, leave it on mute. Mm-hmm. That's an important part of my process.
Yep.
He says, at times, we must purge things from this world because they should not exist, even if it means losing someone that you love.
This is a very Joker line.
It is. And it's something I have said basically every time I break up with a chick.
I go, you end every relationship.
Now leave.
You are that thing which I must purge from this world.
And that's before you even press start.
Yeah.
That just plays every time you boot the game up.
Yeah, whether you want it to or not, it starts playing.
So chapter 00, this is kind of a little bit of a prologue.
Mm-hmm. And as I'm revisiting some of these things, like you said, and we can either talk about it at the end or we can talk about it as we notice them. But like, there are so many things that like this game almost does deserve a second playthrough, just to pick up on all the little subtleties. You know what I mean? Where it is kind of
and it
spoon feeding you the ending.
It is a game where if you like Remedy, you like Alan Wake.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of symbolism and hidden messages and meaning and intertwining little mysteries, like things left unanswered, things left answered if you dig deep enough.
Yes.
So and touches on such a meta level. Did you watch that little video I sent you about the alphabet?
No.
So there's some crazy shit going on in this game. I go, wow, that is so cool. I could play Alan Wake 100 times. Mm-hmm. I don't think I could ever play this game again.
I think I could play it one more time. I really liked this. I'm not going to lie to you. I really liked this.
Now that I know there's fast travel, it could make it a lot better for me.
And fun fact, if you just go back and select like chapter 2 or chapter 1 or whatever, when you go to replay it, you have like your fully upgraded car and stuff.
That's very good to know.
Which is nice. It's almost like New Game Plus. Kind of what it feels like. Mm-hmm.
All right. I could play more of the game. I don't know. I don't know if I play it from scratch, at least not anytime soon. Mm-hmm. Not unless... The only way I would do it is if Andrew agrees to come back to the channel and we all play it together.
That's not gonna... Yeah, I don't know. You know,
it'd be a good reunion episode.
It would be a great reunion episode for sure, but I think you guys still hate each other.
No, I am.
No, I know. I think you still, you bite your lip and look at the kid. I think you two still have a hard time.
I'm not having a hard time with anything.
No.
I'm looking forward to the next episode of Breaking the Blank.
I don't even think he's doing that. I don't even know if he's doing that anymore.
Why not? He only got 2 episodes in.
I don't know.
Well, I look forward to the next one. Maybe I can be a guest.
Yeah, maybe. You and Ed Pelega.
Hey. I brought some White Claws. I got a couple High Noons.
I got a backpack full of High Noons and a Nintendo GameCube.
You want to suck on a Zin? Hey, Emily. Agent Francis York Morgan is in the Red Room. Mm-hmm. He asks Zach if he can hear him. Zach, can you hear me? Mm-hmm. How was that?
That's very good.
The player is Zach. We respond. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can also not respond, too.
You can. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things the gamer goes, do it. They go, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not pressing anything. Fuck you.
You don't fucking get to tell me what to do.
He tells Zach about a crime that took place in the countryside. Mm-hmm. Then we see York driving. He's on the phone arguing about the interdependency in the relationship between
Oh, Tom
Tom
and Jerry.
Yeah. It's a great opening dialogue.
Because it's one of those things where like it is misleading you at first, where you don't quite know. He's like he's almost talking about it like it's a little bit of like a sexual relationship or something. You know what I mean?
Listen, they both need each other. It's called interdependency, and they both know it. Yeah, I know. He does terrible things to Tom. Nasty, even sadistic things. But that's fine, as long as that's what Tom wants. Think of it. His actions. He's always asking for it. It's his partner's job to fulfill that need, and Jerry knows that. Proof? Well, in the Tom and Jerry show, they live with each other. Hello? Hello?
I loved that. I thought that was very fucking funny.
It was great.
I think the game is legitimately funny.
Oh, for sure. There's moments that are like made me chuckle pretty hard.
And it's like it's a pretty hardcore game.
Oh, for sure.
There's some lines that go, holy shit. I wouldn't say that until I finish this. You know? I'll loosen up a little bit before I can get some of those lines
You
out.
skanky swine!
You skanky swines in my notes. That was such a good line.
So good.
Because he starts off, you filthy pig is the first one he calls her, and then later you think it's over.
But he's sticking with this with the pig thing.
Anyway, he's like, oh yeah, these little babies are bringing me back out here, and he's got the red seeds, and he's been following these murder cases with these red seeds, so he knows there's something going on. He doesn't quite know what yet, though.
Yeah, but clearly there's some sort of connection between them.
Loses control, flips his car.
Well, he sees the Raincoat Killer.
Oh yeah,
Someone in a raincoat appears in the middle of the road.
right.
And he goes, "Huh!" You know, because he's not really paying attention. Because
Right.
like I thought a moment before too, I'm watching this, and if I remember right, he's on the phone.
And he's like looking at his laptop.
He pulls his cigarette and he's lighting up the cigarette as he's got his laptop in his passenger seat. And I'm like, this is so 2000. This is like pre, like the texting and driving laws. Like, guy's on a laptop with his phone on, lighting a cigarette, no hands on the wheels.
Yeah.
It's pouring rain.
He's doing one of these with the wheel.
Yeah, he's got his knees to steer.
So you're like in the woods.
Yes.
You're walking around, you're going down paths, you're breaking barrels and wooden
Barriers.
fences, and the terrible reverb is happening. Enemies start spawning. The sky turns red. There's zombie ghost people.
Yeah, it's weird. It is similar. They are very similar, especially when you learn what they are, kind of, to the Alan Wake enemies. You know what I mean?
Taken.
The Taken, yes. Because these do just kind of look like townsfolk.
I think they are called shadows. That's the term I heard someone use. I'm not sure if that's canonical.
Yeah, because I think you're the only one who sees them ever.
You might be. I feel like Isaac and Isaiah could probably see them.
Yeah, probably. They can see all of them, though.
Yeah.
All the spirits.
And what's happening there is basically, it's not really explained ever. Truly. It's kind of just illustrated enough times. You go, okay. But Francis York Morgan, the guy you are, has a connection to the afterlife and to the spirit realm. And sometimes he's in a place, but he's seeing the other world version of it.
Yes.
He's basically doing a Silent Hill. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's Silent Hill.
Yes.
It's so Silent Hill.
There's so many similarities like throughout this where I was like, oh, this is clearly like heavily inspired by Silent Hill. Oh, this is clearly heavily inspired by... Even the fact that like one of the first weapons you get is like metal pipe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? One of the first weapons you get in Silent
You also
Hill.
get your little, you have a little light on your chest like Silent Hill.
Oh, yes, yeah. When you turn the light on and off. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Military flashlight in your pocket.
Yep. Eventually, we're caught off guard by an axe-wielding man in a raincoat. We escape the woods, and we walk the rest of the way to meet Emily Wyatt, who is the deputy?
Yeah, she's sheriff's deputy.
And Sheriff George Woodman arrives shortly after, and he's like, hey, city boy, like, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Did you, at this part, so I was just kind of walking down this, did you just walk all the way to her to activate the cutscene?
Yeah.
Do you remember? I like stopped and started fucking with like the pause screen, and I smoked a cigarette, and I was like standing at the top of the hill, and I just did it and ran down enough time until suddenly it just cut to the cutscene, and Emily was like, what took you so long? And I wasn't sure if it was the same cutscene that you get no matter what, where she's like, "Oh, you took long enough," you know what I mean? But like she opens with a line like that, like, "What were you doing?" You know what I mean? Like, why did it take you so long to get here?
That's very funny.
Because I was like, I don't know, I'm just gonna have a cig and see what happens, and then
he loves smoking.
he throws those heaters back.
Basically, George is disrespecting you, the sheriff, and you go, and you fucking blow smoke right in his face. And something that I've been doing a lot lately is loving Andrew Dice Clay. It hasn't gone away. You know, he does this one.
You're right.
You know? But someone he goes, you know, right into the mic when he's smoking. And that's how he often opens a set. There's like 3 times in the game where York is smoking, and they do that. They just smoke right into the microphone. Not every time. It's just like, I think it's like outside Thomas's apartment near the end of the game.
What about Nick?
No problem with him. He's calmed down a little. He's still saying he didn't do it.
There's a couple instances ago
where you can hear every little nuance of him.
It's like right on the mic. I go, my God, it's probably not.
But is it a Dice?
I would love if it was a Dice reference.
I feel like Dice Man was probably huge in Japan.
I don't know anything about that.
I feel like he might have been huge in Japan. He's got the look.
He's got the look, and he's a rebel. I could definitely see him going over with a certain crowd.
Yeah.
Episode 1. First day of the investigation. It's episode 1, chapter 1. We're in the proper game proper now. York is back in the Red Room. The Red Room is not really a room at all. It's kind of like a forest. And there's also a White Room. And I don't really understand the difference between the two and how you go from the Red Room to the White Room. Because at one point, late in the game, someone goes, "How did you escape the White Room?" And then he goes, "You could have stayed in the Red Room," or something. And then he mentions both rooms. It's Kaysen,
yeah.
when he's yelling at you. I noticed he said both rooms during that dialogue section.
Yeah. Well, there's multiple points where they're like, if you go through this door, you can't go back.
That's going to reality.
Yeah, but I wonder, I'll admit, I never just like went through a different door.
I didn't always understand if I could or couldn't. It was very
confusing.
confusing.
And sometimes, too, when you do stuff like that in this game, it wouldn't actually do anything. Yeah. You know what I mean? And you would just have to kind of eventually do the thing that they want you to. Because it's like open world to a degree, in the sense where you can kind of explore wherever you'd like, whenever you want. But like, it is still very limited on what you can do throughout the game. You know what I mean?
Also kind of open bobs to a degree, if you know what I mean.
Show vagine.
There's a lot of cleavage.
Yeah, it's just a little bit. I mean, the opening scene that like plays no matter what when you start the game.
Yeah.
It's tits covered only by hair.
I go, gritty remake. Deadly Premonition. Full tits. Every scene.
And I want to see Thomas hang dong.
I would love if Thomas Hang Dong could star in this.
I'd love Thomas, like, tucked dong. Peeking out the back.
A little boy is there in the Red Room with you. He tells you that if you hold your breath, they can't hear you. You're going past the spirits that you saw earlier.
Yes.
You can hold, I think it's like the R trigger or something.
Yeah, it's right trigger when you don't have like a weapon.
And you do like a Death Stranding. Did you ever use that ever in the game?
Like
one
really
time,
quickly.
Really quickly when you are trailing the Raincoat Killer, right?
No, I used it like I remember like being in like one of the archive rooms in the sheriff's office, I think, and getting like cornered in a little hallway, and I had to reload. You know what I mean? And I was like, I'll just hold my breath for a minute and walk past these guys, reload over here, and then shoot them from behind. And that was it.
And it worked.
It worked, yeah. Like, they can be aware of you, and then you start holding your breath, and they'll go like, kill me, please. Don't kill me.
Don't want to die.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
Don't want to die. Don't kill me. What about this one? I saw it. You know that one?
The one that fucked me up every time though was don't want to Star.
Yeah, every time you kill an enemy, there's like a 75% chance he will say,
He'll like hit his knees and be like,
you're gonna hear that so much. And again, as much as the game is repetitive, the game is repetitive, the sounds are repetitive.
oh my god,
for sure.
They grate on you after a while. If I hadn't played like 2 more campaign-based games and taken 2 weeks since I beat this, I would have remembered those a little better, but... Don't want to die. And like, doesn't matter what enemy you're fighting. That's
They all have
like,
the same voice.
They all have the same voice.
Yeah. I get sometimes the same voice. The different voice actors do the same line.
Yeah.
Skyrim.
Yes,
stuff like
yes, absolutely. But like, this is like all. It's like there's like a heavy set woman, a skinny woman, a skinny man, and like a big heavy set guy.
Yeah.
They all have the same exact voice, no matter what.
Also, when you are in the other world. Mm-hmm. There's like squiggly red vines that they make like a squeaky noise, like
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you hear that noise a lot. Mm-hmm. A little too much, if you ask me. York wakes up from his little dream. The little boy guides him down a hall. He opens the door, and now he's back in reality. Mm-hmm. You're ready to start your investigation. You go downstairs to get some coffee. You meet Polly, the old lady who owns the hotel. Her husband died. She runs it by herself.
That means she's single.
You sit at either end of a comically large table. This is a classic gag. I think one of my favorite instances of it, Batman 89.
Oh, yeah? I don't think I know that one.
Vicky Vale, Batman.
No.
You remember with the Joker, Jack Nicholson?
Oh, yeah, yes.
All right, well, Vicky Vale goes to Bruce Wayne's mansion for dinner, and they're sitting on either ends of a comically large table.
Yes, Michael Keaton, yep. They're across from each other.
Michael Ketones. Michael Ketosis.
I like the Simpsons one.
Yes.
It's like, Dad, I think Bart's making faces at me, but I can't tell.
Is that when they have to go to Mr. Burns' house or something?
Mm-hmm. They're like house sitting or something for Mr. Burns. I never watched a ton of The Simpsons.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So like most of my memories of it are I've only seen like the very early seasons. You know what I mean? And it like a lot of it's foggy for me because I was a little kid.
Well, I have almost every good season on DVD if you ever want to watch some.
I'll let you know. I'm just about done Kids in the Hall box set. So.
Oh man, so good. So good. Did you watch the Amazon season?
No, I'm going to once I finish.
I didn't. I missed like the last 2 episodes. I got to rewatch. Yeah. But it is. They didn't miss a beat.
Thank God.
And their show was a little more hardcore in Canada, and I think on the DVD it's uncensored.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
but it was censored in America.
We can cut this out if you want to. But there's a Mark McKinney skit where like first time he does it, full blackface. Second time he does it, no blackface. Third and fourth time he does it, back to blackface. Like clearly there was some sort of argument taking place there, and whoever wanted blackface won that argument.
It's the old blues man, right?
Yes, And then there's a character Scott plays that's like brownface. His name's like Raj. He's like a gay Indian guy living in the city. And like you can't tell with a lot of the lighting, but like, he's in full brownface.
Honestly, totally forgot about those characters.
Yeah. Because I mean, like the old blues man isn't a super strong
gay,
character.
They can do that.
Well, Mark McKinney's not gay.
His best friends are gay, though.
Just Scott. Scott's the only gay one in the whole show.
They're all kind of gay.
I mean, I hear they all kiss all the time. Yeah,
they're all like, you know, they're Canadian.
Yeah, a little light.
And I'm pretty sure. And now, forgive me if I'm, because I know I made a big deal out of like all the racist trolls with the Alan Wake 2 stuff and everything, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure in Canada it doesn't matter. I've seen some pictures of Justin Trudeau.
Oh, people were kind of upset about that.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was honoring.
He was honoring Aladdin.
I thought in Canada that was like what you do. Just because I saw the pictures of their prime minister.
Their prime minister
on multiple occasions doing it.
More than once.
I go, yeah, I know George W. did it back in the Skull and Bones.
Yeah, Skull and Bones in Harvard.
When they were doing their theater productions, you know, and they were doing
what's the Al Jolson the Music Man or whatever the fuck it was called.
The Jazz Singer.
The Jazz Singer, yes, that's what it was, yes. Mm-hmm. Back when George Bush would star in the Jazz Singer.
They remade The Jazz Singer in the 80s with Neil Diamond.
Really?
Yeah.
And did he do it?
To my memory, yes. But I could be wrong. I feel like I've seen the clip on YouTube because I have the soundtrack. Now
it's like,
and you know, here's the thing.
by the time you're that age, by the time you're an adult, I can't say much. Because as a young boy, there was a Halloween costume I chose where I did that. You know what I mean? But I didn't know any better, and no adult said anything to me. But, like, once I reached the age of, like, 17, 18, I was like, oh, shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean?
How old were you?
I think I was 15.
Okay, I was 29. But it was really funny. Yeah. Here we have one of my heroes,
Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond in blackface with the afro wig.
Jesus Christ.
For The Jazz Singer, and this was like an award-winning picture.
Good God.
Yeah, I never did blackface.
Good for you.
And also, I used to do a comedy show.
Yeah.
People would pitch that kind of stuff all
Yeah.
the time because it was community sourced sketch ideas.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, do you have an idea? Let's shoot it.
Oh, would people suggest blackface for Trashberg?
People suggested all sorts of stuff. We're trying to go. I'm not doing. I go. I'm never gonna do a fake gay, and I'm never gonna do a fake.
Did anybody like mail you
ethnicity.
like a rice patty hat and like big buck teeth? Ask you to pull like a Mickey Rooney?
No, but they did book Bucky Lewis at the Strand, who did that bit, and I publicly ridiculed him for it.
I remember that distinctly. Jax from Mortal Kombat's my favorite character from Mortal Kombat.
Oh, you were Jax.
Yeah, when I was like 15.
Oh, see, here's what I say. It's 2024. Give us a white Jax.
Let me have robot arms too, damn it.
No,
I loved Cyborg
honestly,
and I loved Jax.
You should have been Stryker.
No, yeah. But no, I was
He's
Jax.
so good, he carries a gun. That's
yeah, him and what's his Sonya Blade. Oh.
Anyway. Yeah, Neil Diamond is one of my all-time heroes. I go, God damn it, Neil.
Because it's like, yeah. Well, the part that I'm upset about with me doing it is I'm like, no one told me not to do it.
Because they probably thought it was great.
So many adults in my life didn't say a word to me about it. You know what I mean? I'm like,
I will say, what year was that?
that was, oh, fuck. 2009?
I'm pretty sure at that time the population of Plattsburgh was 87% white.
Oh, and I was trick-or-treating out in Redford.
Yeah.
So I was fine. But it was still.
I mean to say, and again, not to get too deep.
Oh, no, but yeah.
Not to get, but like when you live in a place that's that white, people don't even consider those things as even possibly being taboo.
I didn't. Like,
and not in a way where they're like, we're all white, it doesn't matter. It's just like,
it just was
it's
completely
like,
over my
head.
head.
It's just like whoosh.
I was so culturally like stunted. You know what I mean?
It's
just
not the South.
Yeah, no.
Which, because everyone from you get to a certain point on the sort of
the Mason-Dixon,
and everyone's a racist
without question.
Yeah, no, I'm joking.
Without
but
exception.
yeah, it is the kind of thing where it's just. I've had people say stuff to me. I go, it's clear that you have never met anyone outside of your your the seven families.
Within 4 years, I left Plattsburgh. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
lived in a few different places, and my perspective changed a lot.
Okay, anyway, there's been a greater push for diversity in the area in the past few years, especially, and a greater push for people to speak out openly when they do see bigotry and racism in the community.
Yeah.
Which sometimes we were on record as being the only place in the Northeast with an active chapter of the KKK.
Yes.
In Plattsburgh, New York, where we live. So
Yes.
just to give you a little perspective
Of where we're from.
Yeah.
Of
So it's
why
like,
I thought it was okay at 15
and I know I
to
also
do
just said that a lot of people don't think it's taboo or racist.
Yeah.
It's I'm just saying you run the gamut from people who are just very ignorant
Yes.
to people who are possibly operating the only chapter of the KKK in the Northeast.
In the Northeast, yes. I fall into the ignorant segment of it from that period. But
I know. I never saw you at the meetings.
You wouldn't have recognized me.
Polly's like, what did you say? Oh, yes, it is nice.
You would like some mustard with that?
Yeah.
Let me go grab that from you. And you're like, no, Polly.
That's it.
That's the whole gag. The whole gag is Polly's deaf.
Yeah, and she's old, and the table's big, and you're like,
And
you know, why don't
she
we?
used to be a bit of a fox.
She did. Did you do that side
I
quest?
did do that side quest, yes.
You can go find a picture of her when she was hot.
And more York beats off in her room real quick and then brings it back to her. He does a tribute, you know.
Yes, he gets down on his knees and does a tribute, much like someone else does later in the game.
Yes. Or it's suggested someone else does.
Oh, it's proposed, and then I believe what York says is, if that had happened, there'd be some disgusting evidence of it.
And then he tells him to go for it if he wants to.
You can try it right now. Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Not very long from now either.
Yeah, actually. So anyway. Polly is old.
You're the
Polly-
only guest at the hotel. Dude.
And you're like, why don't we sit a little closer? And she's like, stop trying to fuck me.
Yeah, I know. That's the best part. Is she's like, Agent, you Morgan.
And you're just like, no, I just can't hear you very well. I'd like to chat, you know, just, you know. And she's like, okay, I know your
She's
tricks.
like, I'm not welcoming these
and you
advances.
know, York is a bit of a poon hound.
He's a bit of a dog.
Yeah. Brings us to chapter 2, Sheriff Office.
Hello, Sheriff Office.
Hi, Sheriff. I'm Dad. We drive to the sheriff's office and discuss movies with Zach along the way.
I like these little
There's
things
not
you can
enough
do.
of them.
No, because you run out pretty quick too. Like you can do maybe 2 or 3 because there's so much driving in the game. You know what I mean? And the only time you can talk to is when
Another
you're driving.
thing. So yes, as you're driving, it'll go dun, and you go
like talk.
press X to talk, and you go, Zach, do you remember the movie we saw in 1983?
Zach, do you remember our first show we ever went to at CBGB in New York City, or the first punk show we ever saw? That's right, CBGB in New York City.
You want to go see the Ramones? Yeah. That's so cool. I wish I could have gone.
Oh, hell yeah. It did make you be like, I'd fucking hang out with York. You know what I mean? Like, I want to talk to York about music and movies.
Yeah. Cat people he brings up.
Yeah.
Very weird movie. Yeah, I liked that stuff, and apparently, from what I've read, they go overboard on this concept in the sequel, and it's annoying to people.
Yeah, which I do. Well, the only thing that was kind of weird to me is that, like, even once you've gone through all the conversational prompts, it will continue to give you the like talk option. You know what I mean? Well, it's a little fruit fly. There's no fruit in here, fly.
Yeah, there isn't. I don't even have any food in here.
I don't even eat fruit. I've
been eating some fruit lately.
Yeah.
I don't usually.
I have scurvy.
I like having a little nectarine or a peach.
I've been on the berry game lately. Blueberries.
I make berry smoothies a lot.
Apparently they're very... I can't drink smoothies.
Wow.
It feels like I'm drinking vomit. It makes me want to vomit.
That sucks. I just, as you know, from the last time we recorded.
Yes.
For the Summer Game Fest or something.
Yeah. We had those.
Some nice.
It's very separated.
It's a very separated blended drinks that were so nice for a moment. And then they separated and they got kind of funky. I'm getting better at blended drinks, though.
No, they were really good, though.
I'll make daiquiris next time.
Hoo-wee. We get mudslides going next time we come over. I'll bring the Kahlua.
I would love that. Anyway, the problem with some of those drinks, I just go, this is good.
Yeah, I know. So you're like, that's delicious.
Yeah, I started making like a strong cold brew coffee at home. And I just like do like, you know, like a little bit of half and half in the bottom. I just down a cup of coffee, just like I'm like just dunk. I can do 3 of those in a row and then give myself a heart attack.
And you're drunk in the middle of the day also.
I'm talking about just
strong
coffee.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
strong cold. Okay,
Ice-
even strong cold brew as though the coffee's strong. Yes.
Cold brew coffee, yeah.
Yes, sorry.
But I am making it Irish style, which means there's alcohol in it. No, I'm not.
Anyway, we meet Sheriff Office.
So yeah, the thing you were getting at that I want to also get to you might have 3 unique dialogues per chapter.
Yes.
That you have with you and Zach in your head talking about movies or things going on in the case.
Or it may be like Emily who's in the car with you. You know what I mean? Or I believe it's George once or twice who like you can have the same 2 to 3 unique dialogue options.
And then randomly the option to talk will keep popping up, especially as you drive. It's like it's on an interval.
It is. It's clear. I don't know
every
what
few
it
minutes,
is, but it is. It's like
and
it's
you're
on
driving
set.
a lot. And if you're driving at any point after the opening of a chapter, it's going to happen dozens of times. And he either goes, oh, nothing, or he hums to himself,
or he like whistles.
He goes, Zach, if you're tired, we can take a break.
Yeah, you're like, okay.
And it's like he might just say that like 10 times.
Yeah,
and it's like.
And also, if you don't hit X, it just stays there.
Yeah. Why? Why not just not?
Yeah, why not just not do it? Why not just have it set to the dialogue options you have? And then when you're through those, it's over.
Because I always hit it, I go, oh, I don't want to miss this. Eventually I stop. I go,
Once I got through, I'd get to one whistle or one, oh, nothing. And then
then something would happen, and then you'd be able to talk again.
Yes.
So sometimes I'd get fooled.
Yeah, but it would usually have to be like a story.
Right, that's
what
what
I mean.
So you have to go around finding a key for the file cabinet before heading to the meeting room.
Yep.
Thomas is there. He's described as a kind and sensitive type, which means homosexual.
Yes.
It's so clearly like they don't want to say he's gay, but they're making him a very stereotypical effeminate gay man.
Yes, they are. And like he's very good at cooking, you know what I mean? And he hangs out with Emily late night a lot and no one thinks it's weird, and it's like there's
he
the
also
way
says
stands.
he says something about like I have in my notes something about getting his ass filled.
You're serious? I'm sorry. It's like, what else does he say? Something about getting his ass filled.
So Thomas lost the keys. He's all embarrassed.
Yeah,
you know. So you have to go around and find the key. You find a bunch of different keys.
It was the last key I gave him.
Here's the thing. I found all the keys.
Yeah,
I go
same.
back to him. I just give him a key. He goes, that's it. Thanks.
Fuck off.
I watched someone else's playthrough.
You lucked out.
He's like, you clearly don't know your squirrels.
Yes.
This is like a North American flying squirrel.
Well, it's like, it's weird because like each time he gives you a little bit more detail. So like if you don't nail it on the first one, I gave him one. Then he was like, you clearly don't know your squirrels. This squirrel's tail is always facing up. So you go to it and I'm like, 3 of them have their tail facing up. So I just give him one. He goes, you clearly don't know your squirrels. This is a tree squirrel, not a ground squirrel. And I'm like, okay, I'll fucking give you the other one. And then he's like, it's actually a flying squirrel. And I'm like, well, one of them's called flying squirrel, dickhead. You know what I mean? Like, open with that. This was a very frustrating one.
I missed that whole part.
Where I was like, it was the final key I gave him.
I totally lucked out.
I think you had like 4 or 5. You can also offer him like other keys.
Yeah.
And they disappear from your inventory.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That sucks.
He takes them from you. When you give him the squirrel keys, each time you give him one, he takes it from you.
Oh, okay.
And if you accidentally do another key, he takes it from you.
Well, you eventually get to the meeting room, and Emily reads the report on the recent crime. They're talking about the crime of the woman that was found in the tree in the pre-game cutscene.
Crime of the century.
You learn that the victim in the tree was 18-year-old Anna Graham.
She certainly looked 30. You know what I mean?
Listen. Listen. One of my favorite YouTubers is in a bit of a scandal right now, Mr. Cody Ko. She looked 30 to me. Now, personally, I'm not going to incriminate myself today. No, I go 18. She looks. She really does. She really does look like an older woman.
Yeah.
Even in the later cutscenes, I go.
Yeah. Well, you actually, because like, admittedly, during this, you don't see her eyes open or anything. She's like dead in the opening scene. But like in the cutscenes, it shows you her moving around and stuff, and like interacting with the other women, and like she looks like a 30-year-old woman.
It seemed. I guess I would say this. It's very Lynchy to make her 18.
Yes.
Seems a little needlessly, you know. But I get it. Also, she's young, and it does play into the theme of she was taken advantage of, but because of her naivety and the fact that she didn't have a parental figure watching over her.
Yes, because
And
you
she
later
was-
find out that her mom spends a lot of time at the bar and stuff. Because she is just like this.
Her mom's a slut.
Yes.
Her mom's a stupid whore.
Her mom's a bit of a bar fly.
Yeah.
But a bit of a fuck pig.
Sally Graham, I fucked her.
I love his bit he does where he's like, "You the guy who wanted the picture?" And they're like, "What?" And he does it to Matt Damon in the airport, I think.
So good.
He walks up to Matt Damon. He's like, "Excuse me," and Matt Damon's like, "Oh yeah, hi. Can I help you?" And he's like, "You the guy who wanted the picture?" Matt Damon's like, "What?" He's like, "The picture. You wanted to take the picture with me."
With the face, you wanted the face.
He's like, "No, I'm okay."
It's too good.
It's the best.
It's too good, especially because, and again, this is an Andrew Dice Clay bit.
Yeah, sorry.
He on Instagram, he just posted videos of him going up to strangers, and be like, "Oh yeah, you,"
You wanted to take
Yeah.
you wanted the picture with me, right?
and they're like, they have no idea who he is. And at a time, he sold out Madison Square Garden 2 nights in a row.
Yeah.
He was one of the biggest comics in the world.
Yeah.
For a short time.
But that was, at least what,
was like
30
30
years ago. Yeah, so it's like
But it's very funny that he knows that.
yes.
And it's a very funny bit to be like, yeah, I'm one of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah.
Formerly.
Of course you want a picture.
Just to troll people.
Yeah,
It's so fucking good.
It's so
the
good.
self-awareness is very appreciated. Anna was working at the A&G diner and lived with her mother, Sally.
The aforementioned slut.
Yes. You eat a delicious biscuit. You find out, because York is very particular about his biscuits. Thomas made the biscuit. Thomas's
very own Limp
English.
Biscuit. He's English.
English muffins.
English muffins.
Thomas's English muffins.
English muffins.
You ever have those?
Yeah.
I heard your mom makes an bean English muffin.
Oh yeah, she makes a great English muffin. Yeah.
It's very interesting. I got to try one of these days.
Yeah.
You don't know? They have a family restaurant. I get breakfast from there. Not dinner. I would never get dinner
You
from
did
there.
today? Yesterday.
Yesterday I got the chicken
Yesterday,
sandwich.
you got chicken and waffle. Chicken's gotten better.
Chicken.
I've pounded out. It's no longer double
Wow.
breaded. It doesn't cook for as long. Not as crispy on the outside.
I will say, it was really fucking good.
I've improved the chicken
I will say, once or twice I've forgotten to check the box.
for the maple chipotle. I know.
I go,
That's changing.
it is crucial.
It's crucial to it. It's crucial.
It's a fine sandwich.
Yes.
Otherwise, but you go, it's missing a dressing.
You need the sauce. You need the
sauce is
boss. I'm gonna start tossing the chicken in the sauce when we move to the new location.
Nice.
And then offering it. If you don't want it, it comes on the side.
Nice.
But I'll toss it in it.
Nice. George invites you and Emily to view the autopsy report at the hospital.
I want to go to the hospital.
Thomas, you sure about that? Thomas gets left behind, has to tidy up some files.
Which seems to be like a theme.
Yeah,
as it
George
goes
is
on.
like, Thomas, stay behind, do my bidding.
Yeah. And he's always kind of like, okay. He's like, But he also like expresses to you, I'm not sure if it's right here at the beginning if you talk to him, where he's like, I really wish I could help more with like what's happening to these poor young women. You know what I mean? I wish I could be more involved in helping out.
Yeah, I bet you do. You sneaky bitch.
You're not gay at all. You're just trying to go naked swimming with all of them and try on their clothes.
He's a terrible man.
Yeah.
He's evil.
He is, yeah. Ultimately, most of these people are.
Pretty much everyone in the game is evil. Chapter 3, Autopsy Report. You drive to the hospital and you're greeted by Freckly Fiona. Terrible name. The receptionist. She's disgusting. She looks like she has adult braces.
She looks like Ugly Betty.
I was going to say that.
Like, she looks
I feel
like-
like that reference is too old.
Probably for a lot of our viewers, but like, that was such a phenomena for a minute.
I
And then
didn't get
just
it
fucking
because I
fell
wasn't
off.
watching TV
Oh
at the
no,
time.
I didn't give a shit about it. You
So
know
I
what
never
mean? But
saw it.
No,
There's a whole era where I didn't have access to television.
I
I couldn't. I was like, Modern Family was on for 25 years.
I know, yeah. I was like, there was a period where I was just watching Oz. Like, you know what I mean? All I had was an Xbox, and I was playing The Last of Us and watching Oz, and that was it for like 2 years. You know what I mean? Like,
Oz, one of the greatest shows ever made.
oh, hands down.
My God. And also,
Christopher Maloney's dong.
pretty nice.
It's not a bad one.
Not a bad cock.
It's healthy. Looks healthy.
And he's young. He's virile. Man, such a fucking good show.
It's
Crazy
so
good
yeah,
show.
I can't get over it.
I saw the first episode when it first aired.
Oh, for real?
When I must have been 8 years old.
Yeah. I think I started watching it in 2014.
And because he bites the guy's cock off. It's I think that's the first episode.
Yeah, first or second episode.
Yeah,
he bites
pretty early on.
J.K. Simmons' cock right off.
No,
it's not J.K. Simmons.
No, because he uses his cock a lot throughout the show.
He does, and you get to see his cock too.
Yes. Also, man, love that guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, his cock is
also
great.
solid cock. There's some solid cocks in that show. I feel like that was part of the casting regimen. It's like you got to have a solid piece on you.
Yeah. I never got to see Lord Jamal's cock or Method Man's cock, even though they're both on the show.
We should make a list. We should make a video, the breakdown of whose cock you see it on.
The cock tier.
Cock tier of us.
It's not sexist because we have them too. It's actually medical. Dr. Usha Johnson is who
I
you're going
couldn't
to
tell
go
if it was
see.
Usha or Usha.
It's
You know what I
Usha.
mean?
They
It's
say
Usha.
it.
Oh, they do say it. Yeah, that's fair.
I go, is it supposed to be like Usher?
I couldn't tell if this was like, because Japanese people don't necessarily always have like the most experience with black people. You know what I mean? And so I was wondering if this was one of those things where you go, oh, Japanese people just have like an idea of the black person.
I just picked this up.
Yeah.
My Way, the debut album by what is his full name?
I don't fucking know.
Usher.
It should say it in the produced or like lyrics written. You know what I mean?
It should say it. There's a bunch of other guys' names.
Like P. Diddy's a lot in there. For some rumors about
Usher fan club. Do they not say Usher's name in here? Usher Raymond.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Isley Brothers co-wrote on one of these.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Speaking of nice-looking young men, you see a little Usher in the rain there.
God damn.
When I bought this, the lady at the checkout counter, she goes, huh. And of course, you know, she's looking at this, she goes, huh, baby Usher. Yeah, you know, he's 18,
Yeah.
and he looks it.
Whereas Anna,
Anna Graham,
does not look 18.
Anyway, I go, is that a name, Usha? Is that an African name?
I don't know. I've
never heard that name
I just
before.
told you guys I did blackface when I was 15 a minute ago. I don't think I'm the one to ask about. I can't answer.
I wanted to do a fresh shave for my Max Payne shirt. I couldn't get it done.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have a... Oh, the head, you mean?
Yeah.
It's like he's always got a little bit of stubble.
He's in the computer room.
He's not in the computer room.
They go, I think he's in the computer room.
Oh, yes, sorry.
And York goes, a computer room in a hospital? That's weird.
Yeah, I'm also like, huh?
And she's like, it's the room where the hospital staff shares a computer. I go,
That's weird.
what is this?
I'm like, that's weird. The fact that there's a room with one computer everyone shares, that's weird. You know what I
how are
mean?
you
Like,
going to look up disgusting porn?
Yeah, what if you want to watch Tub Girl? Where I'm like, yeah. You're like, also, like, that's a big resource for, like, looking up symptoms and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Or
they
looking
have,
up
like,
Simpsons.
Simpsons
Wiki. Yeah. So you go there, you learn Usha. He's fooling around. He likes games.
He does. This is another thing that made me question that this game came out in 2009 or 2010, because I was like, they have a single computer in a hospital everyone uses that runs a chess game. Like, is this 1980? Like, is this the Cold War? Like, is this a supercomputer in a fucking warehouse? What's going on?
There's chess posters all over the wall.
Yeah.
You gotta do a little puzzle. I go, I'm not fucking doing this. I looked it up immediately.
Oh, it was easy.
I didn't even, maybe I didn't look it up.
Yeah.
If you're telling me it's easy.
It was easy as hell.
I thought there was one puzzle. I go, I'm not even gonna deal with this. Never mind. I remember what it was.
Okay, I was like, these were pretty easy.
Did you ever later go to Fiona and she's like, "Oh, let's give you the medical quiz"?
Yeah, I looked those up too. Yeah,
I started it. I go, I could probably answer it. I go, what the fuck? I had to look it up.
Yeah, there was a couple.
I was so far off.
There was a couple where I was like, okay, I know a little. I took AP Bio twice. You know what I mean?
I know
like,
what an atrium is.
Yeah, like, I'm aware of what the mitochondria does. I know. I've heard the word ribosome. You know what I mean?
Ribosome would be like a cool name for a rapper. So you gotta solve a chess-based puzzle before you can learn where to find him, and eventually you learn he's underground. And George is like, "This fucking sucks."
Yeah, I know. I love that immediately he's like, "This is fucking stupid. I'm leaving."
And Yorick is like, "Not so fast. This is actually really cool." So
I also love that it's like Usher's in the computer room, and you get there to do the autopsy, and then the puzzle just tells you he's in the autopsy room.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I could have fucking gotten there.
But you needed a key card to get to the lower level.
Yes, that's
which
fair.
the computer prints out a key card.
Yeah, which also you're like, again, is this 1980?
You have one computer and it prints key cards?
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck's going on here?
York says he's going to go on ahead and winds up in an otherworld version of the hospital. And this is, again, if you played Silent Hill, it's the classic, what? The place is all weird now.
Although this fog descending over everything.
York is kind of like, Zach, they're here too. And he sees the spirits all over. This is very normal for him.
Oh, very much, yeah.
And
I suspected they'd be down here.
the thing that's a little strange is like, it's unclear to me how much time is passing when he does this.
It's also unclear to me whether or not this is actually happening. You know what I mean?
I think it's happening. I don't think it's happening in real time in reality.
Yeah, because that's where I'm like, because never at any point when you finish this thing, like, because there's multiple points later where you're like, wait outside, I'm going in. And then you go, and they're never like, what were all those gunshots? You know what I mean? Like, nothing's ever...
And then at the end of this... They're just like right behind you. They're like, hey.
You're in a different part of the... And you're back in the entrance, I believe. You're in like the lobby rather than like heading to the basement.
Yeah.
So you're in a totally different part of the...
So I kind of think that this might be somehow taking place in his mind on another plane of existence. And it's like, maybe it's like, you know, a moment of time in our time is longer there. Because it's not a one-to-one with reality. And then because he's not like going to that place. He's still where he is in reality. He just sees it differently. But no one else seems to be aware of what's going on. So that is very unclear. Maybe a big deadhead could tell me, you know? Damn, I could listen to this for 14 hours.
I used to have to spend entire shifts at a job listening to like Grateful Dead sets.
I think it's
Fish sets.
So boring.
It is so boring.
Fish is sometimes bad.
Fish is worse. Fish borderlines on like the. Fish borderlines on like the.
Fish is like
people
a parody
really like this
of jam band music. Sometimes.
Yeah, you go. This is really what people think this is profound.
They're basically if Dr. Seuss was a band.
Yeah.
That people got stoned to. Oh, there is one Fish song I like.
Which one's that?
There's two. I like Heavy Things, which is their big radio single, which seems like people don't like. It's kind of like their Touch of Grey, which I guess Dead fans don't like that song either.
Yeah, because in their mind they're like, well, that's not anything that's recorded in the studio isn't like real.
Yeah, and it's just like verse chorus song.
Yeah,
There's
very standard.
No jamming. I like the song "Simple" by Fish.
Simple's not bad. I like Lawn Boy.
Okay,
I thought Lawn Boy was pretty good. I used to have to sit through full.
I did too. I go. Let me pluck out the few things I can hang on to here. Yeah, so much of it is so atrocious.
Because so much is just like literally, I'm like just trying to work through it and ignore it.
I play that riff all the time.
Oh, Prince Caspian! It's like stop singing about fucking the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe for Christ's sake.
Yeah, it's Christian propaganda, and you are clearly a heathen.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but it's actually about...
Aslan is God?
You fight through, only to wind up back in the waiting room, where you pull out a ciggy, and George goes... He goes... What does he say? He says something like, if you're in such a hurry, why not smoke two at a time, or something stupid? And you're just like... I've been shamed. You know? Now I know how Thomas feels. Suddenly, Harry Stewart appears. George tells you that his father started the town. And that Harry owns most of Greenvale. His aide, Michael Tillotson, speaks for him. He warns York that haste will not lead him to what he seeks. So says Harry. What is his name?
It's Harry.
Harry Stewart.
Oh, yes.
So says Mr. Stewart. I go, Stewart, like my favorite sassy baby?
Baby Stewart?
Yes, please. Oh, and there's a friendly dog in this game, too. Kind of like Brian the dog.
Brian the dog and Baby Stewart? A little bit of a coincidence. Keto Santino's going live.
Yeah, so the way that played out, it's kind of like... It's almost as if nothing happened.
Yes.
The way they're just right there. But also, when Michael is speaking for Harry, he's always speaking in rhymes. Like,
yes.
Harry, like, whispers something to him, and then, like, Michael's like, if you please, you can suck on D's.
And you're like,
so says
D's,
Mr. Stewart.
D's what?
Humongous what?
What's up, dog?
Emily tells you that you can go to interview the witnesses at the crime scene. Did I skipped the part where we actually go to meet Usha.
Yes. That's not like a huge deal. You just kind of go down.
Oh, yeah, I skipped over it. Yeah, but so before all that, before you go to the other world section,
yes,
you go downstairs, you meet Usha, and you inspect the body.
No, this is after the other world section. You go through the other world section before you go to the autopsy room, I believe.
I don't think so.
No?
Because he goes, Harry, like, not Harry, what's his name? What's the meet? York says, I can't be in here anymore. I'm going to go off my own. And when he exits the autopsy room is when...
Oh, okay. I thought it was
crazy.
I thought it was when he goes, I'm going to go on ahead. You guys catch up with me. When he's on his way to the autopsy room.
Maybe I'm wrong. In my notes, it's reversed. But anyway, when you meet Usha, you do inspect the body. And this kind of reminds me of when you're doing the autopsy in Alan Wake 2.
Very, very similar to that.
So you're inspecting, and there's never anything else in the game like this. Where you're going over the body, you're finding the clues. This game is so much like Alan Wake 2 and Alan Wake 1. And of course, they both have Twin Peaks as a very common point of...
Yes.
But in terms of the game mechanics and game things... Alan Wake was originally open world with day-night cycles and weather and stuff. The driving, the townspeople on the schedules.
Well,
and
that's
stuff.
why so much of it feels so similar to me to Alan Wake 1, and which is so funny that they were like contemporaries as far as
they
like,
were
when
in
they
development
were being
at the same time.
Yeah.
And they both had like shitty development cycles where it was like, is this game going to come out? Well, we scrapped everything.
So it's funny to see so many like, and maybe that was just like a limitation of like budget games from that time. You know what I mean? Maybe a lot of the things that they have in common is just because they were like both working with like a similar budget, you know?
Well, they both basically tried to do Twin Peaks, the open world game.
Yeah, fair.
You know?
That's true.
Well, you can go visit the witnesses at the crime scene now.
Yes.
So chapter 4, profiling. You go to the crime scene.
Oh, you find red seeds in Anna's mouth and stomach. That's an important thing.
Oh, yeah,
that connects to red seeds to all the blah, blah, blah.
That's what the point of looking at the autopsy is for.
Yes,
And you go...
And then you reveal to everybody that you're like... And then you take over the case. Because you go, these are connected to all the case. This is now my case. I'm taking it over. I'm in charge now.
Yeah, and George is like, you son of a bitch. And you go, George, zip it, pervert.
And then you... blow another full drag right in his face. You do like...
You go to the crime scene. You meet the forest warden, Jim Green. His grandchildren, Isaac and Isaiah, are the two little twin boys.
The two little sociopaths that discovered the dead body.
They found the body. They remind me of Uncle Jesse's twin boys from Full House, is what I'm thinking of.
Uncle Jesse had twin boys?
Last season, I think.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, missed that. Apparently. I just remember the Olsen twins.
Late era Full House kind of fell off a little bit.
Yeah. You're not talking Fuller House?
I never saw that.
I didn't either, yeah.
I go, the Olsen twins didn't do that.
No.
Is
Saget involved?
I don't know if he was.
Because he died not long after. Came right for
It's a near-death experience.
That was close.
You then have to go around collecting evidence so that you can begin profiling. And basically profiling is there's between 2 and 4 slots for evidence. They're little keys on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. You find a clue. When you go to a crime scene,
you pull like a me enter my mind.
Am I going to profile? And then you see this. You see what happened there, but
it's all staticky and like
you don't get a clear picture.
I've like almost never watched the first one.
I did halfway, and I go, oh, I don't need to watch these.
Yeah, I started like I think I'd like the first couple I would watch them, and then I was like, oh, it's just going to be this every time.
Yeah,
I don't have any info yet. I can skip this.
Right. So you see,
you can pretty much skip right to that last one.
Yeah, and the last one you can't skip; it just plays.
Yeah.
The other ones you gotta go press X to profile, and if you don't, he goes, no, because there's like you have to wait for the little bar to go.
You have to wait the whole time, and it really doesn't want you to miss it. So it like gives you.
What's faster is pressing yes and then pressing start and then skipping it.
Yeah, which is what I did 90% of the time.
Yeah. The start button is your friend in a lot of this game.
Yeah, that's how I'd skip the chat things too. When he's like.
You can also skip things like when you pick up an item.
Yeah.
And Silent Hill style, it just shows you the item on a black screen.
And then it rotates there for like 3 seconds.
You can skip that.
Yep.
You can skip getting in and out of the car.
Yep. But only if you get it quick enough.
Yes.
If you don't do it right away, you got to do the full animation.
And that's so annoying.
Because sometimes I'd be like, oh, fuck, oh, shit. Okay, we're just going to.
Which, I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but when you're doing these things so much and they're so repetitive.
And it's so tedious.
It does become monotonous. And
you're
also,
driving so
much
far.
of the game is also so monotonous. That you go, anything to ease the monotony a little bit really helps.
Yes.
This game could really benefit from a remake.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Just, or or just like the actual core of the game, I go, textures fine, blah blah blah, but there's certain things that go, it could be tightened up a little bit.
Oh, very much, not a little bit. Like it could be really,
it could be tightened up a lot, while still maintaining
the
all their performances, all the, it's not the presentation that's the issue.
No, not at all.
It's the actual working,
because like frankly
game.
This is one of like the better stories in a game that I've played in a minute. You know what I mean? As far as like actually compelling, kept me going with it. Surprised me a couple times. You know what I mean?
Full of surprises, full of
there were
laughs.
There were 2 big twists that I saw coming. You know what I mean? And the other 2 big twists, or 3, there's like 5 big twists in this. I say 2 of them I saw coming, and the other 3 I was like, fuck.
Yeah, suck on that. So you gotta profile the scene. And once you get all your evidence, then you get a full vision of the events.
Yeah.
And I guess that's because of your connection to Nick and the other world, and you can just kind of see stuff.
You mean Alex?
I mean Zach.
Zach.
I said Nick.
You said Nick,
is a
I
different
said
character entirely.
Alex Casey. Don't fucking touch me.
Maybe I won't. George suggests that the killer hung Anna from the tree and then kneeled down in front of her to jerk off.
And he was wearing, and he posits that he put on stilettos to do it.
Yeah. He's like, oh, yeah. And York is like, that's stupid. There'd be more disgusting evidence if that went down. Then he goes, if you want proof, go ahead and try it for yourself.
This, to me, screams... Do we want to get into any spoiler territory yet?
Yeah.
Okay. This screams to me an attempt by George to frame Thomas.
Yeah.
As like, this is like him suggesting this is him trying to like plant the seed that maybe this is some cross-dressing pervert who
else but a homosexual would put on high heels and then kneel down and jerk off on a dead body.
Yeah.
A straight man never.
That's never been done. Find me one example.
Or
a straight man.
Or infinite. For that matter.
Yeah, find me as many as you can.
Find me infinite examples of that happening throughout history.
Straight. You're like, why would a gay man jack off over the dead body of a woman?
The one thing I did appreciate that...
It's all about power, you know?
Like, I don't know how to put this. We do later find out that Thomas is a maniac, but it's not... We found out everyone's a maniac.
Yes.
To a degree.
Uh-huh.
And this was a more common trope in the 70s, 80s, 90s of someone's either gay or trans or just a cross-dresser. Mm-hmm. And because of that, they're actually evil and totally insane.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's like, with this, it's like, oh, he's just part of the rogues gallery.
Yes, he's just one, and in fact, it plays to his humanity more, I think. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And it very much gives them like the. I thought this was actually like a character that, even though being a little extreme, was handled pretty well.
Yeah, I guess
mean?
that's what I'm trying. I expected the worst because of. I'm thinking if it's an Ace Ventura situation.
Yeah,
or something.
exactly. Yeah.
I go, oh, you know what? They actually.
Well, the whole time they're just like, Thomas, we love you. You know what I mean? Like, come back. Like, stop doing that. You know what I mean? Like, and not stop cross-dressing, but like, stop doing this other
But just
nonsense.
stop all the gay shit.
Yeah, stop all the gay shit. Like, just come be a cop, man. Just be a bro.
Just be a totally straight normal cop. Yeah. Just shoot minorities.
Beat your wife.
Just like we do. Come on.
Yeah, come on, man.
Chapter 5, Murder Site. You then
Casey.
go to the lumber yard to investigate the crime scene. Because you deduce that the anagram, come on, was murdered off-site and then taken out there, hung up into a tree. You have to go...
Another interesting revelation you have at the crime scene is that there was another witness before the two young boys saw the body. And that's who was wearing the stilettos, you posit.
Because you find a broken heel.
You find a broken heel in the prints from the stilettos, and that's when George goes, I bet you it was the killer just being a jacked-off pervert. You know what I mean? And so that's what he's...
Being a jacked-off pervert.
I don't know.
That's good.
Thanks. But so, yeah, he says that, and then he's like, no, I believe this may belong to someone else, and we find who this heel belongs to. We may find our killer or more information.
I think he calls it like Miss Stiletto Heels.
Yeah, and they're like, and he's like, "What slut in this town would be wearing heels like this?"
I think Emily's like, every girl has some. And before you ask, I do too.
And you're like,
like a sexy saxophone starts playing. Yeah. I want to also make note, just real quick, of any of our longtime fans. This is our first episode shot in 60 frames per second. I usually do 24.
No point in watching it if it's not in 60 FPS.
See if you can tell a difference.
It's gonna look like a video game.
Previous episodes, you're gonna see all of our gross behavior in full 60 FPS.
Upsetting to hear.
So, George and Emily are both potential suspects. So you go, I gotta go inside alone. Don't take any disrespect.
Yep.
Don't be a doctor disrespect.
Fuck off.
All right. Did you see that he got canceled?
This is this is not the first time something like this has happened with
You know what he just posted online?
What?
A picture of him in silhouette, kind of big, like crazy, like kind of 3D render epic style. And he's in front of a chessboard and he's got the chess pieces, and his opponent is playing checkers. They got checker, meaning
he's playing chess, everybody else is playing checkers.
Yeah.
That's why he's grooming these young women. Because
and people,
I'm playing chess. These little girls, they're playing checkers.
People are commenting on the post, being like, "Heard some shit about you." And he's like, "How about I fucking kill you, idiot?" And he's just arguing with people. I go, "That's not a good look."
No, I mean, it's like a 40-year-old man who wears like a mullet and fake sunglasses and pretends to be like that. He's like in the Marines. You know what I mean?
I just think all these perverts should, listen. You're a groomer, a molester, whatever.
Yeah.
If we're not going to put you in the fucking electric chair or in prison, you should get out of the public eye.
Yes.
If you want to run a production company from behind the scenes, I'm sure you could. I'm sure something could happen where he's not the face of the company.
Yeah,
but he needs to make a living.
He needs the attention. Though,
That's the thing. I mean? They're sick. They need the attention.
Yes, they need to be in the spotlight. They need to...
You know what? Lock him up! It's just kind of like, because what are you going to do? We're not going to kill you. We're not going to put you in jail forever. How about we compromise and go, how about you just stop trying to be a public personality?
Yeah, just cut it out.
Just go away. You abused your privilege.
Yeah.
You got... Now you got to go away. Yeah. You're like, how about I don't?
You're like, I guess that's up to you, but you're going to have a bad time. Like...
Anyway.
Sorry. Murder site.
Yeah, it's another other world scenario here. This is where you find the toilets you can flush. They have the red fluid in them.
Yeah, and it's also one of the only times.
It happens like
2 more times,
there's like
I think.
3 toilets in the game you can flush. I think, and then one's like way later in the game.
Yeah, this one there's a bunch though. You're just like in the jail cells and you can go back from.
The fuck?
Yeah.
What
Which
is
also,
that?
why are there cells down in a fucking? I don't know. So some of the settings don't make sense. Where like you're in a lumber mill, but there's these weird cells with toilets in them, and you're like, I don't really get it.
You're confronted by the Raincoat Killer that you saw earlier. He chases you, and you have to do some QTE stuff to escape.
Is this also the first hiding section?
A little bit later, you must hide in a closet or something.
Yes.
Well, he looks around for you. In my notes, this is super tedious. You have to occasionally hold the right trigger to hold your breath. Now, it does a thing that's kind of cool where it goes into, 2 cameras.
Yes.
One is a third-person camera showing the room, and down in the corner, picture-in-picture, is a first-person view of what the killer is seeing.
Yes.
And he's going through the room. Now, this is a really sick concept.
Yes, because they do this during the QTE chase moments too.
Yeah, and it's cool to see his perspective
while
versus
he's
your
chasing you.
the third-person camera. However, this takes maybe 2.5, 3 minutes, which is a while
Of just hiding.
And he goes around and there's dun 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 dun. There's like time crisis music playing. And it's like he's, where are you hiding? And he just lumbers around the room, and then eventually it's like, hold R2 to hold your breath, and it just says R2 hold breath. And if you don't hold it, you fuck up.
Yes,
you gotta hold it. Only hold it well it tells you to, and then you can stop.
Yep.
And you go. And like he can't even hold his breath.
No.
Like he goes like, ugh. Like
I know. You're like, come on, man. Like what the fuck? It's all those cigarettes.
And then eventually the killer goes, and then he throws his axe.
It's always hit somewhere near you.
And you go, yikes. And then
you can just leave.
Then he has the axe in his hand again. It's like an infinite axe.
And you can't pick up the axe he throws
No.
either. I was hoping you could grab it.
And then he walks away, and you don't see him for a while.
The first,
and this happens like 5 times in the game,
Yeah.
and it's the same exact thing, and it's completely unnecessary.
Yes, the first one. This is the first continue I used because I wanted to see what would happen if you didn't hide.
Oh yeah,
I thought maybe you could fight him.
So as you're in there, you can press X to get out of wherever you're hiding, or triangle to observe.
Yeah.
And if you hit observe, he goes, I can't go out just yet.
Yeah.
I go, it's giving me the option. Maybe I can
get out and
you
sneak
can do stealth,
around,
or you can
attack
I
him.
have like a little stealth walk. I can stealth walk.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You get an immediate game over. He finds you and chops you.
Yeah, and you can't fight back or anything. You can't pull out your gun. You can't do anything.
This is basically just sit and wait with there's no skill involved.
And
the QTE, it's like hold your breath.
Yeah. Also, like
That's how long it takes.
I hid in a closet every time. I never tried to hide underneath like the bench or the bed. But there's a couple scenes where, like, from his perspective, he walks in and he can see directly under one of the benches that you could have hid under.
And I'm wondering if that is a fuck
I am
up.
curious if he can find you.
If you can fuck up
Yeah.
that. If you can fuck up that shit.
If you can fuck that shit up.
Maybe so, maybe no. This is super tedious. It takes forever. It happens too many times. Later, he chases you. And again, split screen, very cool.
Yes.
But you have to waggle the left control stick left and right. I do one of these.
I did too. I had left hand.
Because I can't do... Now, my right thumb, I can go faster. Left thumb is not as developed.
Yeah, I just don't have the dexterity.
Right thumb, I could. I could probably do that more. And the thing is, it doesn't matter how fast you're doing
If I'm using these 2 fingers, I can fucking...
I know. It's how I'd rub out a woman's clit.
So fast. No, but I know exactly what you mean.
And it's also how I jerk off. I just kind of like...
I just rub the frenulum. Until eventually. But it burns sometimes.
I rub my perineum.
But
until the skin is excoriated.
But I couldn't tell if it really mattered how fast you did it.
It doesn't.
I felt like
To a
sometimes I was
degree.
doing this and then...
To a degree.
Yeah, I feel like you could go really slow and it would fuck it
But
up.
the thing is... Well, here's the thing. That
is a...
fruit fly just dive bombed me.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
know.
beefy little boy.
He is, yeah. He's big for a fruit fly.
I don't know what he's been munching on in here.
Who knows?
I did have a case of rotting fruit in the corner. That might be part of it.
Could have been it.
Shit. Your movement speed is not tied to how fast you're waggling the stick.
No.
But if you go too slow, you will slow down.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, so it does.
It's weird.
But if you
It's
go
weird.
fast, it doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. You don't go faster.
You just need to maintain a certain
Yes.
rhythm, which is not. And the instruction thing is like the stick is like left right. It's
left,
like
right.
go like this.
You can do
it's
a
like,
circle.
It's like should I do, yeah, you can do anything.
You can do whatever, and it's fine.
But still, I couldn't with my. So I had to go like this, and then it's like, and then every now and then you gotta like press X, and it's like, oh, I gotta go.
Well, because
it's
you run into those things we were talking about earlier, where you have to take the
or
step
he
up.
throws something at you, gotta dodge it.
Dodge, yeah.
But then you gotta go like this. You got, I'm walking,
X,
step
up,
and then to walk, you gotta get
X, step down,
and it.
Walk
and it's
again.
like, it is like that quick.
Yes.
And it's just tedious. It's just tedious, and it happens again like 5 times.
I hate sometimes you can't see that. If I'm watching, sometimes I'd watch his perspective to get a different angle on where I was running to see ahead of time if I'd have to like open a door. You can't like see those things half the time.
No.
So it's like not until you're literally on it and then you run into it, you're trying to run more for a second and then you go, oh shit, okay, press X, climb, okay, sprint, X, climb down, okay, sprint, okay, door, okay,
Okay,
sprint.
now, crate.
Yes, yeah. Oh my fucking god. To push the crate, you have to hold it.
So if you tap it, you'll go,
Let it back up.
I go, okay, I gotta hold it. You can let go and you still keep pushing.
Yes, because there's like a set distance you're going to push it once you pass a threshold.
But sometimes you're still pushing even after you're done. I couldn't stop sometimes.
Yes.
It's very. I'm like tapping X, I'm holding it, and I'd have to like
One
just
of the
like
most
fiddle with
awkward
the
things.
button.
One of the most
I
awkward
never
things.
fully understood because
'Cause
you're always
even-
kind of stressed when you're doing it. But I go, okay, well if I hold X and then let go, I stop.
Yes.
But if you hold X long enough, it'll
keep
play out.
pushing.
But then you can't stop.
It seems like the QTE things work differently than the just standard. You know what I mean? Like when you're out just
But I'm
exploring
saying
and you
just
can
the
push
QTE,
them.
I couldn't find consistency within it.
There was not. There wasn't with the box
It made no
pushing.
sense.
No.
And
it was
and
very
also,
frustrating.
I would go through. I'd break all the boxes on purpose so I wouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, they're
Doesn't
back.
matter. They
Doesn't
come back.
matter.
Boxes respawn. Terribly unintuitive and frustrating, and I would say doesn't add anything to the game.
No, not at all.
And something that I read was that combat was the last thing added to the game because a producer or a publisher thought, oh, it won't sell in the West without combat. I go, I would have loved this game so much more without combat. The combat's so unnecessary.
The combat is like one of the... It's one of those things where like because it's there, I wanted to explore it and I was interested in it. If it wasn't there, it wouldn't have been necessary. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't have missed it. I don't think I would have missed it if it was. Just like I wouldn't have missed the fishing if it
And
wasn't
I also
there.
like, okay, so I got a flamethrower. Did you get a flamethrower?
No.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Not fun to use.
No.
Because it doesn't. It sets the enemies on fire, and they can run into you when they're on fire. That happens.
I noticed that too. Yeah, because sometimes there is just fire and they run through it and they just sprint at you and burn you, and you're like,
Flamethrower kind of sucks. You can get a bunch of different weapons.
Yeah.
And in one of the cutscenes or one of the there's like a little like freeze frame at the end of a chapter. He had a big assault rifle.
Yeah.
I never got that.
I did.
Oh, where'd you get it?
You can buy it. You just have to go back to the
Panda?
Yeah, at certain points in the game. Sexual harassment, Panda.
Oh, I was thinking of the other one. I go. No. I goes out there on it. I go. Remember Panda?
Yeah.
I can't think of how the song goes.
I can't remember either.
I got done.
Oh, what is it? Oh,
Fuck.
oh, what is it? What is the fucking? I got
something or something.
Yeah, I got a good
What?
I got a Glock in my Rari. But, no, you can get like.
I got bras in Atlanta.
Yes, I got
dope
bras.
leading the-
Yeah, I got bras in Atlanta.
Twisting dope leaving the Fanta. Credit cards and the scammers. Hitting enough licks in the bando.
It's the I got broads in Atlanta is the one I couldn't remember.
I got bras in Atlanta.
I got bras in Atlanta.
Pockets full of Danny.
But you have your standard pistol, which has unlimited ammo. Then you have a shotgun. You have...
Shotgun was pretty much my go-to for the majority of the
Yes.
game, except for boss fights where I used the Magnum.
Oh, the Magnum rocks. You also have like a small SMG type thing, like an MP5 type thing.
I use that for the ones that crawl out of
the wall.
The wall.
I used the shotgun for those guys because it was one shot at each stage, and that was it. That was all it took. And then you could find the assault rifle, and you could find the Magnum, and apparently you could find a flamethrower.
Flamethrower was not fun. I was really expecting a lot more. Also, there are indestructible melee weapons that I never found.
I never found indestructible ones. I did find like a katana and a rapier.
I got a saber.
Yeah.
I got a katana. Mm-hmm. I got a crowbar, which is just called a bar.
I got a pickaxe.
I got a
which is called something else.
And I got to use it like 3 times and it broke.
Yeah. They're not like...
It had a sick animation.
Yeah, but the katana was probably one of my favorite melee weapons to use.
Saber was fun. And they do damage.
Oh, yeah, no, they're not bad. Especially once you get past, like, it tells you, too, each one, when you go to your inventory, everything has its own stats. You know what I mean? So you can see exactly how much damage it's going to do.
Yeah, strength, speed, durability.
Yeah.
Eventually...
I think there's one more pistol you can get, too.
There's the FBI pistol and the sheriff pistol.
The sheriff 9mm handgun
which they handle almost identically.
Yeah, but I think the sheriff one does more damage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And one carries more bullets, I believe.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you eventually escape and you find a ritualistic murder site that you then profile.
Whoa.
When you get back outside and you present your evidence to George and Emily, George explains to you the lore of the Raincoat Killer. Mm-hmm. And he explains that people in Greenvale avoid the rain and just there's this whole thing. You go, I gotta see everyone's backs.
Show me that back.
Emily is like, if this is gonna build trust, I'll do it. Mm-hmm. I will. It's kind of that scene in It where the kids all
where you
they all the same girl to build trust.
Yes, to build trust. Yep.
It's right.
Yeah, I think that's why they do it.
They all take turns fucking each other.
Yeah, it's a big suck fuck.
Yeah, that's what Stephen King is about. Mm-hmm. I think they cut that out of the movie for some reason.
They did not include that in the new movie. No, they did not.
They didn't include the orgy.
No, they did not.
Yeah,
they did not include the orgy.
There's also, I think
it's really more of a gangbang.
I think it's the night. Well, I think it's one at a time though.
Is it one at a time?
I'm pretty sure it's a train.
Oh, okay. So it is okay.
I think it's The Night Watchman is also another Stephen King short story where there are, I think it's like a 3-page scene of a minor being sodomized in excruciating detail.
That's upsetting.
Why? I'm a writer.
Yeah.
I've never been inclined to do that.
He writes a lot. He's written a lot of books.
I've written a lot.
I mean, maybe
I've written a lot.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know.
I don't write professionally though, so maybe that's the difference.
And he got hit by a car that one time, left for dead on the side of the road in Maine, and then his writing got weird.
I just go.
Not that it wasn't weird.
It's a little weird to me.
Yeah, I'm not trying.
If I did that, would I be beloved?
Yeah, fair.
I don't think so.
No,
I think people are given. I'll give anybody a pass if I like their stuff enough.
Yeah, I think that is
okay.
Worth
just let's just be upfront because I go. You know what? Jack offs. I love R. Kelly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You want to give me shit for it? You like Stephen King? Okay. First of all, R. Kelly's much worse.
Yes, R. Kelly did actual things.
I don't think Stephen King did any of that stuff. I think he's. But I also go. What's worse? Doing it or writing about it?
Doing it.
Damn. I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
Change my mind.
Yeah, never mind.
So here I go, okay, finally. Because I was in a bit of a dry spell, I go, I get to see Emily's tits. Mm-hmm. No, she doesn't even take her bra off.
You don't even get side boob.
No.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Nothing.
I had to use the fucking the same code that lets you play as nude Mona Sachs in Max Payne 2. I had to use that on Deadly Premonition.
You had to transfer it over to Deadly Premonition.
Go to romhacking.org. And then George shows you his back. Mm-hmm. He's covered in disgusting scars.
It's so gross you almost throw up. And you go, oh, gross, George, put that away.
George. It's looking like Abdullah the Butcher's forehead. It is. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Or even, what's his name? Who's in the ECW, and he was like the most hardcore guy.
Sabu.
No.
Or Terry Funk.
Maybe it was an ECW. Maybe
Sandman.
It was even more
A bunch of... basically any wrestler who bladed. New Jack.
New Jack, yes, New Jack. New Jack's forehead looks like fucking like
that's
hamburger meat.
That's what they all
yeah,
look
that's
like.
like hamburger meat. That's my downstairs neighbor has a forehead like that, and I want to be like, were you into like amateur wrestling?
No, I got my face cut open because I owed somebody a lot of money.
It could be that also, or he got in a car accident, so that's why I haven't bugged him about it.
George, what's up with all these scars? You're looking disgusting, dude. Hey, just like your little imaginary friend, it's a private matter. Don't ask me. Okay, I can understand that. Mm-hmm. That's basically what happens. I acted it out for you.
Nailed it. Frankly. Yeah, because that's another thing is, it took me a minute to realize whether or not York was talking to...
George or Zach?
Zach. Whether or not York was talking to Zach out loud, or whether it was just showing it to you like that.
And
you know what I mean? But then at a certain point, it becomes clear that he is just speaking out loud in front of these people to his imaginary friend. And you're like, you're a full-grown man. You know what I mean? Like,
I love how they go, he goes, I think it's in the first scene when you meet Emily, he goes, and please don't ask me about Zach.
Yes, immediately you tell
personal.
her that. Yeah. It's just like, all right. Which led me to believe that you do just talk to him in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 6. Greenvale Inhabitants. Thomas arrives and at where you are, and he and George suggests that everyone meets up the next day at the community center for York to question them. Mm-hmm. Emily stresses, don't be late. Mm-hmm. That's her own personal desire, because literally you can be late for anything in the game, it doesn't matter.
That's what it seems like, yeah.
You'll never get a game over.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that it'll just restart the next day. You can just try again.
The next day you try again at the same time.
Which is never anything that I never even took that risk.
You eventually address everyone there at the community center, and you meet all the townsfolk. Now, here's what I thought was confusing. It's supposed to be this big thing where all the townsfolk meet. Mm-hmm. They go, okay, well, be sure you interview everybody. I'm hitting my mic so much tonight. Mm-hmm. You're in like a lecture hall.
Yes.
There's, there's a stage and there's like seating.
Yeah, you'd see like Gary V speak here.
Yeah. God, I wish. Dude, hustle hard. And I go, okay, I'll interview people. I'm walking around. They're all, and it's like probably not important to the investigation. As you walk up to people. Yeah. There's all these like NPCs that are unnamed, non-interactive NPCs. I go, what the fuck?
Yeah, that are just sitting in the auditorium.
And Emily's like, hey, before you leave, make sure you tell me so we can like, go together. And I go, okay, I guess I shouldn't walk out. And then I'm like, all right, well, I guess I can't interview anybody. Nothing's happening. Mm-hmm. I asked Thomas to see his back. Yeah. Just to rule him out. Uh-huh. He has a tattoo on his back. Mm-hmm. It says Love G.
Love G.
I go,
baby.
Is that G Love and the special sauce?
Yeah.
Or does he love G? Mm-hmm. The character from House of the Dead. You ever play House of the Dead?
Yes, I played House
of the Dead. Suffer like G did. That line is so ingrained in my memory.
They've got
They got one. I think they have 1, 2, and 3 at the arcade.
I was gonna say I think they have all 3 at the barcade. The only thing that sucks is House of the Dead 3, which is one with the shotguns. One of the shotguns, the light isn't working on it.
Oh no!
So it's like you can only shoot on one half of the screen with that gun.
I beat that one by myself.
Yeah, I was playing it with Sarah the other day, and I got the shitty shotgun. So she's like, "You're doing really bad," and I'm like, "I cannot shoot on this half of the screen." Like, you bitch. I'm better at video games than you. You're a woman.
Ain't it the truth?
And boy, oh boy, they're not funny at all.
Did you see this?
Your comically large joint?
No, not that. I got a joint snuffer.
I did see that, yeah.
I saw this on Red Bar.
Oh, okay. What is it?
You just...
Oh, it's magnetic.
You just put the joint in it. You don't have to... when you're like, oh, I gotta clip my joint.
Yeah.
It says stubbing it out. You put it in there, and it's just the oxygen.
It just gets cut away.
And you go, oh, it just stops. It's so much nicer.
How much is one of these things? $3?
Like $6, $8.
Think about that. Maybe once our head shops downtown open back up after their recent raids, we'll
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, try it out. After you're done, you just put it in there, drop it in, and that's it.
go get the fuck out of here.
And then when you pull it back out, it's clean.
Yeah.
You don't gotta deal with. Oh, and I think it was Bill Maher was snipping the ends of them.
Bill Maher is smoking and doing drugs like he's still in the 80s.
Did you see Bill Maher interview the Hawk Tua girl?
I have it saved. I'm watching it tonight. Don't. It's like, do not. Don't
I
ruin it for
was
me.
pulling my fucking skin off. If anyone doesn't know, Bill Maher from Politically Incorrect and Religious and everything.
In real time with Bill Maher. Mm-hmm.
He's got a show called Club Random where he has a second house on his property. Mm-hmm. That's like where it's Club Random because all the stuff he's collected over the years just puts in this room. Mm-hmm. And I think they recently got a production team, but before that they just had cameras like on like little AI things.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's him and usually one other person alone in his basement. Mm-hmm. And he's drinking and smoking.
Oh, he gets lit up.
I've ever watched Drink Champs and you see like suddenly like Sadat X is like weeping and you're like, what is going on here?
You're like, oh, he's hammered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was, oh man, who was I?
Candace Owens. You see the Candace Owens one?
Benzino. Oh,
Candace Owens one was so good.
yes, I did. I'm thinking Drink Champs. I think it was Benzino was on Drink Champs and he was bawling, talking about the beef with Eminem, which has been going on for 30 years.
He's just hammered.
It's like, God, this is
it's a bad look for anyone who comes on here.
But it's a wild ass show. You go, God damn, it's crazy to see these guys just getting loose. Well, Bill Maher gets loosey goosey. Yeah. And this show, I watched it when the first episode came up. It came on YouTube. I go, I kind of like. I used to like real time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It can be okay to watch because he'd have the panelists on, he'd have the guests, and like he'd have a.
And sometimes he had like.
It would be a real discussion. You know
and
it'd be
and if someone was a good conversationalist or a good broadcaster or whatever, it'd be very entertaining.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, just these free form discussions. Sometimes it was just like everyone had their little pre-written thing and they
clearly had their buzzwords they were trying to get out. Yeah,
but potential to be great. I go, I'll check this out. The first episode that I saw, it was the first or second episode. It was Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I go, all right, pretty crazy.
Check this out. Yeah.
Shortly after I see Bella Thorne. Just
very different.
Very different
person.
And that's why I began to realize, he is like a 65-year-old bachelor. And it's not a Thomas-style bachelor. Nope. He's just a horny old freak, and he wants to fuck young girls. Yep. And it is very apparent, and the show is...
The Bella Thorne one is hard to get through.
And Bella Thorne, who is the product of sexual abuse,
which she
ritualistic sexual abuse,
which she mentions, and then he just kind of goes, all of you kids have some sort of fucking
trauma,
anxiety. Oh my goodness! Smoke some weed, and you'll be fine. And she's like, I was like sexually assaulted as a child. You know what I mean?
I was a Disney Channel kid.
Yeah.
Do you realize what that means?
Yeah, like grown men sucked on my feet. You know what I mean? Like when I was 6. And you're like, and he's like, yeah, I'd smoke some weed about it.
Well,
have a drink.
21-year-old Haley Welch, the spit girl. Doing the podcast circuit for some reason. She's trying her best to capitalize on her moment. It
seems as though she is using it to raise money for charities, to donate to things. From the few things I've seen.
I have seen her do some charitable work as well. I don't know who booked this. I watched her on Whitney Cummings' podcast.
I saw a couple
Whitney's
clips
a groomer.
I saw a couple clips of that, yeah.
Whitney goes, no means yeah, or yeah. no means yes in this business. Because she's going, oh, I'm not comfortable with this. And she goes, well, it doesn't matter, bitch. And like she's basically like, yeah, I'm taking advantage of you.
Yes.
Saying
Whitney's
some
horrible.
really disgusting stuff.
And even just hearing Tim Dillon talk about like Whitney's like influencer house with a bunch of like young kids hanging out in it, and Whitney's,
I didn't
like,
know
a
Whitney
fucking-
had an influencer house.
Yes.
Ugh.
She hosts Thanksgivings for like TikTokers,
Ugh.
where she has all of them
Not
over to her
good.
house and like yeah. Tim Dillon has talked about it like jokingly, being
Woof.
like, "This is a weird thing. I hate going over there. You know what I mean? It's uncomfortable, and I don't like it."
No, I know what you're talking about now.
Yes.
I've seen clips where she just has like it's like it's I don't know if you ever saw the Madonna video. Madonna brings out Jack Black. Who wrote all the Judd Apatow?
Oh yes. Yes.
Eric Andre.
I want you to show me with this spread how you lick your husband's asshole.
Amy Schumer.
Oh, when they're like young, I'm guessing.
No,
No.
like a few years ago, like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Brings them all over for like a drinking game.
Yeah.
And they're like doing all this weird. She's like pushing all this sexual stuff on everybody.
Yeah.
I've seen clips from Whitney's gatherings that have a similar vibe.
Very much so. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Madonna tour announcement video that is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. I've subjected several people to it. And then it was the tour where she wound up getting like toxic shock in her pussy or something, and like
Did you see the
had to cancel it.
I can't remember what the name of the tour is, but there's like a 20-minute video that's like the announcement video for like the Limp Bizkit, Corey Haim, Riff Raff tour that's going on.
No.
Oh, it's great. I'll send it to you later. It's really great. It's like a whole skit thing, you know what I mean?
It's good. Oh,
it's scripted.
I started to watch that, and I go, oh, this is. I had to like stop it because I just wasn't. I didn't have the time.
Right, you weren't paying
I
attention.
do intend to finish that.
It's great.
Because I go, this looks crazy.
It's really something else.
Well,
Sorry, we're really got off track.
no,
there.
it's good. It's good, but man, there's a
Mayer Hawk
wild
Hawk Twa.
ass episode of Club Random.
Yeah, I gotta watch. I've got the Red Bar clip saved for when I get home.
You don't even need the red bar clip. You can
Just watch the full episode.
I didn't see the red bar clip. I watched. One of the things that made me realize Red Bar was funny was that he was the only other person I ever saw bring up how insane Club Random is.
Yeah, the Richard Dreyfuss episode.
I was having those realizations on my own watching the show. I go, this is the craziest fucking show. And at one point, I've acted this out on the show before, I think, but
Oh my God.
where did I put my joint? Now we're broadcasting. You're Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
You're talking to me.
So Reservoir, we're filming
What
Reservoir
is my-
Dogs, and I'm talking to Harvey Keitel, and I've got Harvey Keitel sucking on my toe,
And my butt's on.
and I'm joking. Your ass is in frame.
And Quentin's like. And Quentin's like. The fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Like, are we doing a show?
Yeah. Quentin Tarantino's not the person to do that in front of, because I also love with Tom Segura. He went on Tom Segura's. He went on Two Bears One Cave, and like halfway through it, he's basically just like, "Did you read the fucking book I gave you that you're here to interview me about?" And Tom's like, "I'm listening to it on audiobook," and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Quentin Tarantino's like, "Why am I even here?" And it's painful for a moment, but I'm also like, yes.
Well,
Like,
the Haley Welch appearance on both. What is it? Good for You? I think is Whitney's show.
oh, I don't know. Yeah.
And the Club Random
She
one.
tries to like
is
suggest the clip I
nuts.
saw is
It's-
her trying to be
the
like,
whole thing is
has Bobby Lee messaged you yet? Has Bobby Lee gotten a hold of you? You know what I mean? And she's like, who's Bobby Lee? And then she's like, you know, and it's clearly she's being like, has Bobby Lee tried to fuck you yet? And it's
Yeah, because Bobby Lee's a creep.
it's also just a horny old creep.
Disgusting behavior.
Anyway, dinner.
Well, no.
No, I know. Yeah. You see Love G on
Or G Love in the special sauce.
whichever one you'd prefer.
Or, like I said, G. Was it the AMS is the government agency in House of the Dead?
Oh, I don't remember that well enough. You seem much more versed in House of the Dead than
I'm into House of the Dead lore. I didn't make a video on it yet. Maybe I will. Ooh, you know what we should do?
Go play through all of them at the barcade and then...
I'll play through them here. I got the fucking light
Oh,
guns.
you have the light guns. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, we should.
All right.
That'd be sick.
I'll set that up. Well, anyway, I guess I'm going to try to walk out. I walk out. Everyone is outside in the hallway.
everybody's
Did they
waiting
not
out.
see my presentation?
Have they been out here the whole time? Did no one
Because
listen to
I didn't.
anything?
They didn't.
They didn't. You didn't see him get up and leave or anything. No. I was confused about that too because she says to question people and you got to talk to people, but then it's like you talk to him, Thomas, and George.
I think Thomas and George and Emily are the only people you can talk to in that room.
You
And
can't
the,
really
and the
even-
room is full of people.
Yeah,
that you
but they're
can't
all
interact
just like
with.
nameless. Who you will not see again because you don't really see too many uninteractable people in the world.
Only in a couple of the businesses,
Like,
like
in
the milk barn
yeah, I was gonna
and
say
the bar.
milk barn and technically the also at the diner. There's people you can like be like, oh, looks like there's just some people enjoying food here.
Yeah.
But
Well, anyway, that confused me. But then you meet the entire cast of characters.
yes, this can also get cut short if you're not like fast enough doing all of
Wow.
it.
What? I didn't have that happen.
Because I was like, I don't know what happened, but I might have just picked the wrong person to talk to. But there was still like 2 people I wanted to talk to, and then suddenly it was just like, all right, we're heading. You know what I mean? Like time to.
Damn.
It like cut to the cutscene with like, Emily.
I
and
did
George.
like half, and then I walked around, did the other half, and then came to the middle.
I went upstairs first, if I remember right, and then I was like talking to Polly when suddenly I got like cut off after I finished the conversation. with
Okay,
her.
so let's just go over a few of the townsfolk. This is where you meet them all.
Yes.
Brian, the grave man.
Yes. The gravedigger.
The gravedigger. He's a ghost, right?
Suicide. It's a suicide. Yeah, he's supposed to look like a corpse paint.
But
ghost
he is.
guy.
I think he is literally a ghost.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's the guy who's playing piano at the bar.
No, here's the thing. Multiple people at the bar looked like that. They all had the sunken
they all
eyes.
have the sunken eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just thought that was Brian playing
No.
piano at the bar.
I go, that's fucked up. And I go to a woman. I go, is this like an ambush? No, I don't know. And then York says something like, I guess the people here drink a lot.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Very weird. So we're gonna break off into a side quest here. Brian asks you to find bones. There's been a grave that was dug up
Yes.
by stray dogs. Poetic. And you have to go around town and find, I think, 7 bones. It's like head, foot, hand, arm, leg.
Pelvis and yeah.
Supreme leg, head, arm, leg.
Wu-Tang Clan is
I
tight
don't-
as long dreads.
I have no idea what the fucking
Supreme
line
arm,
is.
supreme arm, leg, arm, head.
You're right? That's not it.
I
It's,
know,
it's
yeah.
so close. What is it?
It's like, it is
It
something
doesn't
like
matter.
that.
It's in a way you go, yeah, that's a good line. So you find all that shit.
We can't sing any more of that song either, unfortunately. But yeah, I found all the bones.
You could if you were Serge from System of a Down.
Hey, they wrote a verse just for that cover. A unique verse just for that. They were involved, damn it. Shavo Dajian has produced albums for RZA.
Yeah, RZA gave him the pass. All Armenians got the pass.
All Armenians got the pass after the genocide. But
So-
the Turks don't, though.
So, Brian, did you find his bones?
I found all his bones. That's the beginning and end of it for me.
Then you bring them back to him.
I tried to talk to him after I found all the bones, but I think I was too close to the end
So
of the game.
here's
or
what I
maybe.
think maybe
I think I had
happens.
skipped. I think I was too far ahead. You know
Possibly.
what I mean?
Also, if you have a bone on you and you talk to Kaysen and Willie, who I don't think we've introduced fully yet, but
No, because we haven't met them
Yeah.
technically yet. I think it's the chapter 8.
Willie, the Dalmatian, the adorable Dalmatian, which I Dalmatians are terrifying in real life.
Yes, they're very violent dogs.
He'll steal your bone. And then you need to go find the truck and take it out of his doghouse. And he goes,
oh,
"Glad I don't need a warrant to search a doghouse."
Christ.
And then that happens like 3 times. So maybe that's a prerequisite for bringing the bones back
Maybe.
to Brian. But either way, when you bring the bones back, the grave that was dug up is now covered, and you read it, and it says like Brian, 1956 to blank blank.
Goddamn.
And he goes, Brian? Oh, that's a dark joke.
Yeah.
Huh. It's like, no, that's Brian's fucking grave.
He's dead.
Brian's the ghost. He couldn't rest because you had his bones.
you had all his bones.
all over the place. That's why I think he's a ghost.
Okay. Maybe.
Or he's...
I think you can ask someone what's the deal with Brian, though, at some point. Or something like that. I feel like there was something.
I think he's a ghost that has crossed over into the realm. I don't think it's something that
okay.
only Zach can see.
Oh, okay. York. No, I'm kidding. Fuck. Shit. But no, yeah, you meet Brian.
And then you meet Diane.
Yeah, you meet Diane.
You meet
Nick and his wife
Lily.
Lily, yes, Nick and Lily, who are the kids.
I think Lily. No, Lily is the milk barn lady. It's Nick and...
Yeah, it's Nick and Lily. Nick and Lily Ingram are the parents of Charles and are the parents of the two kids. Right?
I kind of think it's not.
Is it Carol? No, because Carol's the one
It's
who...
Lily and Keith Ingram run the milk barn.
Lily and Keith Ingram, yes. Nick and Carol run the diner.
Yeah, Carol, who was Thomas's sister, which was not apparent to me at all.
Is Carol's not Thomas's sister.
Carol's not the woman from the diner either.
She's the one who runs the bar.
Yeah,
Carol
sings at the bar.
Sings at the bar.
But that's
And her and
Thomas's sister. I didn't know that.
It mentions it a few times because they own the bar. It mentions that Thomas and his sister own the bar, or Carol and her brother own the bar.
It's so hard to keep track because they're like,
Well, I mean,
that's
I just
so-and-so.
named...
They're related to this person.
I just attributed the wrong name to
I
three
know.
different people right there.
I know there's like all these connections. Like I can't keep the minor details straight. Mostly just people's names.
Nick sounds more like the guy who would be like the, whoa, dude, what's going on? But that's Keith.
Yeah, Keith
You know
the
what I mean?
rocker.
Mhm.
So you meet them,
is up on Crocker.
and then you also meet Stooley, or what's her name? The pot lady.
Oh, yeah, the pot lady.
My
who was
pot is getting cold.
Did you ever bring her home?
I'd brought her home twice.
She fucking gets you off real quick. No, I'm kidding. She gives you the hock toi. But no. Yeah, I brought her home once. And then I was like, I don't know what the point of that was. Because then she yells at you.
It's one of those quests, you do it 3 times or something, and then they give you a prize.
Yeah, I wasn't going to find out.
That's another thing. A lot of the quests are do the same thing a few times.
Yeah. And it's also revealed to you that she used to be like the most beautiful woman in the town.
She was hotter than Polly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she won the Miss Greenvale contest back in the day.
Polly took runner-up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, that happened. Nick doesn't want to talk to you.
Nope.
And also, the guy from the gas station doesn't want to talk to you either. He's like, maybe if you gave me a couple Ben Franklins, I'd talk.
Yeah, this guy seems like literally just like a really fucking dumb guy. Because
He
at
is.
first I thought he was like, oh, maybe he's like, you know what I mean, being like a bastard biker, you know what I mean? It's like,
No.
nope, he's just really stupid.
And he co-owns the gas station with the very horny lady who
Gina.
has her... Yeah, Gina. Rosy Lips Vagina, who has her pants half off. You talk to
And you
everybody.
yeah, sorry.
You talk to Harry, I think, is there briefly. I think. I could be wrong. Talk to a bunch of fucking people. And then,
Oh, you meet the Wesley, the owner of the Panda Gun Shop, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's the other person you meet. And you meet the old man, the colonel or whatever, or the general.
The general.
And
you're like,
where's Shaquille O'Neal, huh?
is it the general? Or is
No, I think it's something else. It's like
it
the
the
colonel.
sergeant?
I think it's the sergeant or the colonel or something like that.
I think... it's something. It's one or the other, and he's wearing the other the outfit of the other rank.
Yeah, he's wearing the wrong rank. Like, you
Yeah.
mentioned that more than once. He seems like a Stolen Valor fake Vietnam guy. Or it seems like there's a guy who he shits all over and he's like talking a bunch of shit about. I think that's him. You know what I mean?
I'm so confused. So I didn't do all of his missions.
Okay, I did all of them.
And he reveals more of his story every time we talk to him.
Yes, but he's just talking every time. He just brings up the same bumbling idiot private.
And you never get it resolved.
Never get it resolved.
All right,
There's a point where you go, that sounds like this might be you. And he just goes, and that's like it. You know what I mean? You're like, all right.
Well, that's kind of mirroring what's happening with a lot of the characters.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Chapter 7, Dinner. So after everything winds down, Emily invites you out to the diner.
Well, a fun part, too, you don't have to do this.
Yeah, there's a couple things. Like, George also invites you to a bar later. You go,
Yeah.
What do you think, Zach? We could go drink with George or go home.
And you can just select go home, which, frankly, if it was me, I'd fucking go
Also,
home.
at the top of a lot of chapters, Emily or George will be like, hey, let's drive to the place. And if you get out of the car, they're like, I'm going to go without you.
Yes.
But so I missed interactions
That
like
happened to
have
me
had
once
with
on
them.
accident. I didn't mean to. It was just like I saw a card as I was driving by on my map, and I was like, oh, I'll get out and grab it. And then I got back and Emily was gone.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't do any of the dialogue options yet.
Hated it. Mm-hmm. Made me very frustrated.
Mm-hmm. But you go to dinner.
So you guys are all talking. George, Thomas, Emily, York. You're at the diner, munching. She's like, I don't feel qualified to like work this case. You're this big FBI guy, and you're like talking about some of your experiences. Here's a little thing he says. The case I was working until last month. I lost a word here. Well, the guy killed 7 girls in a 3-month period. He sawed their heads off from the neck and took them back to his house. He cleaned the skulls up and used them as utensils in his daily life, to eat from, or as a urine cup. He hated women, and that was his way of dealing with it. He'd fill skulls with ice, cola, and rum, and down it in one gulp. For him, that was a holy ritual. And he goes, but the guy was clearly insane. Because he would drink out of the same skull that he peed in.
Yeah.
He goes, drinking from it's one thing, but to pee in it and then drink from it,
that's crazy.
You got to be crazy.
That's when you've crossed the line, yeah.
And he goes, yes, and an ingenious law student raped over 800 victims.
You're like, two parts of that. Ingenious? Maybe not the word I'd use. You know what I mean? And 800? Jesus Christ.
And then everyone's like, that's enough. And he goes, damn, Zach, we were just about to get to the good part.
Yeah.
I go, this is crossing a line.
Yes.
Some of the people that like this game, I go, you like this? Because if someone else made this same joke, I don't think you'd be as receptive.
Excuse me, if instead of this swimmer's cock, we were talking about some gymnast's pussy or boobs, I think everyone would be very upset.
After you get done regaling your pals with tales of rape and urine,
rape and murder and drinking piss-filled rum. Piss-tainted rum.
Piss-tainted rum from a skull. Mm-hmm. As I drink rum from the skull. You eventually go back to your hotel, you write your progress report. And these progress reports are like a recurring theme in the game. Mm-hmm. And you kind of like get quizzed on like
what evidence you found or like what maybe was revealed about someone.
I liked this as a mechanic for keeping track of a very convoluted story where you're just like, you're meeting so many people and it's like, this is this person's relative and they work at this business. You're like, okay, everyone has like one sibling or one person they're connected to, if not 2.
And it's hard
and
to
a
keep
business
track.
they're connected to.
Yeah.
And
sometimes the people like this person's sister works at this business for these 2 who they're related, but you know what I mean? It's like
Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Chapter 8.
We go through episodes too, like Attack of the Clones.
Great song. Muses Gallery, Chapter 8. York is back in the Red Room with the Angel Twins. Are you thirsty?
You must be very thirsty.
What a weird fucking scene.
Are you thirsty? You must be very thirsty.
You meet a woman named Becky. She's Anna's friend. She goes, I'm Becky. I'm Anna's friend. You go, oh, okay, what's up?
That's
like,
sick, right?
I'm Becky. I'm Anna's friend. I think she just keeps repeating that. When you exit the Red Room, you see yourself as a child, and you go, oh, that's me when it happened.
You're like, what happened?
You wake up in the hotel, and you meet Forrest Kaysen outside your room. He is with his dog, Willie the Dalmatian. He's a traveling tree sapling salesman. Now,
He's like John Candy from Plane, Trains, and Automobiles.
Totally.
You know? Similar character.
Something I didn't realize. Forrest Kaysen appears in 2 other games, I think.
Oh, really?
By the same developer.
Oh, okay.
He's got a sort of Mr. Door type ability, it seems.
Oh, okay.
Able to bounce between the realms.
Thus the
That's my
traveling
take on it as an
salesman
amateur. I haven't played the other games yet, but I saw some screenshots and go, oh, wow. Okay.
They did a really good job of trying to constantly make you question what Forrest's motivations were and like whether or not he's a good guy or not. You know what I mean? Ultimately,
I
throughout
always
the
thought
whole
his
thing.
motivation was almost always pussy.
Pussy. No, from the beginning, I go, well, those saplings probably make the red seeds because they were red trees. He's probably the one. He's probably got a lot to do with this. Like right away, I was like, he's probably got a lot to do with this. And they keep trying to be like, no, Kaysen's not. He's just a sweet man. Who comes
Even
in
he
to
says
town."
it to you. He's like, that's, you know, have anything on me, right?
Yeah, it's like, you don't want to talk to me at all, right? There's no reason.
You go outside after meeting Kasem.
Casey Kasem.
You meet Emily and George in the parking lot. They say it's time to meet Diane at the art gallery. When you get there, you have to go through some puzzles to eventually find Diane. Don't look back there.
Sorry.
You're only going to encourage her.
The thing that can't see me.
You have to go through some puzzles. You eventually find Diane. Diane, who's the owner of the art gallery, and it's her own little pet project. Because York's like, an art gallery? Here? With these idiots? Minnow, chill out.
Oh, that one was like, let me in. Yeah, like, hey, fuckers.
Hi.
Trying to get at that hot cock.
Oh. Diane's the art gallery lady. It's her own personal pet project. And everything there is like a depiction of a forest.
Yes. They're all trees or something.
She, if you talk to her, she'll eventually, like, will acknowledge. I think it's when you're drinking at the bar with her, maybe. Like, as an optional thing. She's like, I always wanted to, like... Something like, I always wanted to, like, be an outdoorsy type. But, like, I like wearing, like, high heels and stuff. So, like, compromise. I have paintings of a forest.
And you're also, like, you also were brought back into town by a man named Forrest. You know?
It's also true.
Because she wasn't there. The reason you can't talk to her for the first couple of days is because she's not in town. She's getting some... She's probably doing some art gallery stuff somewhere else. You know?
So... Diane claims that she was up late drinking with Nick at the time of the murder. Nick is the owner of the A&G Diner where Anna used to work when she was still alive.
Yes.
So you go, okay, well, we got to go talk to Nick and confirm his story. So chapter 9, A&G, which is, I think, code for Access Games, the studio here.
That makes sense.
You exit the gallery to meet with Emily and George. You head to the diner to confirm Diane's story. Harry Stewart shows up for his lunch. Olivia gives it to him.
Olivia is, yes, that's Nick's wife.
He gets a turkey, strawberry jam, and cereal sandwich. York suggests it is a sinner's sandwich, self-inflicted punishment to atone for past sins. And apparently this is one of the clips that went wild on Twitter back in the day.
Oh,
like, people thought this was a very memeable moment. I guess it is. It's not, but I mean, not by far not one of the craziest moments in the game.
No, not at all.
But you try the sandwich, you'll love it. And then after you go, I'll change my order. I'll have what he's having. They go,
did you try to go into the kitchen?
Nick
at any point
is
in the
pissed.
diner?
He goes, get out of here.
And I'm upset by that too, because there's stuff in there. There's glowing things you can like
there's
interact
definitely
with.
a time where you can go. I don't know when it was.
But I don't know how to get in there when he's not at work, you know what I mean? But I never figured it out. But every time he'd be like, hey, get the fuck out of my kitchen. And you're like, you should never disturb a cook in his kitchen.
Yeah, you're like, every man has a sanctuary. You're welcome to Rome, baby.
Rome, if you want to.
So, Olivia wants to talk to you more, but it's clear that she's uncomfortable around Nick. She has something that she wants to say to you. Nick kind of seems like, Nick's her husband, but he seems like he's
kind of an asshole.
Yeah, he's very aggressive. He was very aggressive with you at the community house meeting.
Yeah, and then if you try to walk in the kitchen, he gets even more aggressive.
So, you have to wait until like 12:30 at night or something.
Yeah.
Takes a while. This is where you can go, that was loud as hell, son. But when you eventually get back, she reveals that Nick and Diane would go out drinking together all the time. And that Nick, well, he denies having a sexual relationship. He says he just wants the intellectual connection that he has with Diane, as if him and Diane are the only two people in town who are smart enough to discuss art. And culture. And
not the gay guy, though.
He knows how to cook.
Or Usha, the guy who, like, fucking, you know what I mean, is into chess and stuff. And
yeah, he seems very cultured. He seems like he's like...
Yeah.
And he's like a computer genius.
Yeah, so it's like I don't know. It's like I don't know.
He kind of makes it out like everyone here is too dumb for me. It's like it seems like there's actually some like cool people.
Yeah, it seems like there's actually some people who like are actually pretty decent and smart and know what's going on and with it.
Well, anyway,
you've got people like Keith here and there, but you know,
suddenly you get a call from George. Something happened at Becky's house.
Dum, dum.
And he's like, I think they said something about the Raincoat Killer. So it was Quint that called this in. Quint, who owns Swery 65, I think.
His dad owns it.
Oh, but he works there.
Yes, he works there. And the fun fact...
That's the darts bar.
I went to the darts bar before this section.
Oh.
So I interacted with Quint and his dad beforehand, and Quint mentions Becky when you talk to him at the bar. That is something
they're together, right?
Yeah, they're together. They're dating. He mentions her and mentions that like she's ever since Anna died, she's been acting weird and she hasn't come into work.
Right, I remember that.
Because she works at the milk barn, I think, for Keith and Lily. Or does Becky work at? I think she was an employee at the milk barn.
I think so too. You rush to Becky's house. This is chapter 10, The Second Sacrifice. Once again,
sacrifice.
a second sacrifice.
You seen the Filipino guy singing that song?
Friend. Huh?
Have you seen the Filipino guy singing that song?
Yeah.
Can't speak a lick of English, but he fucking crushes
Phonetic English is great. You're back in another world, the Cosby Show spinoff, and you find evidence of the murder. You see Becky is strung up in a bathtub. Suspended by wires.
Barbed wires.
You do a whole thing. The other world sections are generally very boring and repetitive.
And
there's nothing to really talk about.
Like you said, they were really an afterthought.
And there's half-assed puzzles sometimes.
Sometimes.
Usually not.
Yeah.
Usually it's go through a bunch of corridors, fight enemies if you want to. You could
come
walk
out of these
past
like
most of them.
They come out of these like black goo puddles. Some of those goo puddles will disappear after you kill like 3 of them. Some of them will just keep spawning. Enemies forever.
Yeah, it's
you know what I mean?
and you get money for killing enemies and also money for headshots.
Yeah, but only like $20.
Right.
Whereas like your daily, you get like 10. Like I had like $20,000-$30,000.
Okay, here's something.
Like
your daily unpaid wage, salary, whatever.
Yeah.
Something I didn't realize till way late in the game. You have to go pick that up.
What?
That's your unpaid
wages. Where do you pick that up from?
You don't know.
Oh, okay.
Crazy. No, it's crazy that you don't know.
Oh, I don't know. No.
I would have thought you picked up on this because I was like, I guess this must have been obvious to other people. Maybe it wasn't. It's at the sheriff's office.
Oh, I never did that once.
You have to go pick up your pay. Yeah, you have like a little like a pay stub.
I still had like 20, 30,000. I always had plenty of money for everything.
Yeah.
Like anytime I wanted a new suit,
you always
that was
had
available.
money.
Yeah, it was like never an issue.
I bought every car. Almost.
Yeah, I bought the fastest ones with the best handling.
Yeah.
I bought Usha's convertible.
That was pretty sick.
That was sick.
My favorite car in the game, I'd say. So, Anna's suspended, and there's all these wires. And
Becky.
I'm sorry, Becky.
Anna's already dead
George
as
goes,
shit.
we gotta get her down. And so he goes, Thomas, cut those wires. Thomas fumbles the bag. He can't fucking hang on to those things to save his life. It's like he's holding on to a greased pig.
It's like he's trying to hold on to a pair of tits or something. You know what I mean? He just doesn't know what to do with soap.
So he goes, get out of the way. I'll fucking do it, you jackass. You jackass.
York goes, no, don't cut it.
Yeah, York could go, stop. He just doesn't assert himself in the situation
he doesn't,
at all. And then it's rigged. He cuts the wire, suck, fucking kills. She was like half alive.
Yeah, she was still a little bit, she was still breathing.
Her tongue was cut out.
Dun-dun.
Well, she gets fucking necked, and it's over for her.
Yep. Thomas throws up.
She coughs up a key to a safe. You go out, you poke around the bedroom. You find a letter from Becky to her sister. Her sister is revealed to have been Diane. Becky and Diane. Two American sisters getting killed, I guess. Really,
unfortunately, yeah.
The letter mentions giving a locket to the twins that Anna was holding on to when she died. So Diane was tight with Anna.
It also
Anna
mentions
died.
how she's sorry for borrowing her shoes and breaking them.
So Miss High Heels was Diane, who was at the crime scene. Or
Becky.
Becky, yes.
Well, they were Diane's heels, though. So your original suspicion that the heels belonged to Diane was correct.
Right. Yes. Okay. So anyway, yeah.
Sorry.
Crazy. A lot to keep up on.
Yes, that's the thing, is there's so much to keep
But
track
Anna
of.
had a locket in her hand when she died. That
Because you found just like something in her hand.
the imprint.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She
When you
was
find her
holding something
body.
small and round. I go, I wish I was. Episode 2, Part 2, Chapter 11, Lost Child. This chapter opens up at the milk barn, run by Lily and Keith Ingram. Keith talks like a stereotypical rocker. He's very annoying.
Yes, I hated him.
Oh, I can't believe it, man. Now that's heavy.
And he's a rockabilly rocker.
Yeah, not
I
like
go, what? You probably like the Stray Cats.
He loves a Reverend Horton Heat.
They are the parents of the twins, which was... oh, okay, yeah. So Isaac and Isaiah are the kids of Lily and Keith. And they go, hey, Becky used to work there. You're like, I gotta... Something happened with Becky. I gotta go see the twins. Where are they? I think they might know something.
They go, they're hanging out in the woods with that stranger who comes here every once a year to sell trees to people.
And he goes, yeah, you know why? So me and the missus can get a little alone time. And it's like, you let a strange man take your little boys into the woods so you can fuck your wife?
Yeah. You're like, I don't know how I feel about any of that. I get that it's a small town, but I mean, like, man...
He's not local.
Those are the exact people
It's one thing to have a neighbor who hangs out with your kids. It's like, I understand. Like,
I think if you had, like, Usha or Nick, you know what I mean? Or, like, any of them watching your kids. But, like, not
There's people I would
Kaysen.
trust, yeah.
Polly, maybe. You know what I mean? Let Polly look after those
Possibly
kids.
not Thomas, though. Do you remember a weird line he said later in the game?
Yeah.
I go, are they trying to allude that he's a...
I saw that in your notes where you were like, are they trying to allude to something? I can't tell if they're trying to allude to that or if they're just trying to be like, he had a soft spot. He had a soft side.
He did.
You know what I mean?
And he didn't want to hurt.
Yes,
York.
I think that's more what it's leaning towards.
I didn't like it.
You know what I mean? I hear you. Maybe he was hitting on York, too. Maybe he's like, hey, you got these hot ladies here, but maybe we could play sometime.
Maybe. He was very dedicated, George. And also he was talking to him when he was a child.
They love G.
Anna's mother comes in briefly, having a manic episode. When you find the boys, eventually, the manic episode goes nowhere. Basically, Anna's mother is just freaking out, and you're like, damn, that sucks.
You can find her in the bar, too, at one point, and you're like, hello, and she's like, my baby.
Yeah. And she gets, I think she yells at you after that.
Yeah, and she's like, leave me alone.
When you find the boys, Emily tells them, oh, Becky and Anna have become forest goddesses. They're in the forest now. And, basically, they give you the locket.
Yes.
You have to coax it out of them. They're like, we promised Becky that we would, like, keep it a secret. And you're like, well, I promised Becky I would catch her killer, so I kind of need...
They're kind of doing a rock and a hard place.
You can't do one without the other. Go, okay, we understand. You summarize your findings, you meet with your crew, and then you decide you need to further investigate the relationship between Nick and Diane. So you set up a sting operation to follow them at night, because they leave work, wherever they go.
They meet up for drinks.
Yeah, so we're gonna fucking find out what's going on. Chapter 12, Fallen Goddess. At 2200 hours, you head to Carol's bar to trail Nick in your vehicle.
This sucks.
Yep.
Not very fun. Tedious.
Your
Boring.
distance from him is in maybe 25 mile per hour increments. It's like red, orange, yellow, green.
Yeah.
And you want to stay in the right range. First, I just was following him.
Yeah.
And I failed immediately. And then I
you're
had to
too
wait
close,
a whole day to try again.
Oh, no, it starts you over? Fuck.
Yeah.
I never failed this one. There's only one other section I ever had to... I've used 3 continues in the whole game.
I think I used 7 or 10. Yeah. I did some... I tried a couple on purpose, and I also just went fuck, I totally misunderstood this.
Well, the one I tried on purpose was what if I don't hide from the Raincoat Killer? He just kills you. But I wanted to know.
So you gotta stay a healthy distance from him. But...
He moves slow.
Yeah, this is tedious. It takes forever, and it's raining.
Yep.
What happens is you're driving, a big truck swerves into your lane, you swerve out, you lose control of your car, and you lose Nick.
Yep.
You rush to the gallery, because that's where you think they're going.
Yep, you got to assume.
George is there. He reports that Nick and Diane have not shown up. You go, George, something seems different. He's like, I had a drink.
I've been drinking a little bit before I came here.
That's not what's happening.
No.
he's starting to change because he's become more powerful from doing the ritualistic murders. You have to find a way into the art gallery, and it turns into another otherworld scenario. This time, you have to fight these entities that crawl out of the vents.
Oh my god, yeah.
So they come
like
out.
the Grudge
they're
girl.
they're invisible. Then they become visible. You can shoot them for a small window.
Only when they're visible.
And then as soon as they become visible, they start to lunge toward you with an attack.
They like shoot a thing at you that
Yeah.
goes down the wall, and they like go on different sections of the wall. It's just like you just have to. I was just standing there with the shotgun,
But
waiting till they come visible. Shoot them.
The thing that sucks is they can be on left wall, right wall, ceiling. If they're on the floor, you don't shoot them. You can't shoot them when they're on the floor.
Oh yeah, that's true. They never become visible.
No, they do. But
They
as
do?
soon as they do, they attack you.
Yes,
and you have to press
B
circle, or whatever to evade. Now, if you don't evade, you get knocked down. And it's like I can't just shoot him. No, you can't just shoot him. You need to wait for him to attack. And even when I had the Magnum, it'd be shot, floor, shot. It's like 3 shots.
Yeah, at least
So
3
I
shots.
still had to let him get 1 attack in, and it's just so tedious.
I hate it because plus these sections also lock you into a small area where you have to fight them. Like you can't go
and you might
back
fight
or forward.
4 in a row.
Yeah, there's the one section where I think it is literally like you fight 3 or 4 in a row as you're going down the hallway.
Did not appreciate that.
Nope, didn't have fun with it.
Eventually, you get to the main room of the art gallery, and in that center of the art gallery, you first walk in. There's a giant statue of a tree with all these spikes.
Very sharp tree.
Diane is suspended above it on wires, similar to the way Becky was. Nick is passed out on the ground like he'd been attacked.
Yeah. Suspicious.
Diane is still alive. George and Emily burst into the room. George attempts to shove over the statue to save her so she doesn't fall and,
Which he like almost successfully does because he moves it just a little bit. You know what I mean? To where like maybe she wouldn't fall on something as deadly.
Doesn't work though.
No.
So what you do, you go, okay, George, catch us. You go to the top of the balcony and you dive off, catch her midair, knock her down as she's falling.
Yep.
And you both tumble onto George, you save her. And you're like, we gotta find out who did this to you, Diane. And then as you guys are talking, she stands up.
Yeah.
And she starts going, oh, God, no. And it's because she's got her tongue cut out.
Because that's what they do to all the victims, as it turns out.
Every woman will fantasize about being penetrated by
one
those
of
sharp
these
points. Like, okay, that's horny. Also, I didn't know that about girls, but George then goes, Nick, you're under arrest for the attempted murder of Diane, this woman. And he goes, get off me. Well, I go, you don't, a sheriff is arresting you, you shove him?
You don't just shove him, yeah. Nick seems like the type who might, though. You know what I mean? I've met guys like this.
I got that, dude. You're fucked. Do you want to be fucked harder for no reason?
Yeah, that's the thing. You're like clearly one of the main suspects in this murder at this moment. Do you want to exonerate yourself, or do you want to also get?
Do you want to come in the
resisting
room
arrest?
and shed fur, or do you want to walk out? Nick shoves George. George seems like he's like, oh, you hit me, and he like bumps hard in the statue. I go, that seemed a little weird.
Seemed a bit
He knocks
exaggerated.
the statue over. It crushes Diane.
But it's about to crush Diane and Emily. Because it's falling very slowly, and Emily's
is.
like, Diane, get out of the way, and Diane's like, and then you go to try to tackle both of them, and somehow you only tackle Emily and not the both of them, but you knock Diane over while tackling Emily, but it doesn't move Diane at all, and then the whole fucking thing falls on Diane.
Yeah, and she gets squashed. Then goofy music starts and Willie shows up.
Yeah.
He's like, arf, arf, follow
and then
me.
it's like, it's like there's a woman bleeding on the floor, and everybody's like crying, and then it's like, and like,
It's Willie. Willie, you gotta follow him. This is like the best following mission. Not that crazy.
No, you don't follow him too far.
He leads you to find Kaysen, Forrest Kaysen,
Murder case
who was
Kaysen.
locked in a basement room in the in the back of the gallery. Now, I attempted to go to this part of the gallery before,
Yeah, I saw that you mentioned that.
and when I'd walk over to this room, you go, no, not right now. I saw a side quest marker there.
Yeah.
I
Let me
wanna-
in.
Couldn't
fucker.
figure it out. I guess you couldn't go until this happened. Maybe you can go. I never found out what the side quest
Maybe
was.
if you had come in before or something, because you can go to the again, it's open world. You can go to any of these locations
I
whenever
did.
you want.
I was before.
But does the art gallery not open, I'm guessing, beforehand?
It was open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because you can go talk to Diane, do a little quest for her, where you find a painting called The Guardian of the Forest.
Oh, okay. It's just
So
Star-Lord.
he's like, yeah, I was here. I was porking Diane.
Yeah.
And then somebody showed up, and it was Nick. And so we didn't want any trouble, so she was like, you hide down in the basement. I'll go talk to him. Mm-hmm. But then what wound up happening was I started hearing footsteps and like weird talking, and something bad happened, but I've been stuck down here ever since because it was padlocked from the outside. So you know I was in here, and
Yeah. It's like I let Willie out through the basement window, but so he could come save me. And you're like,
yeah.
And I'm just sitting there like, you're telling me you fucked Diane?
He fucks all the hot girls in the game.
Turns out. Mm-hmm. Forrest Kaysen, you know.
Chapter 13. Passed. After all this goes down,
Pass.
George invites York out to a bar to discuss something important.
You say no thanks.
George explains he never met his father. He opens up to York about his views on the injustices of the world. He talks about, people will always be taken advantage of and hurt.
Mm-hmm. They're letting anybody be in, you know what I mean, swim now. And, like in the Olympics, it's like they don't care who you are, what you were started out as.
They repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
He's mad about a lot of stuff. Gay marriage is legal.
Yeah.
Federally. Oh.
Yeah, this was 2010, so.
It was right around then.
That's what I'm saying. This was a hot topic. So George explains that he was regularly abused by his mother. He calls himself an arrogant fool, and he apologizes and swears allegiance and obedience to York for the rest of the investigation.
And he kind of does this thing here where it's like, I can't remember if both of you do it right now, but where you, at one point or another, you both blame yourselves for these murders so far. Being like, it's my fault. But like something that I realized now, looking back on them, and I always thought it was weird with the first one with Becky, where it was like, George is setting up these elaborate things so that he can then, he does kill both of these girls still.
Yeah, ultimately.
You know what I mean? Because like, and I
like
feel
initially and ultimately.
Yeah, and I feel like the Becky thing was almost like him trying to test Thomas. You know what I mean? By having him cut it to kill her, and I feel like the reason Thomas couldn't cut it is because he didn't want to kill her. You know what I mean? And so that's when George is like, fuck it, I'll do it myself,
Thomas is very sympathetic all the way through in a lot of ways.
Yes.
Except for when he is hating on Emily for being a stinky little piggy.
Stinky little piggy, because George, everybody wants to fuck her. You know what I mean?
And I mean, honestly, I've been jacking it to images of Emily's character from the game ever since I started this.
Oh, I've been
totally
jerking it to drag Thomas.
Okay. Fair. Well, I'm just saying, I get how she's kind of a controversial figure in this town because, I mean, if I want to fuck her...
If I'm going to jork my penis to her...
Unbeknownst to George, Emily was invited along to this meeting by York. But George is like, I gotta go.
Well, she walks in and you can tell George gets rock hard.
What's she doing there?
And he's like, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna do something that's gonna get me in trouble.
York is like, I've had guys say that. I go, that is dark.
Yeah. It's a very upsetting thing to hear from someone, for real. Something when you're joking around in Max Payne and you're talking about Mona Sachs, but like...
York is like, George clearly likes you, but he's also avoiding you. And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. She goes, well, okay, you're twisting my arm. He's like, actually, I didn't say anything.
Also, she shows up, you're both in like your pretty much your work clothes, you and George.
She's in a full evening gown.
Yeah, she shows up in like a long, tight black dress, you know what I mean? And you're like, what the fuck? Okay.
It's a forest green.
Maybe it's forest green, yeah.
She reveals that George asked her out when she was only 16 years old.
Yeah. And George is like quite a bit older, it seems.
George seems like he's like 60 in this game.
Yeah. And like she kind of mentions that she's like, and it wasn't really anything to do with the age. It was just more. And I'm like, it should have been everything to do with the age. You know what I mean? Like, should have had everything to do with it. I don't know. It's
yeah,
upsetting.
weird. Eventually you leave. Zach goes back to his hotel. He makes his report. We can see a shot of Nick in the jail. He's going, Thomas, let me out of here.
Yeah.
I know you're there. Thomas doesn't respond.
Nope.
Then we see Carol. She's crying inside of a sex dungeon. Mm-hmm. She's being consoled by a tall woman in a red dress. Mm-hmm. Who we later find out was Thomas and Drag. Mm-hmm. Thomas and Drag.
Thomas and Drag.
What am I thinking of? I'm thinking Magnetic Fields. I think it's Andrew and Drag.
Oh, yes, it is.
I think it's something about seeing your friend in drag and be like, fuck,
Yes.
I am wanting to fuck that person that doesn't exist now. What do I do? How do I reconcile this?
How do I reconcile wanting to fuck my friend? I wouldn't otherwise want to.
My friend's alt persona. Episode 3, Chapter 14, Tea Break.
T.
York is in the White Room now. An old man tells him that once he enters the door, there will be no turning back. This is not a repetitive thing. It happens a bunch. Mm-hmm. If you go through that door, there's no turning back.
Cool. Also, were you able to identify who this old man was?
No.
No?
Not until the end of the game.
I did the first time I saw him.
Wow.
He's got the neck things.
I didn't put that together.
He's got the neck things. The only other guy who's got him is that. And they've got the same fucking hair. You can still see.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's Harry.
Yeah, it's Harry Styles.
Harry can somehow enter the White Room realm.
Yeah, for some reason. Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the game, York goes, "You were in the White Room with me. Mm-hmm. Why?" He goes, "Oh, because I also had to be there." And you were like, "Oh, okay, yeah."
Yeah, you just accept it and move on. Yeah.
And he also, I love the line at the end of the game. He goes, "I also couldn't shoot my wife."
You're like,
it's cool. So hard, you know?
Yeah. It's really hard to shoot your wife.
You try, and you try.
And you just miss. And you just don't have the balls for it.
York goes through the room, through the door, and we see a flashback of York as a boy now. It looks as if his father has just shot his mother, and the father gives the line again about purging things from this world because they should not exist. Mm-hmm. Then the mother's on the ground, she goes, and she's a ghoul. Mm-hmm. We then see a brief shot of the little girl and the old man from the framing device and telling the story.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. She looks and she's like looking kind of uncomfortable, and she looks and there's like a shattered picture frame on the mantle, and then she sees a red tree sapling and she goes, "Ooh."
Also, it's either this one or the next time that you cut to one of these scenes where I made the connection of who the old man was, because they show you an angle that's like right here, and you see like two distinct features. And you're like, oh, yeah.
York wakes up in his bed at the hotel. He goes down to get a coffee and winds up seeing a message in the newspaper, thanks to a ring left by the cup. Mm-hmm. There's a little thing, and it's all these, splayed out words. And the first letter, it says Harry.
Yep.
He goes, I better hurry to go see Harry.
Better hurry to Harry.
And right before this all happens, Polly goes, hey, do you want a refill on the coffee? He goes, yes. The next 5 minutes of her going, but Mr. York, your refill. Mm-hmm. And he's just like, I'm talking about other stuff and not acknowledging you.
Almost as though he's now pretending he can't hear. As though he's like making fun of this deaf old woman because she's been pretending she can't hear him the whole time. You know what I mean? Do you ever do the get the coffee and read the creamer in the coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get a little fortune.
Times. Yeah.
And so you can get your fortune read kind of through the cup.
Yeah.
And it says you can press X, do same again.
Yeah.
Go, what does that mean?
Yeah, I don't understand either. Maybe it's just to hear it again in case you missed it.
Same again?
Mm-hmm. There are little things in here that are so weird like that.
What?
Mm-hmm. Also, did you ever give the Benjamin to the gas station guy?
Yeah. He turns around and he goes, oh, Benjamin Franklin, my old buddy, so glad to see you. And then a little blip of information shows up for like
really
2 frames.
Fast.
I go, I'm recording my gameplay, so I can pause and go back and see it.
Yeah, but normally you wouldn't.
You would never see that. You would never. That's completely useless.
Well, the thing is too, they are kind of useless things. They're mostly like little hints.
They're gameplay tips.
Yeah, they're gameplay tips. That's all it is.
But they're not. I don't think you can like go back and read them anywhere.
No.
It's functionally entirely useless unless you're recording your gameplay.
Mm-hmm. And you lose $100 every time.
Yeah, but I'm getting like $100 every time I shoot 3 people in the head. Mm-hmm. We also bump into Case on the way out. We learn that he's involved with another woman.
Mm-hmm. And you've mentioned before, there's like one point where you're driving around and you're talking to Zach, and I think you go, you notice how many absolutely gorgeous women live in this town? It's like, it seems as though it's only beautiful women living in this town.
Where am I? Montreal?
Bunch of gorgeous women hanging out with fat guys in Ed Hardy shirts.
Outside, Emily is in the parking lot. Emily is in the parking lot. Oh, here's the thing I didn't notice until way late in the game. When you buy a car, sometimes you just like lose your car.
Yeah.
Your cars always show up back at the hotel in the parking lot.
Yeah, or like at the sheriff's station
know
if
that.
that's where you are. You know what I mean?
I
like
didn't
wherever
know that.
Yeah, you just
I
have to.
was like,
it's not always right out. You have to like look for it.
I know.
It's often to the side or
I know.
somewhere else.
I found out way too late. I go, that's the fucking car I wanted. And when I found it, I saw the car. I tried to get out, and like the mission was like, you can't get out of the car. I was like, I want to drive the fast car.
I cannot drive this patrol
I
car
want to
around.
drive a fast car. So she goes, hey, we can't find Thomas. And you're like, yeah, I don't care, bitch. I'm going to go see Harry.
Literally, you're like, cool. You guys handle that one. I got shit. I got to go talk to this crazy old man.
And she's like, don't we have like leads? And he goes, well, he invited me over.
Yeah. He's so weird the way he goes. And this is like right after they like, Emily comes back to your hotel room after you guys have the drinks together
hang
and
out
you
and
like
drink
talk
together.
for a minute. And like she has this moment where she goes, God, how could I have thought for a moment? You know what I mean? That he'd be a good one. Because she's like, we got to find Thomas. And you're like, no, I'm going to go do this. And she's like, well, why? And he's like, I don't know. I want to. Why would, you know? She's
like, but he always like calls out if he's not going to show up. Like, this is weird. And he's like, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
See ya.
So after some light puzzle solving inside of Harry's mansion, you finally meet him. When you get there, it's like a Resident Evil mansion.
It is very
but not
literally
haunted.
Yeah.
He's like, come back after you found the red seeds.
And you're like, God damn it. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That bug just landed on me again. You head to the... He gives you a little riddle. He's like, what's a place where people are just dying to get in?
People are dying to get in. It's full of people, but not a voice can be heard. You know what I mean? You're like,
yeah.
The cemetery.
There's gravestones everywhere.
Yeah. There's hundreds of dead bodies beneath the ground. It is not a good riddle.
And he's like, Zach, did you guess what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the graveyard. There you go.
Oh.
I just saw you brush a minnow hair off your face.
It's still there, I think.
I think you got it.
Yeah, good. It was like hanging right there.
She
sheds, yeah.
Yeah, I brush her too.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter.
You get there, and Brian is like, red tree. And you're like, oh yeah, okay.
Brian's like, hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Lois. I'm going to get you, mother.
You see, Lana Del Rey did a Baby Stewart impression on stage.
So you basically just walk around the graveyard till eventually you find there's a big gargoyle. You got to push it. And I go, oh, is this like one of those like Zelda style push puzzles?
Yeah.
No.
You just got to literally move it out of the way.
Get out of the way. And you go, oh, red seeds. All right.
Well, I also love that like you walk into the graveyard and you're like, oh, here's the giant fenced-in area with 3 massive fucking red trees in the middle of it.
I put this together like 6 hours earlier.
Yeah,
I even went to that area because you can. And you
you can go.
I go, okay. Oh, I can't do it.
Nothing to do here. You could you find a bone or something over in the corner, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But you go, hey, that's
you'd see the seeds on the ground too. You know what I mean? There's so many things, and then you'd think you'd maybe go, oh, I wonder why these are here. Oh, Kaysen had red saplings. I wonder what Kaysen's doing with those red saplings and why he comes back here like every year and why he's back in town when these murders
try
are
to be a
happening.
detective.
That's weird. You know what I mean?
So York gets the seeds. You retrieve the seeds. You go back. You do a few more mansion puzzles. Then you finally get to talk to Harry again. He tells you the lore of the Raincoat Killer. He says it was all real, but under a gag order, the case was essentially erased from history. It was a military cover-up. Harry reveals that he was there the day of the Raincoat Killer massacre. He says that the old sheriff hated the military and did his own investigation, and there's a file at the sheriff's office that can prove everything he's talking about. And go, if you go get me that file, I'll tell you more.
You're like, God damn it, Harry. Second time you're making me come back here.
Just give me a list. I'll go.
Tell me the things you
need.
I'll go get everything. I'll bring it back to you. You tell me everything.
Chapter 16, Hidden Memories. York heads to the sheriff's department. York reveals his new plan to Emily and George. They say that Harry is just playing with York, but says that York's like, hey, I gotta at least try to prove him wrong. And George is like, fair, but you gotta go get the file yourself.
And I also love that, like, previous to this, literally the day before, George is like, I pledge my unyielding allegiance and unquestioning loyalty to you. Anything you ever want, I'm not questioning it again. I'll do everything. I'll say lock and step and key, you know what I mean? Like, I'll do everything, and then you're like, I think that there's a file we need to find. He's like, you fucking idiot. I'm not doing that shit. You do it alone. And you're like, you just told me.
He's gonna go grab a file.
Yeah, like, you just gonna go down in the... I'm gonna see if it's there.
You're kind of like, well, we don't want to show a file to a civilian. He's like, this extenuating circumstances, if there ever were any.
I'm gonna do it. This leads to one of the stupidest points in the whole fucking game.
Well, you go through a whole other world scenario.
In the sheriff's office.
You get down, you find the file.
I love opening up the little things, and then there's just like a guy in it.
There's like these like pull-out shelves on a motor.
And even he mentions, he's like, wow, for a small town sheriff's department, this is pretty advanced stuff. For like...
You find where the file would be. It's missing. You go back upstairs. You go, fuck. You go, you're all talking. And you go, Emily, coffee. And she's like, something's... You go, yeah. Coffee. I'm asking you to get me coffee. You're being very rude to her.
You're such an asshole sometimes. There's random moments where he turns into like a total fucking like autistic asshole. You know what I mean? Where he's just like, I don't perceive other people's emotions. I need this now. Do it for me. You know
and then he turns it off.
Yeah.
I go, is that within your control or not? It's very hard to tell.
It's weird.
Wow. Even her coffee, as you say, it's like interesting to say, or even like it's
even
a
the
thrill.
coffee even her coffee's a thrill to drink. Because there's a scene where you can go to lunch. Like, you can go to lunch every day. You can go get lunch at the sheriff's office, cooked by Thomas.
Oh, but then when Thomas is missing...
No, that's not when Thomas... At one point, you can't do it when Thomas... Well, maybe you can, actually. I think you can go, but I didn't go.
Okay.
But you go, and there's one of them where you all start talking. And you go, oh, I see Thomas as the chef here. So, what about Emily? Can Emily cook at all? It's like, because he's like... It's after you learn Thomas and Emily did, like, a late night research thing. And he's like, has she ever cooked for you, Thomas, during your late night things? And they're like, what are you trying to imply? And then he's like, oh, nothing. I'm just curious if you've ever eaten any of her food. And then it's like, George is like, Thomas, better be careful how you answer this one. And he's like, George is like, I plead the fifth.
Her cooking sucks.
Her cooking's fucking horrible. And it's just so funny the way they're like, oh, I don't want to upset the lady. But
well, I mean, classic. Don't ask a lady her age, and you don't tell her that her cooking sucks. And also give her a purse to go shopping. That's what I think they had, and they gotta wear lipstick. And also something really offensive about their period. And I'll say that too.
So that's just something. Just fill in
something insulting
about the thing they have no control over.
Well, they could get it removed.
They could pinch it off. If I can stop myself from pissing. Sorry.
Stopping right now. He's like, the coffee's terrible, but the cup. He goes, this isn't the cup that Thomas normally serves me. And she's like, I guess I can't fucking do anything right.
Yeah, I know. I love how she's like...
He's like, no, the cup is giving me the idea. George, get your fishing pole. And George is now, he's like, all right, yeah, now I'm down.
Suddenly George is like, do you need a net too? I've got 2 fishing poles. What do you need? Like, what kind of bait are we talking?
Would you like a vest?
Yeah. Would you like one of those silly hats with hooks in it? I saw a man today. Oh, sorry, not to interrupt. He came into the restaurant.
Please.
And I saw him.
A diversion. It's almost time for another one.
He went to sit down, and I look, and he's got a shirt. It's like a Joe's Crab Shack style shirt. You know what I mean? It's got a big lobster.
I do know what you mean.
Got a big lobster in the middle of it, and it says sex, drugs, and lobster rolls. And he looked like the most boring 50, 60-year-old white guy you've ever seen in your life.
That's
I was just like, it just brought me so much joy. You know what I mean? There was something, I read it and I just cracked up, and it was just, I had to share.
That's really good.
So you know his wife hates when he wears that shirt out. You know,
you gotta go. We gotta go fishing. Emily's like, fishing. All right, chapter 17, the new Raincoat Killer. Now there's a forced fishing section. Now the fishing minigame, you press X to cast.
Yes.
And then you wait for a bite. And when a bite comes in, you have a window of time, pretty generous window of time, to press X again to reel it in. Then you go to
it's like a slot machine.
It's like a slot machine, yeah.
Or like in Mario when you have to stop, like you have to try to get the 3 flowers or whatever to get the power up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's somewhere in between those because it's horizontal.
Yes,
but
it's
So
scrolling.
you're seeing the entire. It's like a slot machine, but you see the entire roll of items the whole time.
Yes,
you just got to kind of hit it, and then this is hard.
And then keep your fucking fingers crossed.
Because you when you press it, it slows down and then goes boop boop boop.
And you can work out the pattern that it has.
Yeah,
because they have a set pattern
to a degree, but it's unpredictable still.
Yes, and it's also like impossible to like. No, well, if I hit this one, it'll stop in 4. You know what I mean? Or if I hit it here, it'll stop 3 times after the one that I hit.
You need to hit a specific thing. You need to find the files. The thing is,
for whatever reason, has been thrown into the under the waterfall,
and you're not even at the waterfall.
No, and you've got to fish it out somehow, blindly.
The thing that's crazy, it is on a loop, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you can't see what's coming, so you got to remember where it is, and then go. Okay, I think I gotta stop now.
You can see maybe like 2.
You can see like
panels.
2 or 3. Yeah, but you know,
not fast enough. It's moving fast.
Yeah.
So it's not even like
it's very difficult.
It's not even like you can process what those 2 are when you see them.
No.
You know what I mean? You just have to. This was
you
the
pretty
other
much get
time
like
that
a
I used my
vibe
continues.
for it, and then you do it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. You also have like 5 different kinds of lure and tackle you can use. That will like you'll be more prone to catch certain items. But with this, you gotta just use a straight regular bait.
old worm.
It can occur though that when you cast your reel, you just don't get a bite.
Yep.
That's of no fault of your own.
Nope.
Just sometimes you don't get a bite. I cast 5 times.
No bite.
No bite. And then it goes, investigation failed.
Jesus Christ.
I go,
that's not your fault. Yeah.
That's insane.
That's RNG. That's
and
like...
it is RNG, meaning it's plausible that I could hit that scenario multiple times in a row.
Did you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I almost did.
You could, though. You could easily hit...
You could. There's no reason why you couldn't.
No.
You'd think that they would program a failsafe where you can't fail this one.
Yeah, you have to be able to...
I get if you got a bite, you don't reel it in quick enough, which is hard to do.
Yes.
But that's your fault. You fucked up.
Yep.
This, no fault of my own. I could have failed it infinitely. Crazy.
And also, it's like you said, because it's so like unintuitive how to like land on the right thing. I failed this 2 times. You know what I mean? I got investigation failed twice. So I had 3 continues and 2 of them were at the fishing section. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man.
You get the files. And you note to Zach, you go, I'm noticing more changes in George. Those are the second time you noticed the changes. The first time was at the art gallery where you're like, George, you seem different.
And he's like, I'm fucking hammered.
Oh, a little drunk. I go, I understand. That's happened to me.
I get that. I've been drunk.
I go, when someone goes, you're being weird, I go, sorry, I'm drunk. I'm actually not drunk. I have not been drinking this very fast.
No, I've slammed mine back and it's already dissipated from me. So I'm back to regular already.
All right. Well,
let's change that, man.
Yeah, let's time to do a little sesh.
Where did my joy? Where is my...
I'm Bill Idiot Marr.
I love the way he offers them to people, and then he's such like a 19-year-old boy, where if you're like, no, I don't smoke, he's like, you don't smoke? You haven't tried the right strain, you know what I mean? He's like, you should smoke. Just try it. Try my weed. And it's like...
I'm thinking of something. I don't want to ruin it for you. But there's a thing he does a lot. I've noticed this. Well, he'll be like, I like this. And someone goes, oh yeah, I kind of like that too. Like, I'm into this. And they goes, you like that?
Uh-huh.
And it's like, they're trying to relate to you. And you go, you do that?
Yeah.
He does that to people all the time, but he does it sometimes when he goes, let's talk about this. And they're like, yeah, it's a shared interest. It is unreal. Yeah, right.
It's insane. Just classic old white guy attitude. Old white guy who like thinks he knows a lot about everything. You know what I mean?
And sometimes he goes, sweetheart, listen.
My
He goes
favorite,
like, honey.
yeah. One of my favorite clips is Bill Burr going, what policy have you enacted? What have you put into place? What have you
That's such
changed?
a good clip.
He's like, what the fuck have you ever changed?
Bill Burr is like the only person to be like, Bill Maher, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's the first person who went on the show and was like, what is happening here? Like, what are we doing right now?
Everyone else is just like
in awe of Bill Maher.
and also kind of like, have you seen? Again, we're getting on the Bill Maher talk.
You got to see this show. It's ridiculous.
It's an insane show. Because the thing is, it's not bad. It's very entertaining, and also he's got 50 years of broadcast experience. He knows how to do a show.
Yeah.
It's just he doesn't have a producer.
Yeah.
There's no one helping. It's just his insanity at full.
He doesn't edit it, really. It doesn't seem at all. You know what I mean? It seems like everything that happens in that room goes into the podcast. Like,
I mean, there are some moments. The Richard Dreyfuss interview is insane. And Richard Dreyfuss starts talking. He's sitting like this. Richard Dreyfuss, star of
Jaws.
and he's talking about. I wish I can. I can't remember the exact bit now, but he says something along the lines of like, I used to jerk off to my sister.
Yeah, he basically. Bill Maher mentions that he jerked off Bill Maher mentions that he jerked off to a movie Richard Dreyfuss was in because of the female co-star. And Richard Dreyfuss goes like, yeah, so did I, basically. And then Bill Maher's like, that's a little weird. And then Richard Dreyfuss goes, well, didn't we all want to like fuck our sister when we were young?
Yes.
And Bill Maher goes, what? And he's like, yeah, you don't do it. Incest is wrong, obviously, but like you want to do it.
It's
right?
like it's pretty hot to think about.
And you're like, what the?
Like, this.
Did you hear about Richard Dreyfuss's like rant he just went on too?
No.
He went on. He was doing some like it was at like there's like an annual Jaws like celebration like screening. You know what I mean? And he was at it most recently, and he went on this whole rant where he's like, and the country's being taken away from us. I think you all know what I mean. And because he was just kind of doing this old man ramble, everybody like clapped and laughed, and that emboldened him. And you can't find like clips of it anymore. But it's like, so many people have taken, he went on this really big like anti-trans, anti-gay rant, like just wild. Like...
It's just like so often the people who do that kind of stuff are like, they're like, I hate these fucking people. And then they're like, then they just go off and do the most embarrassing fucked up shit you've ever seen. It's like, what? He'll call
like a trans person like a pervert and a sexual deviant. And then on camera, he's like, you always wanted to fuck your sister, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane. These people are insane. It's so fucked up.
Star of Jaws. Everybody there was so stoked to see Richard Dreyfuss, and then he went on a fucking tirade.
The thing that Bill Maher has been doing lately is he has these things. He starts. We're chatting. I got a little dropper bottle. I'll start.
Oh yes, I've seen that. Yeah,
and he's put the dropper in other people's drinks.
Yeah.
And they go, "What is that?" He goes, "Oh, don't worry about it."
And sometimes he'll joke like, I'm just roofing you, that's all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or he says, I'm roofing myself. And he goes, oh, it's Jing.
Yeah.
They go, what's Jing? He goes, it's... And what he says that he puts it into plain seltzer so it tastes better. And it's like a cola substitute.
Well, he doesn't say that at first. The first time one of the first like clips of him using it, they're like, what is that? And he's like, I don't really... You put it in, it's like a...
He didn't know it was...
He didn't know what it was.
It's ginseng extract.
Yeah, so
that's
it's
all
just...
it is.
Yeah, that's like what snipers take.
And someone read it, they go, it's ginseng. He goes, what? It is?
Yeah.
I go, you've been putting
this in your drink every day and other people's drinks, and you don't know what the fuck it is.
And to just reach over and put something in someone's drink is an insane move.
Yeah. You do that to me, I'm like,
What are you, Ari Shafir?
yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm not having any more of that. I don't want to have a bad time tonight. You know what I mean? Like, it could just be a little bit of
Like
acid.
from a dropper bottle?
Yeah, it could be just like, say it's liquid LSD. I don't want to trip sack for 8 hours if I'm not planning it. You know what I mean? Like,
Disgusting behavior.
absolutely insane. Because that's what snipers take ginseng root to stay awake. You know what I mean? To like
One of my favorite lines. Do you know the Big Timers?
Yeah. Get your roll on.
I can't remember what song it is now, but like I want to say it's. I can't remember who it is. It might be Manny Fresh. I hear the words. I can't think of it like whose voice it is. But he's like talking about he's just like he's ready to fuck, and he's like, I've been doing push-ups and drinking ginseng all week.
I like one of the lines he has. It is Manny Fresh. His line, they don't want to
It's
fuck.
Birdman that says it. I'm almost positive.
Okay. He says they don't want to fuck me. They want to fuck my car. I always thought that one was fun. They don't want to fuck me. They want to fuck my car.
My favorite line
Wait a
is,
minute. Hold up. Who was that?
a little back and forth. I like my dick suck fast. I like to play with them rookies.
Oh, yeah.
I like to fuck him in the ass while he beat up the pussy.
I like that one a lot, too.
Man, those fucking New Orleans guys are built different. They're from New Orleans, right?
Ooh, I don't know if they're from New Orleans. They might be from more like Memphis. You know what I mean?
Let's find out.
They're the Dirty South guys.
I think they're from New Orleans for some reason. I think maybe it's just because they're so gay. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean like the New Orleans music scene is more. A lot of hip hop stuff is very homophobic.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans is not.
No.
Okay, I'll try. Oh, they're from New Orleans.
Oh, okay, there you go.
That's why Baby's kissing Lil Wayne on the mouth. Do you know what I mean? Have you seen those clips?
Yes. That's also like
it's just different where
you
they're
wouldn't
from.
necessarily like sing about fucking somebody with another guy in a lot of rap songs because you'd kind of be like, that's a little sus,
a lot of guys would
you know
be
what I mean?
too worried to appear gay, but they are very like, we do what we fucking do. Take it or leave it.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, good for you.
They're fucking, they're so cool. One thing I do have a problem with though, and I just have to accept, it's like, okay, well, if I accept all this other insane shit they say, I just need to eat this too.
Yeah.
But I go, really? When he goes, slap that bitch, punch that hoe. I go, I'm so into that song. I'm like, you just punch a woman,
that's
like
for
even like out of with no context.
Isn't it Easy Does It? In Easy Does It, doesn't he talk about?
In Easy, like Easy
E, yeah, Easy. He's like he talks. He like beats the shit out of the woman. Her dad steps in, and then he knocks him out too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of there is, and especially Juvenile sings about it a lot.
That's
too.
also in Boys in the Hood.
Yes, Juvenile sings about it a lot too.
Yeah, I just
You know
don't.
what I mean?
I go.
Like,
I can get down with almost everything you're saying, even some of the fucked up stuff. But that's. I go. It just seems unnecessary.
Yes, when you get to the part where you're like, I beat my women. You know what I mean?
It's just like,
and well, it's not,
and not even like. That's just the statement.
Yes,
it's not even talking. I understand sometimes people get into a physical altercation.
Yeah.
It happens.
But like that's not what they're talking about though.
It's not like we had a crazy fight and like I threw something and
and she
like,
punched me and
it's
then
like it's all no. It's like I punched that hoe. It's like Jesus Christ. I don't. It bothers me.
No, I hear you too. Every time I hear it, it's like
I also can't listen to the song
Juveniles.
Kim on the Marshall Mathers LP.
Yeah, I don't like that shit. Watching Juvenile on the Tiny Desk concert. Knowing Juvenile standing in the NPR office talking about like beating a woman though did kind of make something in me go, all these white people are all these liberal cucks are like hooting and hollering along to this right now. You know what I mean?
It's completely selective.
It
People
is.
go, you're bad, you're great.
Yeah.
I'm not even
You wrote back that
acknowledge
ass
that like what you're saying is so fucked up. And that actually is the antithesis of everything I say I stand for.
Yes, Anyway.
The 13th Bell, chapter 18. Right? Yeah, George says he was a little drunk.
Yes. Uh-huh. This is the second time.
York heads back to Harry's mansion. Now he's got the files. We gotta do another exploration puzzle section before eventually finding Harry at an underground computer lab.
There's fucking Batman down there.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
It's his Bat Cave. Every rich, quirky billionaire needs a Bat Cave.
Harry goes on to describe the night of the Raincoat Killer massacre back in 1956. It was raining, and young Harry wanted to climb the recently constructed clock tower.
Oh, yes.
The
Young
big
Harry.
clock tower that oversees the whole Greenvale. When he arrived, he saw soldiers wearing gas masks at the top of the tower, and they were spraying purple smoke into the air from a machine. Harry freaks out.
One of the army people is very clearly
Kaysen.
There's just like there's been one fat character in the entire game.
And he's got the same animation.
He's got the same exact animation, and you hear him laugh.
Yeah.
And he's got the same fucking laugh. And you're just like, that's where there's like certain points where you're like, how hard are they trying to hide this? Or do they think they're being sneakier than they are? You know what I mean? Or like, what's up?
It's more like the stuff is there. You're not ever getting the full picture. So you go, that's Kaysen.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Because
but then it's also like, that's 50 years ago.
But part of the game is also about doppelgangers and twins.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you're like, as much as you go, that's Kaysen, you go, well,
maybe not.
Is it? But is it?
Yeah.
And if it is, how?
Yeah.
And if it's not, then who?
Because if it is, he hasn't aged.
You know what I'm trying to say? So it is like there. And then when they reveal over time,
it likes to keep creating that doubt.
It's easy to jump to a conclusion and be like, "That's Kaysen, he's there." And
But
also, you know,
I suspected Kaysen was involved in it.
Yes, but
I
how?
couldn't have gotten.
And what is his nature?
I wouldn't have told you what was going to happen.
And I'm so glad that
I mean?
no one spoiled this for me.
Yeah, same.
Crazy. I didn't know anything about the last like 2 chapters of the game. I go,
no,
that is
blew me away.
Not what I thought was going to happen.
Blew me away. The last section of this game.
Lordy dordy. So he goes, I gotta go back home. I'm freaking out. He sees the soldiers. As he gets back in town, bloody rampage. People are freaking out. They're fighting in the streets.
Fighting in Chicago.
Fighting down in Greenvale.
In New York City.
Music. Sweet music. So one man who was dressed in a raincoat was particularly strong. As Harry watched, he felt the violent urge boil up inside of himself, and he attacked the man in the raincoat, only to realize that man was his own father.
Papa.
He struck him. The killer, the Raincoat Killer, struck back.
Didn't kill him, though.
Harry survived. He wakes up, surrounded by dead bodies. Military comes in, cleans things up. People in small towns, very patriotic. Very true. We're in MAGA country, mostly. Although I will say there's an increasingly, like, progressive / liberal presence in downtown, in the city.
Specifically in, like, the downtown center
outside of that... And it's mostly expats. It's like not.
Yeah.
They're not locals for the most part.
No.
Now there are a bunch of like locals who are seeking refuge from extremely far right ideology that is so present in a lot of the area. But it's like, I would say in general, yes. Like, if the military is like, we gotta do a cover up, it'd be like, yeah, the opposition would be dwarfed by
the people in favor of it.
Yeah. So. They never tell their kids what happened.
Yeah. They all keep it to themselves.
And also, it's kind of like, people just were like, oh, was it the rain? You know? And so they...
Yeah, I think ultimately most of them don't actually know. It seems as though Harry might be the only one who's aware of the full extent of it.
Because he's the only person, I think, who saw the
who went up on the clock tower
machine,
and saw it.
Saw the military. And they saw the military after the fact, but they didn't know the military was the one that caused the scenario. So, people kind of just like, you know, they're like... The superstition goes from like, oh, you know, the rain and we don't talk about this to like, don't talk about the massacre, but little bits of gossip do survive. And the legend evolves to no one goes out when it rains. And it's tied to the Raincoat Killer.
It's kind of encompassed as he's responsible for all of the murders.
And it gets pinned on him and they don't talk about the fact that everyone in town was going on this rampage.
Yeah. Oh, and then the gas. seeped into the soil,
Yeah.
and that's so why some of it still comes up when it rains, and also that's what created the seeds
And
for the trees.
No, well, no.
no?
That's not. No. I thought that. And then I rewatched the scene. What basically
Oh, yeah, it must have, yeah.
Harry thinks, he's like, I can't prove this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the seeds and the gas have the same effect on a person's
Oh, yes.
mind.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, yeah, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you think that? You think that they might have the same effect or
They
similar?
would have some sort of connection. Mhm.
It's like, yeah, no, you've observed that.
Yeah, you've watched it happen.
So that was, I would go, okay, whatever. But also Harry is also very much like, maybe I'm telling the truth, maybe I'm not.
Yeah, because then he's like, you're leaving. He's like, all of that was nonsense, Agent York.
Yes, he's like, I know nothing about the red seeds. But he says that the gas did seep into the soil and that when it rains, a little bit gets released. And he's like, this town's tainted. That's why I never take my mask off. Because I
that's
know
why he's
it's
in the
like,
gas mask.
it's around here still.
Which is like almost seems like an attempt at an explanation to why like you have those enemies to fight at all, like the shadows.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it
In a way.
seems like those may just be townsfolk. You know what I mean? Or something like that.
It'd be a place where something traumatic took place. You'd have maybe like unresolved spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Also, kind of similar to the way the murder sites work in Alan Wake 2.
That's what I'm saying.
In those places where the traumas happen, lend themselves to that activity. I don't know. Basically, I think this is part of the RCU. Essentially. And also, did you ever think that York's dad kind of looked like Max Payne?
Kind
Saw
of, but like they
silhouette.
never, because they never really show his face.
So, like, the gun and the pose and the suit and the hair.
I
It's like-
guess, that might be a little stretch. You know what I mean?
Well, there's also... I'm also thinking of this in combination with that.
Uh-huh.
There's a character like Storm Commander or something. This fruit fly's been bugging us the whole time.
Yeah.
Can't catch them.
No, they're so small.
It's from Remedy's Lost mobile game, but it's basically Max Payne, but with his little like silhouette over his face, just like York's dad.
Oh, okay.
It looks like the
Max
same
Payne
exact
also
thing.
steals heavily from John Woo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so this guy's, you know what I mean? He could also just be a John Woo fan.
I'm
Maybe
sure
it's
he
leading
is.
towards- yeah.
I don't know how he...
Yeah, I don't know how he couldn't be with
You
all the
can't,
other
I
shit.
think any other, like, if you're into, like, weirdo action...
Yeah.
Any type of shit, you're like, you know, you're probably
You're at least
onto that.
aware of it.
Gotta be. Mm-hmm. If not aware of people who were directly influenced by it.
Yes.
You can't escape it.
No.
Anyway. An alert comes suddenly. Thomas has been found, and Harry tells York that everything I said was gibberish, like you just said. Brings us to chapter 19, apartment. And I think, like,
This is where we used to live.
York says something along the lines of course, every good story resolves in an apartment. Something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
effectively, yeah. I don't know about that.
Emily meets York outside of the mansion. He goes, let's go to Thomas's place. We just got the call. George is waiting outside. When you get there, York explores the apartment and sees a profiling vision of Thomas dressing up in drag to entertain the Raincoat Killer. There's a shot where the Raincoat Killer's like,
Yeah, he's sitting on the
bump my head.
He's sitting on the couch just like,
and like Thomas is like doing his like sex
like a
dance.
happy birthday,
I go,
Mr. President.
okay, one, too sexual. No, like, it just made no sense to me to see the Raincoat Killer in that like mega relaxed casual pose.
Yes. Because he's supposed to be like driven by this murderous rage.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that just seemed totally incongruous with the character as he was established. And I would understand if he was engaging in sexual activity with Thomas or whatever Thomas is, if Thomas has like a persona, because they say that him and his sister were stand-ins for another person, for Emily.
For Emily, yeah.
That's why he had to like look like a woman to like play the role of the forest goddess and everything, and blah 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 blah. That makes sense, but it really is like What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a weird.
It seems
it's like weird guy hanging out at a strip club or like sitting in a VIP area, being I don't know.
the pervert guy that you knock out in Heavy Rain.
Yes, very similar energy to that guy. Yes.
Whatever his name was.
I can't remember either. But he was
like,
"Hello, gorgeous. You're so beautiful. Show me those bumps."
Dollar store
and then he's
Scarface.
the same guy who does the voice of the black guy in the
the gravedigger.
the graveyard. Yeah.
Oh, I know that legend well. Like, what?
Wow. It's like borderline Mark McKinney level.
Okay.
All right.
I'm remembering that sketch. I saw that sketch when I was a kid. I go, even as a kid, I go, I remember that now. Because I was huge into Kids in the Hall. Like when I was
he does one. The second
teens.
one that they do of that, the second time that character comes up, there's no blackface. He's just white, and it works the same way.
And there's also the skit where like the women, the office women, are like in love with him. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like one of them's going through a breakup with him.
Yes. Kathy's going through a breakup with the Kathys.
Does he show up in that?
He does not show up in it. No.
Yeah. I think maybe he shows up in a flashback or something.
He doesn't. He's not like in the scene.
Right. Anyway. Very weird. Just very fucking weird image.
Yeah.
One of the most weird parts of the game for me.
Well, it's just very out of place. You know, one of the weirdest parts of the game for me. that
was because everything else is weird, but this is weird within the set of boundaries that are already established as weird.
Yeah.
Chapter 20, Cruel Device. Which I like that chapter name. I don't know what that means, but George and Emily speed away in search of Thomas. And York was like, Thomas isn't the killer. And they rush away, and he's like, did they even hear me?
Yeah.
It's very weird. They pull out violently. It's very comical. York drives downtown, and he sees a vision of Anna suddenly appear in front of him. He chases her through the streets. You have to go. This is just like when you're following Willie. You have to go. He stops. She stops.
She's like,
yeah, and you have to go follow her.
And then she does this stupid like slow motion run, kind of like away from you. And you do, and she like fades away sometimes. You know what I mean? And you like can't quite see her, but you have to kind of.
Do you have any difficulty with this?
Yeah, kind of. Only because I didn't experience what you did.
You told me.
Yeah.
There is a chase section where if you got too close to the person, it would be like, no, not that way. Was this what you were talking about? Or is that the Willy one?
That's the Willy one.
Okay, because it can also happen on this one.
Yeah, and
you go, Zach, that's not the right way.
But then with that one, it would start you back over at the beginning. For me at least, during the Anna chase, it would start me back over at the beginning of when you start following her.
Normally it would.
Yeah.
Now with this, what happened to me was I was chasing her forever. I kept looping.
Yeah.
The same thing. I couldn't get it to stop because you're supposed to end up at
the bar.
At the bar, Galaxy of Terror.
Which is where I wound up there. I had a similar thing happen where I wound up there and I follow her and I'm at the bar and then I followed her to the next spot and then I was like, I lost track of her, so I just turned around and was like, oh, it'll reset me. And instead it just put me to the bar. You know what I mean?
In mine, it was, no, not that way. And then black, cutscene.
Yeah. That's effectively what happened to me, but like in a not the exact same way.
That's broken.
For sure, yeah. Because you clearly don't trigger whatever it is. Or like she's supposed to, maybe you're supposed to intuitively go to the bar. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Because if you go that way, it tells you no.
She goes to the bar. She stands outside the front door.
Yeah.
Then you go up to her and it triggers the cutscene. I've seen it happen on other people's games.
Oh, okay. So we just had
it's
weird.
just broken. It's inconsistent.
Well, damn.
Broken's maybe not the right word. It's just, it's inconsistent. So, the Raincoat Killer sees you, throws an axe at you. You run away. You got to try to escape. Now you're in another fucking otherworld scenario. There's lots of the hallway monsters. This is the one where you fight 3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah. And you know when they're coming too, because it's when you see the vents, like the Half-Life vents you could crawl into.
Yep.
Like near the ceiling, you see those and you go.
Yep. I go. And oh my god! And I was on one, and I had like a little fuck up on my controller or something. Oh, because you can press the R trigger to aim at the
auto lock on him. Yeah.
So I press it, and it just didn't work. And then he hit me, and I didn't realize my health was low.
Oh,
because also health barely matters in this game.
Yeah, it barely does. I mean, like there was at least once I got hit like 3 times in a row, and it was maybe half my health was gone. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, I'll take 2 small med kits and I'm fucking fine again.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even a concern.
So I got a game over. I had to do the whole hallway again.
Oh no, that's
I was on the last
devastating.
one.
That's devastating because they do take. It's such a forced long thing.
Yeah,
To
it
fight
takes
each one
way
of those
too
guys.
long. Toward the end, though, there is a room where everything's on fire. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I like that one too because that was when like they as soon as they catch fire, they sprint at you.
Yeah,
and that adds a little.
It's like
more.
that was an annoying enemy, but also a cool break in the monotony. We go forward. We find the locket in the basement. We realize, he goes, the perpetrator is who I always thought it was, or something. Okay. Well, then we see a shot of Carol. She's singing in the club, and Thomas is in drag, dancing to it. We go, okay, I don't even know what that means, really. Yeah.
And I believe
Episode 4.
this one, that cutscene is in like that weird 3D animation. That like the clock tower.
Yeah, there's like a couple like pre-rendered cutscenes that are animated with different models. They're much higher quality.
Yeah.
They look really nice. They look like they remind me of Silent Hill.
Yeah, they're very stylized.
I think Silent Hill.
Yeah,
the cool.
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, like the cutscenes were like
they're
beautiful.
very stylized, well lit, well shot. It's like good, cool angles and stuff. You know what I mean? It's very. I don't know. It's very out of place. It is a little out of place compared to the other cutscenes.
Totally. I assume they wanted to do more.
And the music's always better too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's not just the.
Chapter 21, Cat Fight. This chapter opens up with a long section where little boy York chases his father through the woods. You're just going down a forest path.
He's like, hurry up!
You go, Dad.
You lose me.
He goes, come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Yeah.
I timed this. Just shy of 4 minutes.
Jesus, that makes sense. I had to do
You're
this.
just walking down a path. And the same dialogue keeps repeating. Why?
I forget what happened. Like something happened with like either like this might have been the one crash that I had my whole time, where it's like right after this something wouldn't load right, or I couldn't do something, or I had to stop, and then when I came back, it just reloaded me at the start of this scene, and I was like, ugh.
Well, what happens is you lose track of your dad. Emily shows up and she says something weird. I can't remember what she goes. She was like, "Are you lost?" You know, maybe it's because her tongue was cut out. Don't kill me. She comforts you a little bit. And then Willie shows up and begins licking your face. And there's a really great animation of Willie like, Adult York is now in the red room. Were you going to say something else?
There's just something very funny. We're not quite there yet. But keep talking for a second.
All right.
Bring it up. Sorry.
Tell me when the time is right.
Yes.
Adult York is in the red room. Emily's in a chair in front of you. She's holding a little Kaysen doll. The victims are there too. Some of the victims. They're whispering, giggling.
Yeah.
Did you notice at one point there was like a map that had a bunch of different Kaysen dolls on it in the red room?
No.
It was like on a shelf. I was like, oh, I should look at that. And like something happened and I couldn't.
I guess I thought I interacted with like everything.
You also can't like look up close at everything.
Yeah, you can't. Some things you can't get.
So some stuff is really hard to get a good
angle
eye
won't
on.
allow you.
But there's a map which and there's all the little Kaysen dolls, and I think what it's saying is those are the other red seed cases you were following.
Oh,
and
okay.
Kaysen had like different personalities, I think, and different
Depending
personas or outfits or
Yep.
alibis.
I don't know, because in the flashback you get, he just looks like him with the sapling and the overalls. And
Yeah, but he's in the army fatigues. Here he's in the overalls.
True, that's true.
He could,
Right.
There was like little different versions of him. I assume he maybe changes something about himself.
Right.
You wake up, you're blindfolded and tied to a chair. Thomas put you there. Okay.
That's how he's wanted you the whole time.
So there's a sex dungeon, which we've seen glimpses of before.
It's the one that York was just in a moment ago where he found the locket.
Yeah. That's I forgot to say that. But yeah, you eventually
Yes.
find the sex dungeon in the basement of the club.
Yeah.
That's the secret sex club. Kaysen, George, Willie, and Emily are all in the sex dungeon together. Kaysen's like, hey, Willie could help track York and find him. Like, he's great. Let us help. Now, like, and George's like, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Emily's like, we need to save Kaysen. So, okay, fine. Fucking do it. And this is not a time where, like, so many times in the game, people are like, fine, but, like, don't hold me responsible if this goes bad.
Yeah.
I think George says something along the lines of that. And then Kaysen says the same thing later to York about driving Emily to the hospital. And someone else, there's another scene just like that. I go, did you write like 5 lines?
Yes.
Now you're on foot for another frustrating chase.
Mm-hmm.
You are following Willie, who's following the scent. He walks a little bit, stops, sniffs around, walks a little bit, stops. And then every 25 or 30 stops, every like 5-10 stops, there's a cutscene where Kaysen just kind of like waxes poetic about something.
Yep. Like monologues about some bullshit, usually totally irrelevant. A really frustrating thing I kept having happen here is if I caught up to Willie, it would go, hey, you're heading the wrong way.
Yeah, Kaysen
and then it would
stops
start
you.
me over. Yeah, and I'm like, I'm right next to the dog. I'm standing. I'm like this distance from the dog.
So you warned me about that.
Yeah.
Without spoiling anything. Mm-hmm. What happened to me was just randomly.
It would just be like, you're not.
Yeah, Willie'd be like, hey. Or Kaysen would be like, hey, Willie's over here.
And you're like, yeah, I'm right next to the
I'm
fucking...
like, yeah, I'm... And what I think it is, I think it's actually tied to your proximity to Kaysen, not the dog.
Oh, okay, maybe that's it.
I think there are times where
Maybe you're
because what
supposed to be
happened...
following Kaysen following the dog.
I think so. I think that's how the game logic is
That's
programmed.
stupid.
Because what happened was, I replicated it when, if you point a gun at a civilian, you get fined. They go, ooh.
Yeah.
So I scared him with the gun by accident.
Kaysen?
Yeah.
Okay.
He stopped. I caught up way closer to the dog, but not any closer than I ever had been, but way closer than he was. And then he stopped me.
Oh, okay.
I think
That's gotta be it,
I think
then.
that's another way
It's
it
gotta
works.
be it. Because it was like the final one. And I was like, I got to him. And then he was like, hey, you're going the wrong way.
Makes no sense.
I'm like, I'm with the dog.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's tied to him instead of the
Gotta
dog
be,
for some reason.
because I was with the dog.
There were times I would go right up to the dog and didn't trigger.
Yeah. It also, I believe, it cuts in between the monologues, right? Does it cut to
York in the chair, and,
Yeah.
and you're like looking through a sheer fabric.
Yeah, it's just like a tie was wrapped
Yeah, and
around
you
your
just, you just press the L trigger to look around.
And I think
it's
Thomas,
a pretty good gimmick.
I think
in a
Thomas
way.
comes in a couple times and talks to you a little bit. And this
And
is
he's like, I don't want to. Basically, he's like, I don't want to hurt you, but like, I gotta do this. So like, you just chill here and sorry.
And one of my favorite parts of this is, which is kind of, I think, speaks more to your whole like the diver / Warren Lindor / Ati theory of like Willie being a more powerful being, is Thomas says as he leaves you, the final time that he leaves you in there, he goes, well, I guess whoever opens up this door next is going to be the one to decide your fate and everyone's. And then he leaves, and then inevitably
It's Willie.
it's fucking Willie who just busts down the
Wow,
door.
great point.
I thought that was super funny. I thought it was just kind of funny, but now that you mentioned the idea that maybe Willie is a more powerful being, it makes you kind of go, oh,
Well,
maybe.
What
Yeah.
has been posited is that Willie and Kaysen were both taking orders from the red tree, as if the red tree is like
A higher being of some sort.
Yeah, that they're kind of followers of.
Yeah.
But that
Like a cult, like the cult of the tree.
but that Kaysen is actually like Willie is like Kaysen's watcher. And like
okay.
You know, is like
That's why he has the doll in his mouth. Inevitably. Okay.
he's like kind of like keeping this other entity in check.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I still would like to know if there's more to it. You know what I mean? It's still
There is.
Yeah.
If you start digging, there's a lot more. We are not going as deep as some people have
scratching
gone.
the surface.
So you get to the tower. You go in. You got to ascend stairs. You're fighting guys. It kind of sucks.
Yes.
The one cool thing is when there's a room full of like 10 guys and you just shoot a barrel and they'll explode.
Yes, that is fun. And it is, I will admit, it was kind of cool. And I always like in a game when suddenly they're like, you're playing as a different character now.
I liked
You know
playing
what I
as
mean?
Emily more than the Raincoat Killer,
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Raincoat Killer part sucked.
which we'll get into later. But it was cool to play as Emily. And again, that's another thing that Alan Wake wanted to do and didn't pull off. They didn't pull it off until Alan Wake 2. Well, they didn't in Max Payne 2, but that doesn't count. Just, you know, it really seems like Alan Wake and Deadly Premonition were like, if they had both lived out their full potential, I think they would have been way more similar.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
They both tried to do the full open world night-day cycle. They both tried to do multiple protagonists.
Yep.
They both tried to do the Twin Peaks tribute.
Yep. There would have been too many similarities if they both had the budget and time they needed.
Yeah. Really crazy.
I also think they both would have done a lot better. You know what I mean?
Quite possibly, yeah.
But I mean, who knows?
Well, you get to the top of the clock tower. It leads to an awkward boss fight with Thomas. Thomas is now... So you're at the top of the clock tower. It's like Resident Evil 3?
It's the only one I haven't played.
2, maybe. I think it's 2, actually, with the clock tower. There's big gears and shit. Thomas is basically being like, everything was great between me and George, then you showed up and you fucked everything up. It's like, first of all, she was 16.
Yeah, she's 16 when she moved here.
George is the fucked up one.
Yep.
But also, you're in a cycle of abuse, and I don't know, you know, it's just like, everyone's in a cycle of abuse here.
Yes, every victim.
It's hard to like point blame, and then when you go back further, you're like, oh, like you kind of see like Kaysen is kind of the devil, you know? He's like he's sowing all this discord.
He's sowing these seeds of discord.
Wow.
Raising the sapling of dissent. But no, he fucking where like he effectively, because like when Enabler is revealed to you, I couldn't kill my wife either. Turns out she started the cycle of abuse. You know what I mean? Maybe that started because of Kaysen in the first place.
Seems like it.
Which created George, you know what I mean? Which created fucking all the other abuse that you're seeing.
People are hurting people, so forth and so forth.
Yep.
But he's like, this feels like a House of the Dead boss fight.
Yeah. It's very corny, and it's hard. I had a really hard time realizing when I was actually aiming at him.
That's what I have in my notes.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
So he's on you're at the face of the clock tower, so there's the white
with
kind
just
of
like
glass,
the hands.
So it's just bright white, you know, sun shining through. And then there's little red details around the clock. And then Thomas is in a red dress.
Yep.
And your reticle on your gun is red. And when you're aiming at something, the reticle goes from a full square, and then it turns to a little cluster, and it meets at a point.
Yeah.
And so it becomes much smaller
Yes.
than your normal reticle. So you're looking for a red dot on a red character. And then when it's white, you know, the reticle is pretty, it's got like a very thin stroke around it initially when it's a little square.
It's hard to see.
So when it's, you know, a little red line, a 1 pixel line on a full white background that's illuminated white. It's, you know, got a...
And
like
it's not super like thick
fuzz
either.
to
It's like
No,
almost
it's not.
opaque. You know what I mean?
Yes, totally. Totally.
It's weird.
So it's hard to see at all.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, I guess I can't shoot him because when you can't shoot at something, the reticle doesn't do the little dot thing.
Yeah.
And so because I can't see it, I'm assuming I can't shoot at him. Took me like 2 minutes to like...
I just unloaded all my ammo on him. I had the machine gun. Or no, I didn't because you're Emily. Sorry, that was the next. That's the next boss
you
fight.
have just the pistol. That's what makes this harder.
Next boss fight is what I'm thinking of, but just have the pistol. And I just kept shooting at him. I kept shooting,
and then eventually I was like, "Oh, I get it." And I had an intuitive feel for where it was.
Yeah, but
I never really was like, "Oh, I see it. I'm good."
And it reacts well when you shoot him too. Like when you shoot him, you hear like a feedback noise, and you're like, "Okay, cool, I finally hit him."
But yeah, he's just prancing around from gear to gear, and
Calling
he's
you
like,
a
"Take
fat
this,
slut,
take
you know
this,
what I mean?
you stupid hoe."
You what a skanky swine. Yeah.
So you get his health bar down, and then Willie shows up. Thomas has a knife. He's gonna get you.
Well, one of my favorite things that she says is it stops, and Thomas is like collapsed, and Emily goes, "Thomas, don't make me shoot you again." Because I'm like, normally it would just be like, "Don't make me shoot you," but I'm glad that they acknowledged that you've just been in a gunfight with this man.
Yeah, sometimes games don't.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, good, you acknowledge that you've already shot this man 12 times. Don't make me shoot you again.
Thomas is tussling with Willie. Thomas launches the knife into the air. It falls, plunges, hits him in the chest. There's all these like big hooks for some reason. I get it. It's like pulleys and stuff.
Yeah, they're supposed to be attached to weights.
Why would there be?
Well, the hook wouldn't be unattached. They would be attached to a weight of some
right, and
sort,
it wouldn't need to be a sharp hook like that.
No, not at all.
These are like big fucking meat hooks.
Yeah, effectively.
Thomas slips off the gear and
love
falls
your note here.
Face first into a hook that is the size of his entire face.
Oh yeah, like it you can't make out his face anymore.
It gores him.
Yeah.
And then instead of just ripping his head clean off, It just suspends him in midair.
What's your exact note? Thomas falls from the gear and goes face first into a giant hook, which somehow suspends his body in midair rather than just ripping his head in half. I read that and it made me laugh because I was like,
right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
The
You're
hook
correct,
is
yeah.
enormous. It would have exploded his head.
Yeah, it wouldn't have just stuck
And
through
then,
like that. It would have
and then
been
like 10 minutes later, they're like, Thomas is there.
yeah.
And it's like, he's just hanging?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because doesn't other people show up?
Willie frees York.
Yes, because he's the one who decides his fate.
Yeah. Like you mentioned. Yes. And it's very funny that he like unties him and everything.
Yeah,
and,
I know.
like, that dog is pretty good. Y'all meet. And it's like, through the process of elimination, you're like, who's the only other person that had access to the files and blah, blah, blah. Has no alibi.
And who was there at
And he
every
goes,
single...
It was Love G himself. George radios in. And you're like, Kaysen, shut the fuck up. Because Kaysen's still there. Yeah, we'll come right to the station, boss.
Get on down to the sheriff station, quick!
Chapter 22, Throne of the Abyss. The Throne of Abyss. You head to the sheriff's department. It's another world area. You descend deep into the depths of the building to find a secret room underneath the sheriff's department. There you find Carol. Her tongue's been cut out.
No.
She was attacked by George.
Oh.
As she dies, she suddenly bursts forward and shoves red seeds down Emily's throat.
Like an absolute monster.
York instructs Kaysen to drive Emily to the hospital. He's like, Kaysen, get in here.
And for whatever reason, I mean, like, I know Kaysen's been, like, suspicious this whole time, but he's always wanted to help the whole time. You know what I mean?
Literally begging throughout the last few chapters.
And then this is the one moment where you go, you got to run her to the hospital. And he goes, oh, I shouldn't. Don't make me. No. Don't make me do that.
I can't go by myself.
Yeah, and you're like, what? What do you mean you can't fucking bring... What do you mean?
So, all right, don't blame me if anything happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic. Kaysen, cool.
Then we flash back. Suddenly we're looking at the secret room again. George is there, and he's like basically unveiling himself to be the Raincoat Killer.
Yeah.
You're like, okay. And then chapter 23, Dawn, the first episode, chapter 5. York is standing in front of the sheriff's department. He just told Kaysen to leave.
Yep. Take Emily to the
You turn
hospital.
around. There's the Raincoat Killer. Now you're pursuing him. You're still doing the split view thing sometimes, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, you are. It says something like, now just focus on going forward. Like in little instructional text at the top of the screen. Yeah. You basically walk to him. Sometimes you have to break a crate that's in your way. You almost get to him. He goes, I
always love the little thing he does, too, because then when he, like, swings at you and you dodge, he's like, and then goes on, and you're like, what the fuck is that?
Stop playing with me. You finally meet him. You do this like 4 times.
Yep.
Just walk through, see him again, walk through, see him again, walk through, see him again. Very repetitive. When you're chasing him, sometimes he throws the axe at you. You just gotta press
that's the
0 at any time.
Yeah. He's been doing
There's
that
no like window. It's like, get it before I go all the way.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
And then also I've noticed
easy.
sometimes it'll tell you to dodge it, but if you stand like behind something when he throws it at you, it'll hit the thing in front of you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's very strange.
You get to the courtyard. George is there. He was the killer.
Yep.
He's decked out in bondage gear. He's got like a weird vampire chest piece. He's got, like,
he's also got like
spikes.
vampire teeth now suddenly for some reason.
Yeah. He talks about how his mom trampled him in high heels, which I know is the thing some people are into. But she like punctured his face and stuff.
That's why he has the scar on his cheek that when he's pushing the tree, that like splits more for some reason, which doesn't make any sense either. You're like, that okay, but whatever.
It's now glowing. Yeah. He starts getting all muscly. You gotta shoot him in the back.
Yep, in his...
I used the Magnum. It took 2 shots.
Yeah, the Magnum
literally. I was like, what the fuck?
I was using the machine gun for that
you
part.
You can
like
get
the full
an
assault
infinite
rifle.
Magnum as well.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Then he transforms again. He's looking like kind of like a Japanese...
Looks like what's his, Blanca?
It looks like Blanca, but he also looks like... I think it's like Kabuki fighter.
Kabuki. Yeah, Kabuki, like the Kabuki mask.
But there's like a video game character that has a similar...
Oh, is that from is that from Tekken?
Game. It's an old game.
Okay. I was like, I feel like there's a character like that
Quantum
in Tekken
Kabuki or something. It's not going to come to me. I could be misremembering something from Nintendo Power from my childhood, but there's like a character that's like that. It's like the Kabuki style thing, but like with the energy wisps and stuff is one thing.
Yes.
Anyway, he's monologuing the whole time too, talking about power and abuse and just how great he is.
Yeah.
Basically, he
And how you
reveals
shouldn't be able to
his
defeat
whole
him.
story that he's unkillable. The red seeds make people invincible. He talks about being horny for deers. He's like, deers are very erotic animals with their hot asses and nice titties. Like, okay,
They're like
weird. And he's like, have you ever shot a deer? It's so much different than killing a man. And then he's like, I tried to kill these deers one time when I was hunting and they wouldn't die. Then I cut them open and they were full of red seeds. And I realized, the red seeds are the key. And he talks about how like Thomas and Carol, I think, built a secret club underneath the bar.
Yeah, that's the sex
secret
dungeon.
sex dungeon. He calls it a secret club, but basically he's convincing all these teenage girls to come over, get high on the red seeds, and then fuck.
Yeah, and like in like violent, dangerous ways because you can't get hurt. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, just a crazy S&M orgy.
Yeah. And he tried to get Emily into this. It's clear that it's like he goes after like literally young girls because even Anna is 18,
right?
But like clearly this has been happening for a while.
Yeah,
he's been grooming her into this for a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which is way more fucked up than I thought it was when I was first playing the game. I was like, oh, wow. Okay.
I'm just kind of making those connections.
And he's like,
he was literally.
He's like, they were like cats in heat, especially Anna. She especially loved it. You know,
like,
I was like,
these teenage girls.
Yeah. He's getting them. He basically says like, in addition to it's like the effects on the body, also is like a strong aphrodisiac.
Yeah.
And so basically they're just like they're high as hell, super horny, and engaging in extreme BDSM stuff. It seems.
Yeah, with George.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to multiple scenes, whether it's with Carol or whether it's with Diane. I think a couple times.
Yeah.
Where like they're like, I'm not into this.
Flashbacks.
This is too much. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do all this, and he's just like fucking whatever, basically. You know? Yeah. So yeah, George, not a great guy, not a cool guy.
No. So that Blanca version, he's like, I can't be defeated, and he just like stands and turns around.
Yeah, he'll just stop and like
for like 6 to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is shoot him in the back. The Magnum again, it's like 5 shots total for this boss fight. Crazy. Then the last segment happens, and you can only press dodge.
Yeah.
You can kind of dodge in a certain direction.
You can kind of try to guide where you're dodging.
The controls, unlike anything else in the game, very confusing.
Yep.
I kept dodging. I went all the way to the right side of the screen. I got stuck there. Had to figure out how to get back, and then I was like, "What am I doing?"
I had to look this up because I couldn't. So inevitably,
he's whipping an axe at you, and you're dodging it.
Yes, and over again. And inevitably, what you have to do is you have to shoot the axe back at him.
Yep.
I thought, and I could have died. Obviously, I just missed if I did it, but I thought I had tried to do that already in the fight, and it didn't work.
I tried a bunch of times. I go, let me try harder because I feel like because I thought I heard it hit and everything.
Yeah.
I go, no. There's no other fucking thing to do.
Yeah.
And so I just kept doing it, and eventually it worked. I don't know how or why.
I just looked it up, and it was like, you have to shoot it back at him. So I just switched to my shotgun, and I was like, maybe the shotgun will have a better chance of hitting it.
The shotgun has a spread that's like the entire screen.
So that's why I was like, I bet you I'll hit it if I just use the shotgun. And I did.
If there's multiple enemies on screen, you can often one-shot 3 guys.
Yeah, if you're just close enough.
With one shotgun blast.
Yeah, until you're like slightly later game when they start getting like a little bit stronger.
Yeah, they do. They do get a little stronger.
But it's just a little bit.
Yeah, they just take like 1 or 2 extra shots at most.
And that's not, they're not like faster. They don't hurt you more. You know what I mean? Like
after the battle, there was the crazy sky and everything. Everything returns to normal.
Yep.
George's body crisps up like a dead vampire in the sun. That bug just came at me. York collapses. Brings us to chapter 24, Red Tree. Another long walking section here is little York, young Yorkie boy. You're going down like a basically procession.
Young Yorkie boy.
Where you see all the victims.
Yep. And they're all just like...
Yeah, you go up to each one, you talk to them, and they just laugh. It's like you're playing Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time.
Yes, yeah, where nobody can actually like say a fucking word to you.
And then you get to Thomas, he goes,
You also need to have more fun. I'll play with you a little if you like.
We talked about this earlier, but it's like, is that molesty? I don't know.
I can't tell if it's that, or I can't tell if it's like, because what becomes clear later is like this seems to be their actual representations in the spirit world. So maybe it's Thomas being like, you missed out on having fun as a kid.
Yeah, it could be innocent.
Maybe
or it could be, or it could not be, because also Thomas, for as much as he seemed conflicted, he also is a sex freak.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems as though he helped
involved in very illicit activities,
and he helped to, it seems, recruit some of these women as well. You know what I mean?
Was
like
a Ghislaine.
Yes, he was the Ghislaine of this story. Yeah, so it's like it's hard to read this one, and the only reason I don't think it's a weird, like all gay people or child molesters thing is because they really don't do that at any other point with him, even with the drag thing,
right?
Where they don't. You know
That's why I was like, this feels very out of place.
Yeah, so
I can't make a call on it.
I think it is just going back to like Thomas was a sweet, sensitive man.
Also, I thought it might have something to do with the fact that he was not like a biological woman.
I thought that might have something to do with it too.
Oh, the women are forest goddesses, but he was a stand-in.
Yeah. So
does he he's not, I don't think he's becoming one of the goddesses.
No, I don't believe so, no.
So I think he maybe, whereas the goddesses almost seem like they've completely lost their
they become
humanity.
Like ethereal
whereas he seems more tied to maybe part of his human self.
Yeah. It's hard to say. Either way, kind of a weird delivery.
You get to your father, his face is shaded. You get to your mother, her face is shaded as well.
Yeah.
He goes, expect no praise. You did nothing but your duty. Mother goes, oh, I'm so proud of you. I'm sure your father would love to congratulate you. You go through the door. You're back in the white room. The old man again is like, you sure you want to do that? And you're like, yeah, I gotta.
I have to. We gotta. Yeah. What am I doing?
Okay,
here?
there's no turning back.
I fucking get it. We understand.
Emily's there. She's holding a Cason doll. York is instructed to open an envelope. He opens the envelope. He looks at what? You wake up in the hospital. Usha's there. He's like, I was hoping to play you in chess, but you were sleeping for 10 days.
Yeah, like Jesus Christ. Okay. Is that the first thing you're gonna say to me? You want to play chess? Hey, you're out of your coma. Chess?
Hey, I came here for chess. So, and then you're like, and then he's like, oh, you're like, where's Emily? He goes, Emily's not here. Oh, I told Cason to bring her to the hospital. Cason brought you to the hospital. Oh, no. And then he goes, oh, here's this envelope. And it's like a serial killer fucking envelope.
Yeah, he's like, Cason left this for you.
It's like, what? He's like, I don't know, he just told me to give it to you. It's like, you don't realize it's like kind of weird?
The other smartest man in this town isn't realizing this might be a little off.
Yeah. Also, we didn't mention this, but he has a real love for potato chips.
He does.
That's part of his character. One of his big traits.
He's got the nicest house in town, too, if you find Usha's house.
Yeah.
It's the nicest house in town.
It is.
He's got the nicest car.
He's too good for that place.
He is, yeah, frankly.
God bless him for being the doctor. So, basically, you open the envelope, and there's like a little map that's like, go to George's house. You're like, fuck. So you go to George's house. It's dirty. It's barren. You're leaving.
The side of his house is also overgrown with like red vine.
Yes.
Which I thought was interesting.
As you're leaving, Usha still is like, so, no chess?
Yeah. So, no head?
There's like tarps over the doorways, and you go up to them and it goes, look underneath or look under, and you like, just rip it down. I thought he was gonna like go like look underneath it, and he just rips it.
There's so many little things like that I do wonder. I'm like, was this lost in translation? Maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah, or placeholder text, and then the animation changed. They didn't update it. It could be so many things.
It could easily be that too. I didn't even think of that because there were so many different.
Like initially,
builds.
they're like, "Oh, you should peek under," and then you could like, because there's points where you can go up to like the mountain viewy binocular stations. And like look at the town stuff.
Yeah, and you can like look through windows.
Look through windows.
So yeah.
Also, I think I mentioned this to you, but you can. Took me forever to find this. You can press the right bumper, and you instead you can go if there's windows, you can go to every window. Or you can just press the bumper, and you'll look through all the windows. But the thing is, whatever window you leave off at, you teleport there.
Yes. I wish I had known that, and I wish I had known the thing about the map. making
the
it
expandable map.
The expandable map.
Yeah.
I'm so mad about that. I'm like genuinely like bothered that I didn't know that.
Well,
it would have made my gameplay so much. Oh my god.
Oh, I'd imagine.
Like so much better.
I still did a lot of pausing, looking at the map, pausing, looking at the map, but not as much as I would if I didn't have that.
I did it constantly.
I'm sure every time I expanded the map was a time that I would have been
paused and looked at the other. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And you pause and then have to scroll to the map. It's not quick.
No. You got to scroll to the map, and then sometimes when you come, you got to exit back out to reorient yourself to see where you are on the map because the map doesn't.
There's no marker for your location on the map, and there is.
Yes,
but like
there's no like guide.
There's a persistent marker for your destination.
Yes.
So you always kind of see it pulsing. So you know, okay, that's where I'm heading. And when you move the map around, you still see it on the edge of the map.
Yes.
Like place markers work on maps.
They don't do it
with
you,
They should have
though.
had one for the player.
They
so
don't.
You know your proximity.
I wouldn't be
to
able
anything.
to fucking find my way back ever to where I was.
That was
I'd like
so
find
bad.
my way to it, and then I'd be like, "Fuck, where was I?" You know what I mean? Like,
and I had bad direction to begin with, so this was hellacious
because
for
it
me.
works so much like real streets. It's like, okay, well, it's like up, sure, but like
the orientation is so fucked up.
Yeah,
the map. You're always viewing the map from a different orientation too.
Yeah, then
when you pause the screen, the map should always be one
fixed
orientation.
Fixed orientation.
Crazy.
One of the worst parts of the game was the map, I think.
And one of the most crucial parts of the game.
Yeah. I don't know this town. I don't live here.
Sometimes when I'm like holding her, I accidentally touch one of her nipples and I hate it. I go, it's just an animal's nipple. I'm not like it's not sexual.
You're not like you're not twisting.
I just like I pick her up and just brush her nipple and it's just I'm like, yeah. I don't know. It should not bother me in the slightest. I should not even think about it.
I hear you, but there's that part of you that goes like, I don't want anyone to think I'm touching this cat's nipple for her. You know what I mean?
That's part of it, but also it is just like it feels like a straight up like
it
real
feels
little
like a and it feels like a violation.
It does.
Bit, yeah. No, I understand. I understand fully. You don't want to bonk your head anymore.
I always move that. I don't know why I didn't on this last shot. Anyway.
Oh, hey.
So you rip down one of the fucking curtains. Hi, babe.
Just doing circles.
And there's clearly a false wall. And this is one of 2 times this happens. You just have to hold X for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and just push.
As you push a wall.
Uh-huh.
And then it opens, and you go downstairs. You find a horny creepo photo collage of Emily, and you're like, I don't think she needs to know about this.
Yeah. We can just keep this one to ourselves.
She's purring so loud in my ear. Hey,
Jesus.
babe. And then you go into the next room. You see George's dead mother. She has a red tree growing through her rotting corpse.
Coming out of her belly, right? If I recall correctly.
Yeah, that's when you realize it was never an upside down peace symbol. It had always been a red tree.
Bum, bum,
And then you go through and you have all these flashbacks of times where you thought you saw something and you're like, oh, I was seeing a red tree. Oh shit, that was a red tree too. Episode 6, Chapter 25, Zach Morgan. The chapter opens back in 1956. You are the OG Raincoat Killer.
Yes.
You have a new show on Gas Digital Network. And you're making your way to the clock tower. However, the path is blocked off by red growth, and the whole thing is very unintuitive and awkward. The Raincoat Killer drags his axe behind him as he runs, making a sound that becomes very irritating over the 15 minutes or so that you spend walking through this
section. It's really
section.
frustrating. It's nearly as bad as the siren.
Eve goes, she's sitting here as I'm being the game.
Yeah.
You know, we're hanging out in this room. She goes, is that the axe or is that like something else? I go, no, it's the axe. She's like, ugh, okay.
Right.
It's like, it's just like, I'll just put the noise in. Yeah. It's 15 minutes.
Of that.
Maybe 13.
And like maybe you stop it a couple times because like you're attacking for a minute or whatever. But then it goes
you realize
right back
pretty
to
quickly you don't need to attack.
And it has that horrible reverb too.
So
this cat is in love.
Yeah. She is. So you can attack the townspeople are attacking you. They're all looking like the spirits, the shadows from the
rest
other
of
world.
the game. Yeah,
But it's different because they're in reality.
And you're just murdering. You're like one shot killing.
The clock
everyone.
is striking 12, and when it does, a bunch of people crash through a gate.
Yeah,
And
for some
doesn't
reason.
seem to do anything. I don't know if I was supposed to reach the clock tower before 12 strikes, but I couldn't. I was busting ass there. At first, I didn't even know I had to go anywhere.
I was like sprinting, and I didn't. Yeah, same. I didn't realize there was even a destination. And then when that happened, I was like, was I supposed to be there? You know what I mean? Like, was I supposed to have reached?
I was just
that
like
point?
fighting guys for a minute,
Yeah,
and
'cause I
then
don't even know
Amazing
where-
Grace starts playing.
Yeah, because I don't even, and also like I don't even know where the fuck I am right now. If I'm gonna be honest, like I wouldn't even know how to get to the clock tower from anywhere else in that
No,
town.
I don't think you go to
Just
the clock
going
tower
blind.
until like the end of the game. Then.
Yeah, so like I have no clue where I'm going.
Very confusing. So you're rampaging through town, trying to reach your destination marker.
Yep.
Amazing Grace is playing. Now, earlier when Harry was telling the story, he goes, I didn't even, like, he was like, I was subconsciously hearing the strikes of the clock, and when it struck 12, like, everyone freaked out. So that, I mean, you're experiencing that moment he was describing.
Yes.
From a different perspective. It's kind of like a Half-Life Blue Shift scenario. So, the enemies are very easy to avoid. You can walk past almost all of them.
Yeah.
But this path, you have to go... am I going the wrong way? Because I'm fucking going pretty fucking far out of the way to get to where I'm going. You go all the way to the edge of some areas, and you can walk off the beaten path in this game.
You can walk. You can get yourself really out in the middle of nowhere just walking,
And it's a dead end. And there's no items or people.
No.
So, when you get to the clock tower, you're like, yeah, something's going to happen. No. Now you're York, and you're standing at the same spot at the clock tower. What are you doing, babe? Ooh. All the townsfolk are now there. They're all gone crazy.
Yeah.
And Isaac and Isaiah are like, we're scared. And they hug you. And as they're hugging you, you're like, it's okay. Then you go, and you look down. They're like, we're evil too. And they fucking stuck you in the back with a pair of scissors.
Yeah. Which is pretty hardcore, frankly.
It is.
Also, something I did not experiment with here that I kind of wanted to find out if I could do. I didn't kill any of the townspeople.
No, he goes, let's try not to hurt them, Zach.
Yeah, but then I'm like, what if I did try to hurt all of them?
I thought about that afterward.
In my head, I was like, what if I killed at least Keith? Because I didn't have to fucking hear him go, hey, man!
If I killed the gas station guy who called me craphead all the time.
Yeah. I killed a learning disabled gas station attendant who stolen $400 from me.
When you reach the clock tower entrance, you're York.
Oh, real quick.
You're back in the White Room for a minute.
Yeah, for like, yeah.
And again, he's like, hey, if you go forward, there's no turning back. You go, yeah, I know.
That's why I'm doing
So many times this keeps happening.
That's why I'm moving forward right now.
It's just the same scene repeated. So Kaysen's there. He's like perving on Emily Hart. He's like licking her and stuff. And she's like, York. And then she's like, it's not York. And you're like, Emily, it's okay. Get up. Come to me. We gotta go to the hospital. And it's like, you think he's gonna just let her get up?
Yeah.
I mean, after everything that's happened here. And she's like, I can't get up. I've been soiled.
I'm like, she shit herself? You, gross.
You might think that, or maybe she's been taken advantage of.
Yes,
and it's like, no. She was literally used as soil.
Well, I like, too, that, like, that's how York takes it, where he's like, I don't care what's happened to you, you know what I mean? Like, whatever
happened
it is.
to your body, it's okay.
Doesn't matter.
You're still you. And she's like, no.
You don't understand.
And she, like, stands up, and it's like they used her womb as soil.
Yeah, the tree's growing out of her fucking belly.
Suddenly, we see a flashback of York's past, and it's the true flashback this time. So, we're seeing his dad with a gun, and his mom on the ground. But it's not just that his dad shot his mom.
Nope.
No. What happened is his dad was an FBI agent as well, who was following Kaysen. Kaysen, in revenge, put a tree sapling in
York's
mom. And
just like Emily.
Yep. And he's laughing, and York's dad's like, oh no. And she's oh my God. York's dad's like, she's like, his mom's like, kill me, shoot me, kill me, please, I'd
Kill me,
rather die.
please.
And he's like, no, I can't do it. But you can. When the time comes, York, you can shoot the woman.
And he does the iconic line.
Yes.
There's some food you need to purge from your stomach.
And he's like, and he goes, okay.
He kills himself in front of you.
So fast.
Your mom and
he gets
Jason.
done talking and just blasts himself hard.
It's wild.
Then what I thought was interesting is, so you're seeing Kaysen. He's like, I saw you, Zach Morgan, Zach Francis Morgan, Zach. And then York is in his mind, and it's like, Zach, hi, it's me, I'm York. I'll be you, you be me. We're the same guy. And so Zach was the original guy.
Yes.
His hair was turned white with fear.
From the trauma.
And he has a big scar in his head.
Which makes sense earlier in the game, because he has a small cut on his face from his last case. And earlier in the game, when you're talking to some of the townsfolk, one of them goes, oh yeah, you're the one they've been calling Scarface. And you go, Scarface? Well, it'll have to be a lot bigger than this to garner
It's
that
Kaysen
name.
that says that to you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
Agent
it's because
Scarface.
you secretly have that you're unaware of.
And then that's true. Yeah, so he's unaware of his physical appearance, you're saying.
Yes, York doesn't realize he has that big scar, which is why it's like, it would have to be bigger.
The other thing that happens is like, when you meet Kaysen, you're like, call me York. And he's like, okay. He knows you're not York.
Yeah.
He remembers you.
He knows you're Alex, yeah.
Yeah. You're Zach.
Zach. I don't know why I keep saying Alex.
Hey, I don't care. So, anyway.
Whatever.
Now we come back to reality, and we're seeing Zach for who he really is. This is just like this movie I just watched called Removal. Same idea.
Oh, okay.
Very convoluted. Zach is like, York, what do I do? And Emily is like, kill me. And you're hearing, kill me. It's like she's doing the opposite of what the spirits are doing. Was he like having like a premonition? A deadly premonition?
Could he? Could he be? Maybe.
You have three choices. Point the gun at yourself, point the gun at Kaysen, or point the gun at Emily. What'd you choose?
I picked all three. I tried each one.
If you shoot Kaysen, he's like, didn't work.
Yep.
And then you go back to the red room, you're like, I made the wrong decision.
Yes.
What if you shoot yourself?
The same thing.
Oh. If you shoot Emily, you go, ding, and you miss her. You go, I can't do it. And she's like, okay, and she rips the plant out her own
Which
gut.
is brutal.
Yeah.
That is a brutal way to go out.
And then she goes, I wasn't used as soil. She actually says that. I go, that's quite a line. Then we get another flashback. You're seeing Emily join York and the other victims all in the white/red room area.
This weird afterlife they exist in. Then
you're back to reality. You're
Oh,
now
there goes
Zach,
gravity.
and you see yourself as Zach.
Yep.
Kaysen transforms to a giant monster version of himself, and he starts bouncing around. He's swinging off the balcony, off the rafters, and he's... just pop him. It's so easy.
I had the Magnum, and I'm pretty sure it was like 3 or 4 shots with the Magnum.
Quick.
And it was fucking done.
Then he explodes through the room. You fall through a hole in the floor. You collapse. Now you're doing a thing where you're descending a spiral staircase for...
an eternity.
Yeah. It is like 5 minutes.
It's too long. It doesn't make sense.
It's like between 3 and 5 minutes.
It doesn't make
Which
sense
is a
where
long
you're
time
going.
for one thing.
Yeah, because also I'm like, are we below the clock tower now? Where
Nothing
are we going?
changes.
What's happening?
Same music, same
And
animations.
also, like, you're running
and
down...
He just runs up to you.
Yeah.
You gotta do a QT. But you're having to waggle the stick the whole time.
But you're also running down, and you inevitably end up on a high surface.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
You eventually reach your landing, which looks like the top of the clock tower.
Yes.
Kaysen transforms again, but instead he's less monstrous. He looks more like his human form.
Yeah, but
just
he's all-
enormous, but with the white skin.
Yeah, grayscale.
And he's got a doll version of himself in his hand. You gotta shoot the doll. Then he puts the doll in his pocket. Then he goes, oh, boom.
You can go...
You gotta walk up, climb him. Then you go, yeah, the doll's in his front shirt pocket.
I didn't notice that the first time I got on his shoulder because
I didn't either.
you have to aim to see the doll. You can't just look down with your regular view. You have to like aim your gun. So I was like, I thought I saw him.
I caught it by accident.
I was like, maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean?
I was just like, I guess I'll shoot him all over. I was like, oh, the doll. And then you hit the doll, one shot over.
Because you can see the doll in the pocket when he's just standing there too. Before you get onto his shoulder.
I didn't.
You can't shoot it from there. You know what I mean? But you can just like see his little head peeking.
Fine boss battle.
Yeah, none of the boss battles were really great.
Yeah. Would have been nice if there was a little more difficulty, but he basically has one attack that's really easy to dodge, or it's either an attack where he goes, poof, and then like these little like lines of energy come through, but you have massive amounts of room to dodge.
Oh my god, yeah,
them.
no problem.
Or he does a thing where you go press dodge, and you just press dodge.
You just roll out of the fucking way.
Yeah, with no particular time.
No,
anytime within like 3-second window.
Yeah, it's like quite a bit.
The Epilogue, Chapter 26. The scene opens up at Harry's mansion. Zach is looking at a painting that seems to depict all of the victims together. And you saw this painting earlier. You weren't sure what to make of it. But now, with the greater context, you realize somehow it was a vision of what's going on in the afterworld. Harry reveals his true face and voice. And he also talks about how he was in the White Room with Zach/York.
But doesn't really elaborate on how.
He goes, yeah, I want to ask you something. Your real name. Well, at first he goes... I don't know if he says it first or second. One thing he goes, hey, I want to ask you something. You were in the White Room with me. Why? He goes, no, I had to be there. Yeah. And he goes, long, long ago, I too was unable to shoot my wife, just like your father.
You're like, no way.
Like, you were going to kill your wife, and then you just left instead? And he's like, and your real name, your last name isn't Sternum or whatever?
Stillwell.
It's Woodman. He was George's daddy.
He was George's papa the whole time. He let that woman beat the shit out of George.
Again, the cycle of abuse. Then it's like, all right, well, you ready to go? You can either say yes, and then you go to the next scene, or no, and you just get to explore until you go back. Harry and Matthias, or whatever his name is, are driving you out of town. And you see a lady in a red dress. It's Emily.
Oh, stop.
You go, hey, can you stop the car? You go, well, highly unorthodox, but I suppose we can. And you go into the woods. There's the little boys. The twins are like, he's right in front of you. You give it to him. And they're like, oh, okay, we get it. And they're like, Emily wanted us to give this to you. And you realize the boys can see the spirit realm.
Yes. That's why they see them as goddesses. That's why they weren't upset when they found Anna's dead body.
Also, it seems that because he swapped places with York, Zach no longer has a connection to the spirit realm as strong.
Yeah.
He seems like he still has glimmers of it, but it's not the same connection because he can't see them like he could have seen them.
And he can't, like, talk to York anymore. He's like, hey, York, I hope you can hear me. But it seems like before they were more kind of having conversations.
For sure. So when the game finally ends, you're walking out of town. You're on the bridge, out of town, and you're walking. I don't know why you don't have your car. Maybe because I didn't get my car back. You can do it with the general, I guess.
Oh, really?
You can restore your car. Yeah.
Your original car?
Yeah, the car you broke.
I did all my missions with the general.
Oh, then it's with someone else.
Oh, okay, I was like, I did all the general missions.
I don't remember how you do it then.
Okay.
But you can restore your car, and it's better than before.
Damn.
So, Willie trots out. His eyes are all weird. His eyes are fucked up. They look like the Raincoat Killer eyes.
Yes.
And he's got the casing doll in his mouth.
Yeah.
And you just kind of look at him and you go, all right, and you just walk away.
Which is almost like a chew toy, because you step on it earlier and it makes
Yeah.
like a squeaking noise, you know what I mean?
But nothing happens. You just look at him and leave.
Yep.
Some people have suspected that maybe, because of how Willie licks your face when you're a kid, and he like seemingly follows you as you leave,
Yeah.
that maybe it was your childhood dog who came back to you.
Oh, maybe. I don't know about that, though.
Feels loose.
That one feels like a reach.
And then we zoom out again. We see the old man, who now we know is Zach. He's holding the charm that the twins just gave to him. Now, Zach is living in the other realm with Emily and all the other people who died in the game. They're at like the 1950s diner where you normally see James Dean, Marilyn Monroe hanging out in those
like,
paintings made. James Cagney's in the corner.
Yep.
It's one of those scenarios.
We have one of those up in the bathroom at the diner.
Of course you do. Jesus fucking Christ.
My mom's name is Norma J.
Okay, that's fair.
Is Marilyn Monroe?
Is she blonde?
Huh?
Did you see Blonde?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you gotta see it.
Yeah.
It's like a 10 out of 10.
Oh, okay.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Babe, we got like 2 minutes left.
Yeah, you just gotta hang out for a minute, and then we'll let
Please,
you out.
honey,
Sweet baby girl.
chill for a minute. I think Sluggo's on the other side of the door and they're fighting.
They're fighting, yeah.
They're all a bunch of methamphetamine addicts and abusers. There's no reason to glorify them. Anyway. We know that they're all together at the 1950s diner because suddenly Zach, old man Zach, comes in and they're all like, hey, you're here. You made it.
Finally.
And then York is like, oh, sorry, I hadn't been in touch with you for a while, but, you know, I'm sure you felt my presence, and I never thought you'd get married and have a family of your own.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. But then he says something like, that's the thing about humans, and that's why I can't leave you guys alone. Basically suggesting he's not human.
Yeah, that he's some sort. Well, because it implies that he's some sort of like guardian angel or something.
But
it seems
like
York.
It was unclear if he was a manifestation of his own imagination. But it actually does seem like he is an external entity.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because we don't. I want to play. Ooh, this is why I want to play the second game as well, because I'd like to see if that gives more context. You know what I mean
Maybe
about
so,
this
maybe
kind
no.
of stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to find out. Well,
and then it cuts to the.
Not well.
Oh no, it's not yet. Sorry, yes.
He starts telling them there's like,
yes.
oh, there's another case in New Orleans, and he starts describing it, and you're like, you get a choice what to say. I go, when do we leave?
That's what I said too.
I was hoping you'd say that. Second game,
New Orleans.
That's that scenario.
Okay, I was hoping that's what it was.
9 years later, it came out. 2019 it came out, I think, or 2019 was announced. I'm not sure when it came out.
Probably around then, because if 2019 is when the Switch port was made for the first one.
Oh yeah, so it probably came out shortly after that, around the same time. Probably. Anyway, and then the next thing.
The next thing is it cuts to, it's like the credits are rolling, and you hear the granddaughter, like the young girl you've been talking to the whole time, talking to her mother.
Yeah.
Who he's like, oh, your mother's downstairs. She's made food for you. Go get it. And like you go downstairs, and she's like, how was your time with Grandpa? And he's like, it's okay, but he's calling me Emily again. And you're like, what the fuck? Because you assume the whole time that he's just like they've named the granddaughter Emily, because you know what I mean?
She's like, she's Louise.
Yeah, she's Louise. She's not Emily. And the mom's like, oh, those are just his stories. They're all made up. You know what I mean? None of that's real.
Yeah, and then she's like, they say something like, he says you're a goddess. Oh, you're as pretty as a goddess. You're like a goddess. They keep going. They go back and forth like 3 times. I go, that's a little too many exchanges here.
Yeah, it's a very weird exchange.
Grandpa's senile.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
When you get back to the main menu after the full credits roll, Mom, Grandpa's disappeared. He's on to the next adventure. Now, the other thing I want to mention, during the credits, there is a alphabetical listing of the main cast.
Oh, okay.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The first 5 victims. Anna, Becky,
Claire, Diane, and then it's supposed to be Emily.
And it's supposed to be Emily.
A, B, C, D, E.
There was a bunch of things like that relate to groupings of different letters in the alphabet and their relation to different characters and how those characters are interacting with one another.
Right.
Which is like, it's just crazy the way they laid it out.
Yeah, well, let's think about it. Because you have Laura and Keith, right? Or no, it's Keith, Ingram, and who's his wife? Is it Lori? Or Laura? Or something, or Lisa or something like that? Is it an L?
It is.
Because then that's KL. You know what I mean? The only thing that doesn't, Thomas and Carol don't make sense, but that's weird. That's A, B, C, D, E. I mean, maybe he's just having fun, you know?
Who?
Swery.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, he is, for sure.
But I'm like, do you think there's a deeper meaning to that? Or?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There certainly is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me you sent me the video on this. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, so Anna Graham, Becky Ames, Carol McLean, Diane Ames, and then it would have been Emily. Then there's like Quint and Richard, QR.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch more. I don't have the list here now because of, Lily and Keith, KL.
Lily and Keith, okay, yep.
But it goes a bit deeper. The video explains it, which I'll link the video down below. There's a great channel. But man, and the more I read about the game, there's like a bunch of stuff that I go, damn, they filled this with a bunch of really cool little things to find.
Yeah.
But the game itself is so tedious that it makes it hard to recommend it fully.
And it's like you said, where it's like, I have that desire to play it a second time through, and I think I might, but it's like, I'm still like on the fence. Whereas with most of these other games, I'm like, I'm playing through Alan Wake 2 again.
Yeah, sometimes I finish a game and go,
got to start that right over.
I just go right back in.
Yep.
No problem.
Yeah.
I get like 2 hours in, It's good.
But not with this one. With this one, I needed a big break.
Now, maybe if I followed a guide and did a more optimized run to get some of the upgrades, like fast travel and stuff, it'd be a lot easier. But that's the thing about this game, is that because of how obtuse some of the quests are, I think if you really want 100% it or something, you might need a guide.
It seems like you need a guide. Because there's so many things where it's like, yeah, sure. Like, even with the bones. It was like, yeah, sure, I found all these bones. And I know you can see in the background. Like, I found...
Minnow, would you get down? Come on.
You found all these bones, sure. And maybe even you figure I should bring them to Brian, because I know he's the one looking for them. I didn't even know Brian was the one looking for them. Because I never got the prompt where Brian was like, you need to find these bones. I just started finding bones.
You know you're not supposed to be up there. You're being so bad.
She's like, let me out.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you wanted to leave. All right, you can leave. Go. No, you have to go now.
But, oh God, what was I saying?
It's just about the unpredictability of the quests and when they can occur
where it's like,
versus when they can't.
Because I didn't get Brian to give me the quest, I just found the bones on my own. I didn't know who to bring them back to. And then even when I had all the bones and I went and spoke to Brian, it wasn't the right timing.
Yes.
And maybe because I hadn't had him ask me to look for the bones, I never triggered it in the first place.
It's hard to trigger quests. It's hard to... Sometimes, you can't start or finish a quest for the same person in the same day.
Yeah. Like, there was one I found... I got a picture from, like, the 2 kids... to show to a person that wanders around in the woods by the crime scene at a certain time of day, and to go give the picture to them.
I didn't see that.
And I went to the crime scene over and over again. I never saw anyone else there, and I never figured out what to do with that picture. I had that picture till the end of the game. So I don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it sucks because I go, I'm so interested in these characters, and then there's little bits of lore hidden
and then you
there.
look at side quests too, and you look at the list of side quests. It's like number 44.
I think there's like 50 something.
And you're like, Jesus Christ! I found 3. You know what I mean? Like, what am I missing?
A lot of them are 3 quests of their own, though.
Yeah, that's fair. And then, like you mentioned, there's like there's a quest for finding each bone, and then for getting each bone back from Willie.
No, that's 1.
Oh, that's all 1?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Goddamn. Either way.
Well, I'd say out of 10, I don't know. It's a 6.
Yeah, 6 sounds good. 6 sounds appropriate. Because the gameplay does take away from it a lot, frankly. The mechanics and stuff, and the sound.
Yeah, really
Not
strong
enough
story
to make me stop playing it.
No,
because I was very compelled to see where it went and what happened the whole time.
I'm glad I played it. I don't regret it at all. I'm grateful for the suggestion.
Oh my God, yeah. Because I never would have even come close to this had it not been suggested.
And a 6 isn't. I'll take a 6.
I'm not
going. It's 6. I don't want to take 10s. I go.
If I had a 6 out of 10 rating for like everything I'd done in my life, I go, that's not bad.
It's sick. It's a good game. I don't know if I would recommend it to everyone because of how irritating it is. I have a certain, and I think you do as well, a certain sort of tolerance for games that are rough around the edges.
Well, yeah, because I want to get to like I want the sweet fruit on the inside.
I know it's there with this game.
Yeah,
because people vouch for it. I go, all right, I'll push through. And shit, pretty crazy.
It was pretty fucking good. And I was so didn't want to spoil it for you, but you're like, oh, this is getting nuts at one point, and I was like, it's just going to ramp up more. Like,
it truly does.
So rapidly. I think you were at the Thomas part where we were in the clock tower. You're like, I just got through a really interesting fight in the clock tower, and I was like, it just like doubles down from there somehow for the rest of the game. And I loved that. Because when you have such kind of like a straightforward just murder mystery thing, a little bit of supernatural stuff involved, you know what I mean, with like the dead people maybe or whatever, you can't quite tell what's going on. But like a pretty straightforward, cut and dry like murder mystery game to suddenly make this massive turn at the end, you know what I mean? And I wonder too how much of like their transformations had to do with them adding combat into it. You know what I mean? Because I'm curious to know how that would have gone without any combat.
I like the transformations and stuff too, because it feels like it really let all the supernatural stuff pay off to go, yeah, it's not just like, oh, there's like a weird ghost. It's like, oh yeah, no, there's
a greater powers at work here.
Yeah, and you're seeing a glimpse, again, similar to Alan Wake. You go, yeah, you might see the little rubber duck bouncing around in Control. Yeah. You know, there's little poltergeists, and then you see like the former or something, you know? It's like there are greater entities.
Yes. And you're like, oh, goddamn, okay.
Well, all right. Thanks.
We did it.
That was a long talk.
Yeah, but it was a good one. I love the game.
Sucks we got to edit out everything we said.
Final review, I'd say play it just to do it. You know what I mean?
I'd say if you love games, play it.
Yes.
I'd say it's not a game for casual gamers.
No, not at all. No.
You need to be okay. You know, and also, by the time this comes out, I'll have a little guide out for a spoiler-free kind of thing. I'd say, you know, follow some kind of... I would say, if you could do like a little... I guess I mean to say, if you're someone who's like, I want to play, but I don't really like annoying games, then just do a little prep, because there is a lot you could do to make your run a lot more tolerable.
Yes, I like going into the I've played games like raw.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I don't like to know much about it. Maybe I'll watch a trailer. Maybe I'll like, you know, accidentally read a couple like headlines about it or something, but like I will do my best to not look into it. And I'd say this is not one of those games to do that.
Not necessarily.
If you're trying to have fun with it.
Yeah, because I would say I would have had more fun if I had known, like, oh, get the radio.
Yeah, for sure. Or hit the back button to make your map bigger.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, is that, like, look up a guide just for, like, look up the controls. Because they're not intuitive, and they're not all explained
and there's not really any way to go back and look at even the ones that are told to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it gives you the driving instructions, which is literally every button does something for the car. Every single button on the controller does something for the car, including all the D-pads. So you have to go, okay, maybe I need to look at that for longer than the 3 seconds it showed it to me. You know what I mean? Like, but you can't go back and look at that.
Yeah. So
stay tuned for Matt's tips and tricks.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
See ya.